Restrictives. Plural of restrictive. Restrictivism. The view that Christian salvation is possible only for those who have heard about the gospel of Jesus and put their faith in Jesus prior to their death. Restrictivists. Relating to restrictivism. Restrictivists. Plural of restrictivist. Restricticin. A protein ribotoxin present in fungi of the genus Aspergillus. Restrictor. Anything that restricts. Restrictors. Plural of restrictor. Restrictory. Serving to restrict. Restricts. Third person singular simple present indicative of restrict. Restrike. The striking again of a key, for example on a piano. Restrikes. Plural of restrike. Restriking. Present participle and gerund of restrike. Restring. To string again. Restringe. To confine, to contract, to stringe. Restringe. Simple past and past participle of restringe. Restringency. Quality or state of being astringent. Restringent. Astringent, styptic. Restringents. Plural of restringent. Restringes. Third person singular simple present indicative of restringe. Restringing. Present participle and gerund of restring. Restringings. Plural of restringing. Restrings. Third person singular simple present indicative of restring. Restrip. To strip again. Restrite. To mark with stripes again or differently. Restrite. Simple past and past participle of restrite. Restripes. Third person singular simple present indicative of restrite. Restriping. Present participle and gerund of restrite. Restripings. Plural of restriping. Restript. Simple past and past participle of restrip. Restripping. Present participle and gerund of restrip. Restrips. Third person singular simple present indicative of restrip. Restrip. To strive again. Restrima. Past participle of restrive. Restrives. Third person singular simple present indicative of restrive. Restriving. Present participle and gerund of restrive. Reststroke. Another stroke, a repeat action of stroking. Reststroked. Simple past and past participle of reststroke. Reststrokes. Plural of reststroke. Reststroking. Present participle and gerund of reststroke. Restaurant Passage. A coastal hamlet on Restaurant Creek in Myler Parish, Cornwall, England. A Westgrid Ref SW 8137. Restroom. A room containing a public toilet, a public lavatory. Restrooms. Plural of restroom. Restro. Simple past of restrive. Restus. Plural of rester. Restri. Simple past of restrike. Restructurability. The state or degree of being restructurable. Restructurable. Able to be restructured. Restructural. Of or pertaining to a restructuring. Restructuralization. A second or subsequent structuralization. Restructuration. Restructuring. Restructurations. Plural of restructuration. Restructure. To change the organization of. Restructure. simple past and past participle of restructure. Restructurer, one who or that which restructures. Restructurers, plural of restructurer. Restructures, third person singular simple present indicative of restructure. Restructuring, present participle and gerund of restructure. Restructurings, plural of restructuring. Restructurization, UK, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa spelling of restructurization. Restructurizations, plural of restructurization. Restructurism, any movement that promotes restructure. Restructurist, pertaining to restructurism, promoting the restructure of a system or institution. Restructurization, repeated structurization. Restructurizations, plural of restructurization. Reshra, simple past and past participle of resturing. Rests, plural of rest. Rests assured, third person singular simple present indicative of rest assured. Rests easy, third person singular simple present indicative of rest easy. Rests in peace, third person singular simple present indicative of rest in peace. Rests of advantage, plural of rest of advantage. Rests on, third person singular simple present indicative of rest on. Rests on one's laurels, third person singular simple present indicative of rest on one's laurels. Rests one's case, third person singular simple present indicative of rest one's case. Rests one's soul, third person singular simple present indicative of rest one's soul. Rests up, third person singular simple present indicative of rest up. Restutia, a surname from Italian. Restacco, to refurbish with a new coat of stucco. Restacco, simple past and past participle of restacco. Restaccos, third person singular simple present indicative of restacco. Restaccoing, present participle and gerund of restacco. Restaccos, third person singular simple present indicative of restacco. Restach, simple past and past participle of restic. Restudi, simple past and past participle of restudi. Restudis, third person singular simple present indicative of restudy. Restudy, to study again. Is it present participle and gerund of restudy. Restuff, to stuff again. Restuffs, simple past and past participle of restuff. Restuffing, present participle and gerund of restuff. Restuffs, third person singular simple present indicative of restuff. Restump, to renew the stumps supporting a house. Restumped, simple past and past participle of restump. Restumping, present participle and gerund of restump. Restumps, third person singular simple present indicative of restump. Restar, simple past and past participle of resting. Rishareth, misspelling of restaurant. Restiwi, synonym of Ebola restan. Risur, toward rest. Restai, restive, resistant to control. Restyle, to refashion something in a new style or shape to fit another purpose. Restyled, simple past and past participle of restyle. Restyler, One who restyles. Restylers, plural of restyler. Restyles, third person singular simple present indicative of restyle. Restyling, present participle and gerund of restyle. Restylings, plural of restyling. Riza, abbreviation of resubscribe. Riza, simple past and past participle of resub. Resubbing, present participle and gerund of resub. Redo, to subdue again. Redued, simple past and past participle of resubdue. Reduce, third person singular simple present indicative of resubdue. Resubduing, present participle and gerund of resubdue. Resubject, to subject again. Resubjected, simple past and past participle of resubject. Resubjectify, to subjectify again. Resubjecting, present participle and gerund of resubject. Resubjection, a second subjection. Resubjects, third person singular simple present indicative of resubject. Resubjugate, to subjugate again. Resubjugated, simple past and past participle of resubjugate. Resubjugates, third person singular simple present indicative of resubjugate. Resubjugating, present participle and gerund of resubjugate. Resubjugation, the process of subjugating again. Resubjugations, plural of resubjugation. Resublimation, sublimation again. Resublimations, plural of resublimation. Resublime, to sublime again. Resublined, simple past and past participle of resublime. Resublimes, third person singular simple present indicative of resublime. Resublining, present participle and gerund of resublime. Resubmerge, to submerge again. Resubmerged, simple past and past participle of resubmerge. Resubmergence, a second or subsequent submergence. Resubmergences, plural of resubmergence. Resubmerges, third person singular simple present indicative of resubmerge. Resubmerging, present participle and gerund of resubmerge. Resubmission, the act or process of resubmitting, a second or subsequent submission. Resubmissions, plural of resubmission. Resubmit, to submit again. Resubmits, third person singular simple present indicative of resubmit. Resubmittable, capable of being resubmitted. Resubmittal, submittal again, resubmission. Resubmittals, plural of resubmittal. Resubmitted, simple past and past participle of resubmit. Resubmitter, one who resubmits something. Resubmitters, plural of resubmitter. Resubmitting, present participle and gerund of resubmit. Resubordinate, to subordinate again, to make once again subordinate. Resubordinated, simple past and past participle of resubordinate. Resubordinates, third person singular simple present indicative of resubordinate. Resubordinating, present participle and gerund of resubordinate. Resubpona, to subpoena again. Resubponent, simple past and past participle of resupona. Resuponing. Present participle and gerund of resupona. Resuponas. Third person singular simple present indicative of resupona. Resadas. Third person singular simple present indicative of resub. Resubscribe. To subscribe again or renew a subscription. Resubscribed. Simple past and past participle of resubscribe. Resubscriber. One who resubscribes. Resubscribers. Plural of resubscriber. Resubscribes. Third person singular simple present indicative of resubscribe. Resubscribing. Present participle and gerund of resubscribe. Resubscription. The act of resubscribing. Resubscriptions. Plural of resubscription. Resubstitute. To substitute again. Resubstituted. Simple past and past participle of resubstitute. Resubstitutes. Third person singular simple present indicative of resubstitute. Resubstituting. Present participle and gerund of resubstitute. Resubstitution. Substitution again. Resubstitutions. Plural of resubstitution. Resubversion. The process of subverting again. Resubvert. To subvert again. Resubverted. Simple past and past participle of resubvert. Resubverting. Present participle and gerund of resubvert. Resubverts. Third person singular simple present indicative of resubvert. Resucceed. To succeed again. Resucceeded. Simple past and past participle of resucceed. Resucceeding. Present participle and gerund of resucceed. Resucceeds. Third person singular simple present indicative of resucceed. Resudation. The act of sweating again. Resu. To sue again. Resued. Simple past and past participle of resu. Reuse. Third person singular simple present indicative of resu. Resuffixation. The addition of a suffix to a word. Resuffixations. Plural of resuffixation. Resaga. A surname. Resuggest. To suggest again. Resuggeste. Simple past and past participle of resuggest. Resuggesting. Present participle and gerund of resuggest. Resuggestion. Suggestion again. Resuggest. Third person singular simple present indicative of resuggest. Resue. Present participle and gerund of resu. Resulfuration. A second or subsequent sulfuration typically following a desulfuration. Resulfurations. Plural of resulfuration. Result. To proceed, spring up, or rise as a consequence from facts, arguments, premises, combination of circumstances, consultation, thought, or endeavor. Result in. Synonym of mean to result in, to bring about. Results noun. A noun denoting the result of the verb or verbal root from which it is derived. Results nouns. Plural of results noun. Result type. Synonym of return type. Result types. Plural of result type. Result-oriented. Addressing the intended result rather than the details in the manner in which the result is achieved. Resultants. The act of resulting that which results, a result. Resultancy. Synonym of resultance. Resultant. Following as a result or consequence of something, resulting. Resultantly. As a result, because of this. Resultants. Plural of resultant. Resultat. Synonym of result. Resultate. Alternative form of resultat. Resultates. Plural of resultate. Resultative. Indicating the state of a noun resulting from the completion of the action expressed by a verb, as with Blue and Mary painted the fence blue. Resultatively. In a resultative manner. Resultativeness. Synonym of resultativity. Resultatives. Plural of resultative. Resultativity. The property of a verb or verb phrase to lead to a result. Resultas. Plural of resultats. Resulted. Simple past and past participle of result. Resulted in. Simple past and past participle of result in. Resulta. Third person singular simple present indicative of result. Resultful. Producing results or effects resulting. Resultfully. In a resultful manner. Resultfulness. The property of being resultful. Resulting. Of something that follows as the result of something else, resultant. Resulting in. Present participle and gerund of result in. Resulting trusts. A trust that is implied in law, under which property entrusted to one party is not to be used for the benefit of that party, but for that party to use for the benefit of a third party. Resulting trusts. Plural of resulting trusts. Resultingly. As a result or consequence. Resultive. Resultant. Resulting. Resultless. Without result. Lacking effect. Success or accomplishment, fruitless. Resultlessly. In a resultless manner, without a result. Resultlessness. The state or condition of being resultless. Results. Plural of result. Results in. Third person singular simple present indicative of result in. Results as. A set, often of tabulated data, that is the result of the querying of a database or a similar act. Result sets. Plural of result sets. Resar. To perform resummation upon. Resumability. The property of being resumable. Resumable. That can be resumed. Resume. To take back possession of something, to regain. Resume. Alternative spelling of resume summary, especially of employment history. Resume. Alternative spelling of resume summary, especially of employment history. Resume-driven development. Software development that uses trendy technologies and tools which are not optimal for the task at hand, motivated by the developer's desire to enhance their resumes. Resumed. Simple past and past participle of resume. Resumer. One who resumes or takes up an activity again. Resumers. Plural of resumer. Resume. Plural of resume. Resumes. Plural of resume. Resumes. Plural of resume. Resumes. Second person singular simple present indicative of resume. Resumeth. Third person singular simple present indicative of resume. Resuming. Present participle and gerund of resume. Resummation, a procedure to obtain a finite result from a divergent sum series of functions involving the integral transformation of another convergent function in which the individual terms defining the original function are rescaled. Resummations, plural of resummation. Resummed, simple past and past participle of resum. Resumming, present participle and gerund of resum. Resummon, to summon again. Resummoned, simple past and past participle of resummon. Resummoning, present participle and gerund of resummon. Resummons, third person singular simple present indicative of resummon. Resummonses, plural of resummons. Resumption, the act of resuming or starting something again. Resumptions, plural of resumption. Resumptive, that is in the nature of resumption. Resumptive pronoun, a pronoun in a relative clause which refers to the antecedent of the relative pronoun. Resumptive pronouns, plural of resumptive pronoun. Resumptively, in a resumptive manner, in terms of or by means of resumption. Resumptiveness, the papio resumptive. Resumptives, plural of resumptive. Resumptivity, the quality of being resumptive. Resums, third person singular simple present indicative of resum. Resar, past participle of resang. Resuck, past participle of resync. Resuperi, to superheat again. Resuperheated, simple past and past participle of resuperheat. Resuperheating, present participle and gerund of resuperheat. Resuperates, third person singular simple present indicative of resuperheat. Resuperimpose, superimposed again. Resupinate, having the appearance of being upside down. Resupinated, alternative form of resupinate. Resupinately, in a resupinate manner. Resupinates, third person singular simple present indicative of resupinate. Resupinating, present participle and gerund of resupinate. Resupination, the twisting of flowers or leaves by about 180 degrees as they open. Resupine, lying on the back, supine. Resupplementation, renewed supplementation following depletion. Resupplementations, plural of resupplementation. Resupplemented, supplemented again following depletion. Resupplied, simple past and past participle of resupply. Resupplier, one who resupplies. Resuppliers, plural of resupplier. Resupplies, third person singular simple present indicative of resupply. Resupply, to supply again. Resupplying, present participle and gerund of resupply. Resuppress, to suppress again. Resuppress, simple past and past participle of resuppress. Resuppresses, third person singular simple present indicative of resuppress. Resuppresse, present participle and gerund of resuppress. Resuppression, suppression again. Resurface, to come once again to the surface. Resurface, simple past and past participle of resurface. Resurfacer, a tool or machine used to resurface. Resurfacers, plural of resurfacer. Resurfaces. Third person singular simple present indicative of resurface. Resurfacing. Present participle and gerund of resurface. Resurfacings. Plural of resurfacing. Resur. To rise again, to go through a period of renewed vigor or vitality. Resurge. Simple past and past participle of resurge. Resurgence. An instance of something resurging, a renewal of vigor or vitality. Resurgences. Plural of resurgence. Resurgencies. Plural of resurgency. Resurgency. The quality of being resurgent, a tendency to rise again. Resurge. Undergoing a resurgence, experiencing renewed vigor or vitality. Resurgence. Plural of resurgent. Resurges. Third person singular simple present indicative of resurge. Resurging. Present participle and gerund of resurge. Resurgings. Plural of resurging. Resurrexin. A barangay of Humingin, Pangasinan, Philippines. Resurrect. To raise from the dead, to bring life back to. Resurrectable. Capable of being resurrected. Resurrected. Simple past and past participle of resurrect. Resurrectee. One who is resurrected. Resurrectees. Plural of resurrectee. Resurrectable. Capable of being resurrected. Resurrecting. Present participle and gerund of resurrect. Resurrectingly. In a resurrecting manner. Resurrection. The resurrection of Jesus Christ. Resurrection, Lily. Lycoris squama. A surprise lily. Resurrection man. A man who sells cadavers to anatomists, surgeons, etc., especially by exhuming corpses from graves, a grave robber. Resurrection men. Plural of resurrection man. Resurrection pie. A pie supposed to be made of the scraps and leavings of previous meals. Resurrection pies. Plural of resurrection pie. Resurrection plant. Any poikilohydric plant that can survive periods of extreme dehydration, including resurrection plants. Plural of resurrection plant. Resurrection man. Alternative form of resurrection man. Resurrection men. Plural of resurrection man. Resurrectional. Of or pertaining to a resurrection or the resurrection. Resurrectionary. Of or pertaining to a resurrection or the resurrection. Resurrectioner. Synonym of resurrectionist, a grave robber. Resurrectioners. Plural of resurrectioner. Resurrectionize. Alternative form of resurrectionize. Resurrectionize. Simple past and past participle of resurrectionize. Resurrectionizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of resurrectionize. Resurrectionizing. Present participle and gerund of resurrectionize. Resurrectionism. Belief in or the event of a person being resurrected from the dead. Resurrectionists. A believer in a future bodily resurrection. Resurrectionists. Plural of resurrectionists. Resurrectionize. To resurrect or raise from the dead. Resurrectionize. Simple past and past participle of resurrectionize. Resurrectionizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of resurrectionize. Resurrectionizing. Present participle participle and gerund of resurrection as resurrections, plural of resurrection, resurrective, relating to resurrection, resurrector, one who or that which resurrects, resurrectors, plural of resurrector, resurrects, third person singular simple present indicative of resurrect, resurrender, to surrender again, resurrender, simple past and past participle of resurrender, resurrendering, present participle and gerund of resurrender, resurrenders, third person singular simple present indicative of resurrender, rearound, to surround again, rearounded, simple past and past participle of resurround, resurrounding, present participle and gerund of resurround, rearounds, third person singular simple present indicative of resurround, resurveil, to surveil again, resurveil, simple past and past participle of resurveil, resurveiling, present participle and gerund of resurveil, resurveils, third person singular simple present indicative of resurveil, resurvey, to survey again, to perform another survey on, resurvey, simple past and past participle of resurvey, resurveying, present participle and gerund of resurvey, resurveys, third person singular simple present indicative of resurvey, resures, clipping of resuscitation, resuscitation, a lifelike female mannequin used for teaching cardiopulmonary resuscitation, resuscians, plural of resuscian, resuscitability, the condition of being resuscitable, resuscitable, capable of being resuscitated, resuscitant, someone or something that resuscitates, resuscitants, plural of resuscitant, resuscitate, to restore consciousness, vigor, or life to, resuscitated, simple past and past participle of resuscitate, resuscitates, third person singular simple present indicative of resuscitate, resuscitating, present participle and gerund of resuscitate, resuscitation, the act of resuscitating, resuscitations, plural of resuscitation, resuscitative, such as to revive or resuscitate a person or thing, resuscitator, a person or thing that resuscitates, resuscitators, plural of resuscitator, resus, plural of resus, resuspend, to suspend again, resuspendable, that can be resuspended, resuspended, simple past and past participle of resuspend, resuspending, present participle and gerund of resuspend, resuspend, third person singular simple present indicative of resuspend, resuspension, a second or subsequent suspension, resuspensions, plural of resuspension, resusses, plural of resus, resuture, a second or subsequent suture, resuture, simple past and past participle of resuture, resutures, plural of resuture, resuturing, present present participle and gerund of resuture. Resveratrol, a phenolic substance, 3,5,4-trihydroxystilbene, a stilbenoid and phytolexin that is found in some fruits and nuts and in red wine and is reputed to have some beneficial properties for humans. Resveratrolacide, a glycoside of resveratrol. Resveratrols, plural of resveratrol. Resveratrol, misspelling of resveratrol. Reduit, to swag again. Resuated, simple past and past participle of reswage. Resuadus, third person singular simple present indicative of reswage. Reswager, present participle and gerund of reswage. Swallow, to swallow again. Reswallow, simple past and past participle of reswallow. Reswallowing, present participle and gerund of reswallow. Reswallows, third person singular simple present indicative of reswallow. Riswar, simple past of riswim. Riswear, to swear again or anew. Riswearer, present participle and gerund of riswear. Reswear, third person singular simple present indicative of riswear. Risweep, to sweep again. Risweeping, present participle and gerund of risweep. Risweeps, third person singular simple present indicative of resweep. Risweeten, to sweeten again. Risweeten, simple past and past participle of risweeten. Risweetening, present participle and gerund of risweeten. Risweetens, third person singular simple present indicative of resweeten. Reswell, to add liquid so as to cause a dried substance, such as a gel, to expand. Riswelled, simple past of riswell. Riswelle, present participle and gerund of riswell. Reswelled, third person singular simple present indicative of riswell. Riswept, simple past and past participle of risweep. Riswim, to swim again. Riswimming, present participle and gerund of riswim. Riswims, third person singular simple present indicative of riswim. Riswollen, past participle of riswell. Riswar, simple past of riswear. Riswar, past participle of riswear. Rizowa, past participle of riswim. Resyllabification, the process or result of resyllabifying. Resyllabifications, plural of resyllabification. Resyllabify, simple past and past participle of resyllabify. Resyllabifies, third person singular simple present indicative of resyllabify. Resyllabify, to divide into syllables in a new, different way. Resyllabifying, present participle and gerund of resyllabify. Resymbolization, the act or process of resymbolizing. Resymbolizations, plural of resymbolization. Resymbolize, to symbolize again or anew. Resymbolize, simple past and past participle of resymbolize. Resymbolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of resymbolize. Resymbolizing, present participle and gerund of resymbolize. Resync, resynchronization. Resensed, simple past and past participle of resync. Resync, alternative form of resync. Resynced, simple past and past participle of resync. Resyncing, present participle and gerund of resynchronization, alternative form of resynchronization. Resynchronizations, plural of resynchronization. Resynchronize, alternative form of resynchronize. Resynchronized, simple past and past participle of resynchronize. Resynchronizes, third person singular simple present indicative of resynchronize. Resynchronizing, present participle and gerund of resynchronize. Resynchronization, a second or subsequent synchronization. Resynchronizations, plural of resynchronization. Resynchronize, to synchronize again. Resynchronized, simple past and past participle of resynchronize. Resynchronizes, third person singular simple present indicative of resynchronize. Resynchronizing, present participle and gerund of resynchronize. Resyncs, third person singular simple present indicative of resync. Resyncing, present participle and gerund of resync. Rethinks, plural of resync. Resyndicate, to syndicate again. Resyndicate, simple past and past participle of resyndicate. Resyndicates, third person singular simple present indicative of resyndicate. Resyndicating, present participle and gerund of resyndicate. Resyndication, syndication again. Resyndications, plural of resyndication. Resyntheses, plural of resynthesis. Resynthesis, a second or subsequent synthesis, especially one using components that were originally combined. Resynthesize, alternative form of resynthesize. Resynthesized, simple past and past participle of resynthesize. Resynthesizes, third person singular simple present indicative of resynthesize. Resynthesizing, present participle and gerund of resynthesize. Resynthesize, to synthesize again or anew. Resynthesized, simple past and past participle of resynthesize. Resynthesizes, third person singular simple present indicative of resynthesize. Resynthesizing, present participle and gerund of resynthesize. Resystematize, to systematize again. Resystematize, simple past and past participle of resystematize. Resystematizes, third person singular simple present indicative of resystematize. Resystematizing, present participle and gerund of resystematize. What? Initialism of road equivalent tariff. But to prepare flax, hemp, etc. for further processing by soaking, which facilitates separation of fibers from the woody parts of the stem. Ret, abbreviation of retire. But abbreviation of retirant. Rada, a female given name. Retamurabilia, misspelling of Resha mirabilia. Retable, a table or shelf behind an altar on which are placed images or holy objects. Redolf, simple past and past participle of redable. Retables, plural of retable. Retabling, present participle and gerund of retable. Retablo, a votive picture, especially one displayed above and behind the altar in a church. Retablos, plural of retablo. Retabulate, to tabulate again, often differently. Retabulated, tabulated again. Retabulates, third person singular simple present indicative of retabulate. Retabulating, present participle and gerund of retabulate. Retabulation, the act or process of retabulating. Retact, to tack again. Retact, simple past and past part. Retact, simple past and past participle of retact. Retacking, present participle and gerund of retact. Retackle, to tackle again. Retackle, simple past and past participle of retackle. Retackles, third person singular simple present indicative of retackle. Retackling, present participle and gerund of retackle. Retax, third person singular simple present indicative of retack. Retag, to tag again or anew. Retag, simple past and past participle of retag. Retatter, a criminal who fraudulently changes the serial numbers of automobiles. Retaggers, plural of retagger. Retatting, present participle and gerund of retag. Retabs, third person singular simple present indicative of retag. Retail, the sale of goods directly to the consumer, encompassing the storefronts, mail order, websites, etc., and the corporate mechanisms, branding, advertising, etc., that support them. Retail apocalypse, the closing of numerous brick-and-mortar retail stores in the United States, especially those of large chains, beginning around 2010. Retail apocalypses, plural of retail apocalypse. Retail bank, a bank whose chief business is providing banking services to the general public. Retail banking, the activities of a retail bank. Retail banks, plural of retail bank. Retail park, a type of shopping center usually built on the outskirts of a town or city, typically containing a number of retail outlets such as chain stores. Retail parks, plural of retail park. Retail pharmacies, plural of retail pharmacy. Retail pharmacy, a pharmacy in which drugs are sold to patients as opposed to a hospital pharmacy. Retail politics, the political strategy of engaging with small groups of individuals in face-to-face interactions. Retail price, the price that customers pay for goods in stores. Retail price index, a measure of inflation based on the changing cost of a representative sample of retail goods and services, calculated on a slightly different basis to the consumer price index. Retail prices, plural of retail price. Retail theft, shoplifting. Retail therapy, shopping that is done purely for pleasure, especially as a distraction from personal difficulties or disappointments. Retailability, the quality of being retailable. Retailable, able to be retailed. Retail, simple past and past participle of retail. Retailer, a retail sales company or salesman. Retailers, plural of retailer. Retailing, present participle and gerund of retail. Retailings, plural of retailing. Retailment, the act of retailing. Retailer, obsolete spelling of retailer. Retailer, simple past and past participle of retailer. Retailoring, present participle and gerund of retailer. Retailers, plural of retailer. Retails, third person singular simple present indicative of retail. Retailtainment, a commercially designed experience that combines entertainment and retailing. Retain, often followed by from, to hold back someone or something, to check, to prevent, to restrain, to stop. Retain and explain, to preserve historical material regarded as problematic such as statues with appropriate contextual explanation rather than destroying it or attempting to erase it from history. Retainability, the quality of being retainable. Retainable, capable of being retained. Retainably, such that it can be retained. Retainage, an amount of money held back from a payment as insurance against the work not being completed. Retainages, plural of retainage. Retainal, the act of retaining or keeping, retention. Retained, simple past and past participle of retain. Retained earnings, the amount of net income left over for a business after it has paid out dividends to its shareholders. Retained income, synonym of retained earnings. Retained incomes, plural of retained income. Retained mode, a mode in which the application updates a set of graphical objects which are stored and displayed by the graphics library, contrasting with immediate mode. Retainants, second person singular simple past indicative of retain. Retainer, anything or person that retains. Retainerless, without a retainer. Retainers, plural of retainer. Retainership, the practice of charging a retainer fee or a client relationship based on such a fee. Retainerships, plural of retainership. Retainus, second person singular simple present indicative of retain. Retainer, third person singular simple present indicative of retain. Retaining, of or pertaining to something that retains something else, as with a retaining wall. Retaining valve, a device that retains some air pressure in a train's air brake cylinders even when the automatic brake valve is set to the fully released position, used on steep downgrades to allow a degree of continuous braking effort to be maintained without depleting the pressure in the train's brake pipe, which would result in the loss of nearly all braking ability, causing a runaway. Retaining valves, plural of retaining valve. Retaining wall, any of several structures used to restrain a vertical faced mass of earth. Retaining walls, plural of retaining wall. Retainings, plural of retaining. Retainment, retention. Retainments, plural of retainment. Retains, third person singular simple present indicative of retain. Retakeable, alternative spelling of retakeable. Retakaful, reinsurance based on the takaful system of insurance in Islamic law. Retakafuls, plural of retakaful. Retake, to take something again. Retakeable, able to be retaken. Retaken, taken again. Retaker, one who retakes. Retakers, plural of retaker. Retakes, plural of retake. Retaka, third person singular simple present indicative of retake. Retaking, present participle and gerund of retake. Retakings, plural of retaking. Retaliate, to do something harmful or negative to get revenge for some harm, to fight back or respond in kind to an injury or affront. Retaliate, simple past and past participle of retaliate. Retaliates, third person singular simple present indicative of retaliate. Retaliating, present participle and gerund of retaliate. Retaliatingly, in retaliation. Retaliation, violent or otherwise punitive response to an act of harm or perceived injustice, a hitting back, revenge. Retaliationism, a palsy of retaliation. Retaliationist, a proponent of retaliation. Retaliationists, plural of retaliationists. Retaliations, plural of retaliation. Retaliative, retaliatory. Retaliator, one who retaliates. Retaliatorily, in a retaliatory manner. Retaliators, plural of retaliator. Retaliatory, relating to or part of a retaliation. Simple past and past participle of retali. Is, third person singular simple present indicative of retali. Retali, to tally again, to recount. It, present participle and gerund of retali. Retama, any of the genus Retama of flowering bushes. Retamas, plural of retama. Retain, to tame again. Retained, simple past and past participle of retain. Retains, third person singular simple present indicative of retain. Retaining, present participle and gerund of retain. Without, to tan again. Retana, a surname. Retanas, plural of retana. Retangle, to tangle again. Retangled, simple past and past participle of retangle. Retangles, third person singular simple present indicative of retangle. Retangling, present participle and gerund of retangle. Retannage, the process of tanning something again. Retan, simple past and past participle of retan. Retanning, present participle and gerund of retan. Retans, third person singular simple present indicative of retan. Retap, to tap again in various senses. Retapamulin, a topical antibiotic, the first plurimutilin to be approved for human use. Rotate, to tape again. Rotate, simple past and past participle of rotape. Rotapes, third person singular simple present indicative of rotape. Rotaping, present participle and gerund of rotate. Rotapings, plural of rotaping. Retapped, simple past and past participle of retap. Retapping, present participle and gerund of retap. Retaps, third person singular simple present indicative of retap. Rethar, to provide a road, etc. with a new coating of tar. Retar, a rubble mound occasionally formed by a powerful underground explosion, usually nuclear in solid rock, due to the chimney of shattered rock above the explosion occupying a greater volume than the solid rock previously present. Retarks, plural of retark. Retard, retardation, delay. Retard strength, the extreme physical power often displayed by those with cognitive disabilities as a result of decreased inhibition against using their full strength. Retardomo, capable of being retarded or delayed. Retardance, the difference in phase shift between two characteristic polarizations of light upon reflection from an interface. Retardance can be reported in the Abels or Mueller conventions. The retardance phase shift angle is often specified in degrees. Retardances, plural of retardance. Retardancies, plural of retardancy. Retardancy, retardant, serving to impede, slow down the action of something. Retardants, plural of retardant. Retardataire, anachronistic, dated, especially in artistic style. Retardate, a retarded person, a person with retardation. Retardates, plural of retardate. Retardation, the act of retarding or delaying, hindrance. Retardational, of or pertaining to retardations. Retardations, plural of retardation. Retardative, that retards, delaying, impeditive. Retardatory, retardant, delaying. Retarda, delayed, delayed in development, hindered, impeded. Retarded depression, a form of depression characterized by slow thinking and behavior psychomotor retardation. Retarded time, the time when the field begins to propagate from the point where it is emitted to an observer. Retarded times, plural of retarded time. Retardively, in a retarded way. Retardedness, the state or condition of being retarded. Retardee, a person with an intellectual disability. Retardees, plural of retardee. Retardancy, alternative form of retardancy. Retarder, something which retards or slows. Retarders, plural of retarder. Retardus, second person singular simple present indicative of retard. Retarda, third person singular simple present indicative of retard. Retardical. Stude. Retardican, a Republican, a member or supporter of the Republican Party of the United States, seen as having no intelligence. Retardicans, plural of retardican. Retarding, present participle and gerund of retard. Retarding basin, synonym of detention basin. Retarding basins, plural of retarding basin. Retardingly, so as to retard or hinder. Retardings, plural of retarding. Retardism, mental retardation. Retarda, that retards, retardative. Retardively, so as to retard or hinder. Retardalican, alternative form of retardican. Retardalicans, plural of retardalican. Retardali, resembling a retard. Retardment, retardation, the act of retarding or delaying. Retardments, plural of retardment. Retardo, retard. Retards, plural of retard. Retarder. Delay, retardation. Retardy, resembling or befitting a retard, moronic. Retarded, to target again. Retardable, able to be retargeted. Retargetive, simple past and past participle of retarget. Retargeter, one who or that which retargets. Retargeters, plural of retargeter. Retargeting, present participle and gerund of retarget. Retargets, third person singular simple present indicative of retarget. Retargetive, simple past and past participle of retarget. Retargeting, present participle and gerund of retarget. Retarmac, to resurface with a new layer of tarmac. Retarmac, simple past and past participle of retarmac. Retarmacking, present participle and gerund of retarmac. Retarmax, third person singular simple present indicative of retarmac. Retar, simple past and past participle of retar. Retiring, present participle and gerund of retar. Retars, third person singular simple present indicative of retar. Retarda, misspelling of retarded. Retasked, to cause to perform a new task, to change the work or mission of. Retaft, simple past and past participle of retasked. Retasking, present participle and gerund of task. Retasks, third person singular simple present indicative of retask. Retaste, to taste again. Retaste, simple past and past participle of retaste. Retastes, third person singular simple present indicative of retaste. Retasting, present participle and gerund of retaste. Retastings, plural of retasting. Retato, to tattoo again. Retattooed, simple past and past participle of retattoo. Retattooing, present participle and gerund of retattoo. Retattoos, third person singular simple present indicative of retattoo. Rethought, simple past and past participle of reteach. Retax, to tax again. Retaxation, the act of taxing something again, recalculation of tax. Retaxations, plural of retaxation. Retax, simple past and past participle of retax. Retaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of retax. Retaxing, present participle and gerund of retax. But, to make or experience an unsuccessful effort to vomit, to strain or spasm as if to vomit, to gag or nearly vomit. Retched, simple past and past participle of retch. Richer, one who riches. Richers, plural of richer. Riches, third person singular simple present indicative of wretch. Retche, present participle and gerund of wretch. Retchings, plural of retching. Wretchless, careless, reckless. Wretchless, obsolete spelling of wretchless. Wretchlessness, carelessness, recklessness. Retcon, a situation in a soap opera or other fiction in which a new storyline explains or changes a previous event or attaches a new significance to it. Retconned, past participle of retcon. Retconning, present participle and gerund of retcon. Retcons, plural of retcon. Ret, abbreviation of retire. Ret, abbreviation of retire. Rather, a network of blood vessels or nerves. Rete algorithm, a pattern matching algorithm for implementing production rule systems, used to determine which of the system's rules should fire based on its data store. Rete algorithms, plural of rete algorithm. Rete mirabile, a complex of blood vessels found in some vertebrates that preserves a gradient of a certain solute or particle, originally specifically the network of arterioles at the base of the brain in some ungulates and other mammals. Rete mirabiles, plural of rete mirabile. Rete mirabili, plural of rete mirabile. Rete mirabilis, misspelling of rete mirabile. Rete testes, a hilar testicular network that collects produced sperm from the seminiferous tubules and connects with the afferent ducts. Reteach, to teach again. Reteaches, third person singular simple present indicative of reteach. Reteaching, present participle and gerund of reteach. Redeem, to team two or more people together again. Reteamed, simple past and past participle of reteam. Reteaming, present participle and gerund of reteam. Reteams, third person singular simple present indicative of reteam. Revere, to tear again. Retiring, present participle and gerund of retire. Redu, third person singular simple present indicative of retire. Redeas, alternative form of retease. Redeas, simple past and past participle of retease. Redezas, third person singular simple present indicative of retease. Reteasing, present participle and gerund of retease. Retashes, resembling netting, retiform. Retexture, disclosure or detection of something concealed. Retections, plural of retection. Ready? To place the ball back on the tee in preparation for another stroke. Retee, simple past and past participle of retee. Ete, present participle and gerund of retee. Reteas, third person singular simple present indicative of retee. Retelecast, to telecast again. Retelecasted, simple past and past participle of retelecast. Retelecasting, present participle and gerund of retelecast. Retelecast, third person singular simple present indicative of retelecast. Retelegraph, to telegraph again. Retelegraph, simple past and past participle of retelegraph. Retelegraphing, present participle and gerund of retelegraph. Retelegraphs, third person singular simple present indicative of retelegraph. Retelephone, to telephone again. Retelephant, simple past and past participle of retelephone. Retelephones, third person singular simple present indicative of retelephone. Retelephoning, present participle and gerund of retelephone. Retelevise, to televise again. Retelevise, simple past and past participle of retelevise. Retelevises, third person singular simple present indicative of retelevise. Retelevising, present participle and gerund of retelevize. Rethel, to tell again, often differently what one has read or heard, to paraphrase. Retellability, the quality or degree of being retellable. Retellable, degree of being retellable. Retellable, able or fit to be retold. Reteller, someone who retells a story. A story. Retellers, plural of reteller. Retelling, present participle and gerund of retell. Retellings, plural of retelling. Retelliptine, an antinioblast of reteller. Retelling, present participle and gerund of retell. Retellings, plural of retelling. Retelliptic Gerard. Retels, third person singular simple present indicative of retell. Rethau, a shrub with white flowers, possibly Retama redam, the juniper of the King James Version Old Testament. Old Testament. Retamber, to temper again. Retember, simple past and past participle of retemper. Retempering, present participle and gerund of retemper. Retembers, third person singular simple present indicative of retemper. Retout, to tempt again. Retempted, simple past and past participle of retempt. Retempting, present participle and gerund of retempt. Retempts, third person singular simple present indicative of retempt. Retender, to submit a second or subsequent tender, to offer for tender again. Retender, simple past and past participle of retender. Retendering, present participle and gerund of retender. Retenderize, to tenderize again. Retenderize, simple past and past participle of retenderize. Retenderizes, third person singular simple present indicative of retenderize. Retenderizing, present participle and gerund of retenderize. Retenders. Third person singular simple present indicative of retender. Benzene, a hydrocarbon polymeric with benzene that is extracted from pine tar and also found in certain fossil resins. Retinoquinone, a chemical compound, CHO2. Retines, plural of retine. Retent, that which is retained. Retentate, that which is retained, especially by a filter or porous membrane. Retentates, plural of retent. Retention, the act of retaining or something retained. Retention basin, a depression in the ground containing a permanent pool of water that is replenished by rainwater which would otherwise cause flooding or erosion, which releases the water at a slow rate into the ground or other nearby water. Which releases the water at a slow rate into the ground or other nearby water bodies. Retention basins, plural of retention basin. Retention line, a future-dated line of text put into an airline reservation system or GDS to delay the booking being moved to archives. Retention lines, plural of retention line. Retention pond, synonym of retention basin. Retention ponds, plural of retention pond. Retention tank, a tank for the retention of toilet waste, for example on a train. Retention tanks, plural of retention tank. Retention time, a measure of the amount of time required for a solute to pass through a chromatography column after it has been injected. Retention times, plural of retention time. Retentimo, of or pertaining to retention. Retentionist, a person who advocates retention. Retentionists, plural of retentionists. Retentions, plural of retention. Retentive, having power to retain. Retentively, in a retentive manner. Retentiveness, the state of being retentive. Retentives, plural of retentive. Retentivities, plural of retentivity. Retentivity, the ability to retain, potential for retention. Retentor, a muscle which holds a body part in place, notably in extended or retracted position. Retentors, plural of retentor. Retentostat, a form of chemostat in which culture liquid is removed from the bioreactor, but a filter retains the biomass. Retentostats, plural of retentostat. Retents, plural of retent. Retaplase, a modified form of human tissue plasminogen activator used as a thrombolytic drug. Retapor, any of several species of bryozoans of the genus Retapor elasane, Retapora, or the family Retaporidae, that form delicate calcareous corals, usually composed of thin fenestrated fronds. Retapors, plural of retapor. Retaporid, a bryozoan of the family Retaporidae. Retaporids, plural of retaporid. Retaporifor, forming colonies that are erect and fenestrate. Reterminate, to terminate again. Reterminated, simple past and past participle of reterminate. Reterminates, third person singular simple present indicative of reterminate. Reterminating, present participle and gerund of reterminate. Retermination, termination again. Reterminations, plural of retermination. Reterritorialization, the restructuring of a place or territory that has experienced deterritorialization. Reterritorializations, plural of reterritorialization. Reterritorialize, to subject to reterritorialization. Reterritorialize, simple past and past participle of reterritorialize. Reterritorializes, third person singular simple present indicative of reterritorialize. Reterritorializing, present participle and gerund of reterritorialize. Wadas, plural of retet. Wadas, a repeat test. Retestable, capable of being retested. Retested, simple past and past participle of retest. Retester, a repeat tester. Retesters, plural of retester. Retestify, simple past and past participle of retestify. Retestifies, third person singular simple present indicative of retestify. Retestify, to testify again. Retestifying, present participle and gerund of retestify. Retesting, present participle and gerund of retests. Retests, plural of retests. Retether, to tether again, to reconnect or reattach. Retether, simple past and past participle of retether. Retethering, present participle and gerund of retether. Retethers, third person singular simple present indicative of retether. Redex, to annul. Redexed, simple past and past participle of retex. Redexes, third person singular simple present indicative of retex. Retexing, present participle and gerund of retex. Retexture, to texture again, to give a new texture to. Retexture, simple past and past participle of retexture. Retextures, third person singular simple present indicative of retexture. Retexturing, present participle and gerund of retexture. Retexturings, plural of retexturing. Retexturize, to texturize again. Retexturized, simple past and past participle of retexturize. Retexturizes, third person singular simple present indicative of retexturize. Retexturizing, present participle and gerund of retexturize. Red 4. A market town in Bassetlaw District, Nottinghamshire, England, alternatively known as East Redford Westgrid Ref SK 7080. Regersai, a tetragonal trapezohedral dark green mineral containing hydrogen, nickel, oxygen, and sulfur. Revank, to thank again. Revanked, simple past and past participle of rethank. Revanking, present participle and gerund of rethank. Revanks, third person singular simple present indicative of rethank. Rethatch, to thatch again, especially something that has previously been thatched. Rethatch, simple past and past participle of rethatch. Rethatches, third person singular simple present indicative of rethatch. Rethatching, present participle and gerund of rethatch. Rethatchings, plural of rethatching. Vila, to thaw again after freezing or having been frozen. Refi, simple past and past participle of rethaw. Refying, present participle and gerund of rethaw. Revise, third person singular simple present indicative of rethaw. What? Of persons fierce, cruel, savage, stern, zealous, ardent, keen. Retham, alternative form of retem. Revere, to redesign with a new theme. Revemed, simple past and past participle of retheme. Revemes, third person singular simple present indicative of retheme. Retheming, present participle and gerund of retheme. Reves, the character, state, or condition of being fierceness, wildness, roughness, harshness, sternness, cruelty. Retheorization, the process or result of retheorizing. Retheorizations, plural of retheorization. Reverize, to theorize again or anew. Reverized, simple past and past participle of retheorize. Retheorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of retheorize. Retheorizing, present participle and gerund of retheorize. Ridover, a surname. Ridoverds, plural of ritherfer. River, to rethermalize. Rethermalization, a second or subsequent thermalization. Rethermalizations, plural of rethermalization. Rethermalize, derite. Rethermalize, simple past and past participle of rethermalize. Rethermalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of rethermalize. Rethermalizing, present participle and gerund of rethermalize. Returned, simple past and past participle of return. Referming, present participle and gerund of retherm. Rudecken, to thicken again. Rudeckened, simple past and past participle of rethicken. Revickening, present participle and gerund of rethicken. Revickens, third person singular simple present indicative of rethicken. Revink, to think again about something with the intention of changing or replacing it. Rethinkable, capable of being rethought. Rethinker, one who rethinks. Rethinkers, plural of rethinker. Rethinking, present participle and gerund of rethink. Rethinkings, plural of rethinking. Rethinks, third person singular simple present indicative of rethink. Rethons, a commune in the Oise department in northern France. Rhetoricotomies, plural of rhetoricotomy. Rhetoricotomy, a second or subsequent thoricotomy. Revat, simple past and past participle of rethink. Reread, to thread again in various senses. Revreaded, simple past and past participle of rethread. Revredder, a device for repairing a damaged mechanical thread. Rivredders, plural of rithredder. Rivredding, present participle and gerund of rithred. Rithreddings, plural of rithredding. Rereads, third person singular simple present indicative of rithred. Rivredding, to threaten again. Rivreddened, simple past and past participle of rithreaten. Rithrettening, present participle and gerund of rithretten. Rithrettens, third person singular simple present indicative of rithretten. Reru, simple past and past participle of rithrow. Rithrombosis, a second or subsequent thrombosis. Ruvrown, to thrown again or anew. Rivroam, simple past and past participle of rithrown. Rivrones, third person singular simple present indicative of rithroam. Rithroning, present participle and gerund of rithroam. Rivrow, to throw an exception again. Rivrowing, present participle and gerund of rithrow. Rivrow, past participle of rithrow. Rivrows, third person singular simple present indicative of rithrow. Republican, a member or supporter of the Republican Party of the United States. Republicans, plural of Republican. Riff under, to thunder again, or as an echo. Riff under, simple past and past participle of rethunder. Riff undering, present participle and gerund of rethunder. Riff unders, third person singular simple present indicative of rethunder. Rivark, past participle of rethink. Rithimno, the third largest city in Crete, Greece. Reta, plural of rete. Resha mirabilia, plural of rete mirabile. Resha mirabilia, plural of rete mirabile. Resha testes, plural of rete testes. Resol, resembling a rete or network. Rehiari, plural of reshirius. Reshiris, plural of reshiri. Beharai, plural of Retiarius. Retiarius, a gladiator who uses a casting net, a reta or iaculum as a weapon. Retiari, Nelai. Ravik, reticulated python. Reticella, an old Venetian lace-like fabric. Reticellas, plural of reticella. Reticelli, plural of reticelo. Reticelo, a decorative glass blowing technique involving the merging of two cane bubbles one inside the other where the straight canes were twisted in opposite directions, resulting in a net-like pattern. Reticence, avoidance of saying or reluctance to say too much, discretion, tight-lippedness, countable an instance of acting in this manner. Reticence, simple past and past participle of reticence. Reticences, plural of reticence. Reticencies, plural of reticency. Reticency, synonym of reticence. Reticence, archaic spelling of reticence. Reticence, simple past and past participle of reticence, archaic spelling of reticence. Reticences, archaic spelling of reticences, plural of reticence. Reticent, unwilling to communicate, keeping one's thoughts and opinions to oneself, reserved or restrained. Reticently, in a reticent manner. Reticate, to provide with a new or different ticket. Reticate, simple past and past participle of reticate. Reticating, present participle and gerund of reticate. Reticates, third person singular simple present indicative of reticate. Reticle, a grid, network, or crosshatch found in the eyepiece of various optical instruments to aid measurement or alignment. Reticled, having a reticle. Reticles, plural of reticle. Reticuspinal, misspelling of reticulospinal. Retics, plural of retic. Reticula, plural of reticulum. Reticuli, plural of reticula. Reticular, having the structure of a net or a network, net like. Reticular formation, part of the brain that is involved in actions such as awaking/sleeping cycle and filtering incoming stimuli to discriminate irrelevant background stimuli. Reticular formations, plural of reticular formation. Reticularian, of or pertaining to reticularia. Reticularians, plural of reticularian. Reticularity, the condition of being reticular. Reticularization, settlement in the reticulum. Reticularizations, plural of reticularization. Reticularly, in a reticular manner. Reticulary, reticular. Reticulate, network-like in form or appearance. Reticulated, characterized by or having the form of a grid or network. Reticulated giraffe, Giraffa reticulata or Giraffa camelopardalis reticulata, a species or subspecies of giraffe native to the Horn of Africa. Reticulated giraffes, plural of reticulated giraffe. Reticulated python, Malaya python reticulatus, a species of python found in Southeast Asia that is the world's longest snake. Reticulated pythons, plural of reticulated python. Reticulated siren, a species of aquatic salamander, Siren reticulata, which is endemic to the southeastern United States and was first formally described in 2018. Reticulated sirens, plural of reticulated siren. Reticulated water, the piped water network as opposed to well water. Reticulated waters, plural of reticulated water. Reticulated whip snake, a venomous snake of species Demansia reticulata. Reticulated whip snakes, plural of reticulated whip snake. Reticulately, in a reticulate manner. Reticulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of reticulate. Reticulating, present participle and gerund of reticulate. Reticulation, a network of crisscrossing lines, strands, cables, or pipes. Reticulations, plural of reticulation. Reticulataceae, a particular steroid glycoside. Reticule, a reticle, a grid in the eyepiece of an instrument. Reticule, having a reticule or eyepiece. Reticules, plural of reticule. Reticulin, a scleroprotein similar to collagen, found in lymphatic connective tissue. Reticulin, an alkaloid found in opium. Reticulinic, relating to or composed of reticulin. Reticulins, plural of reticulin. Reticulite, a type of basaltic pumice formed in very high lava fountains. Reticulites, plural of reticulite. Reticulitis, inflammation of the reticulum of a ruminant animal. Reticulin, misspelling of reticulin. Reticulo, reticulum, especially. Reticulothalamocortical, alternative form of reticulothalamocortical. Reticuloblasts, an immature reticulocyte. Reticuloblasts, plural of reticuloblast. Reticulocalbin, a calcium-binding protein from the lumen of the endoplasmic reticulum. Reticulocalbins, plural of reticulocalbin. Reticulosratid, any member of the Reticulosratidae. Reticulosratids, plural of reticulosratid. Reticulosrebular, relating to the reticular formation and the cerebellum. Reticulocortical, relating to the reticular formation and the cerebral cortex. Reticulocyte, an immature red blood cell having a reticular network of RNA. Reticulocytemia, the presence of reticulocytes in the blood. Reticulocytes, plural of reticulocyte. Reticulocytic, relating to reticulocytes. Reticulocytopenia, an abnormal decrease of reticulocytes in the body. Reticulocytopenias, plural of reticulocytopenia. Reticulocytopenic, having or relating to reticulocytopenia. Reticulocytosis, plural of reticulocytosis. Reticulocytosis, an increase in reticulocytes commonly seen in anemia. Reticulocytotic, having or relating to reticulocytosis. Reticulondoplasmic, relating to the endoplasmic reticulum. Reticulondasalio, describing all phagocytic cells except some white blood cells. Reticulondathaliosis, plural of reticulondathaliosis. Reticulondathaliosis, a form of neoplasia characterized by proliferation of the reticuloendothelium in an organ or tissue. Reticuloendothelium, the reticuloendothelial cells of an organism considered as a group. Reticulomastrid, Any coccolith of an alga of the genus Reticulophnastra. Reticulophnastrids. Plural of Reticulophnastrid. Reticulofibrotic. Reticular fibrotic. Reticulogeniculate. Reticulate and geniculate. Reticulogram. A graphical representation of a reticulate evolutionary structure. Reticulograms. Plural of reticulogram. Reticulogranular. Reticular and granular. Reticulohistiocytic. Of or relating to the reticular and histiocytic forms of connective tissue. Reticulohistiocytoma. A cutaneous condition characterized by a solitary, firm, dermal skin lesion of less than 1 cm in diameter. Reticulohistiocytomas. Plural of reticulohistiocytoma. Reticulohistiocytosis. Plural of reticulohistiocytosis. Reticulohistiocytosis. A cutaneous condition with two distinct forms, reticulohistiocytoma and multicentric reticulohistiocytosis. Reticuloid. Resembling or suggestive of, but not, a reticulum, that is, not reticulate or reticular but seeming so. Reticulolysate. A lysate derived from reticulocytes. Reticulolysates. Plural of reticulolysate. Reticulin. Any of a group of proteins found in the endoplasmic reticulum that have a variety of functions. Reticulonodular. Having the form of a network of nodules. Reticulins. Plural of reticulin. Reticuloperitonitis. Inflammation of the reticulum and the peritoneum in ruminants, which is usually caused by, part of, and metonymically synonymous with hardware disease. Reticulophagy. Autophagy of the endoplasmic reticulum. Reticulopodia. Plural of reticulopodium. Reticulopodial. Relating to reticulopodia. Reticulopodium. A form of pseudopodium having a network of threads. Reticulorumen. The first chamber in the alimentary canal of ruminant animals, composed of the rumen and reticulum. Reticulorumens. Plural of reticulorumen. Reticuloruminal. Relating to the reticulorumen. Reticulose. Forming a network characterized by a reticulated structure. Reticuloses. Plural of reticulose. Forming a network characterized by a reticulated structure. Reticuloses. Plural of reticulosis. Reticulosis. An abnormal increase in reticuloendothelial and related cells. Reticulospinal. Pertaining to or connecting the reticular formation in the brainstem and the spinal cord. Reticulogmental. Reticulate and tegmental. Reticulothalamic. Relating to the thalamic reticular nucleus. Reticulothalamocortical. Relating to or connecting the endoplasmic reticulum, thalamus, and the cerebral cortex. Reticulotropic. That affects or is active within a reticulum of blood vessels. Reticulotubular. Composed of a network of tubes or tubules. Reticulovesicular. Reticular and vesicular. Reticulum. A small constellation of the southern summer sky, said to resemble a reticle. It lies between the constellations of Horologium and Dorado. Reticulums. Plural of reticulum. To tie again, to tie something that has already been tied or was tied before. Retie. Simple past and past participle of ready. Retire. One who reties. Retter. Simple past and past participle of retire. Retire. Present participle and gerund of retire. Retias. Plural of retire. Reties. Third person singular simple present indicative of ready. Retifemlama, a particular monoclonal antibody. Retifism, the sexual fetish of attraction to shoes. Retifes, a person sexually attracted to shoes. Retifests, plural of retifice. Retiform, having the form of a net, reticulate. Retigapine, an anticonvulsant drug. Metidin, to tighten again. Metidin, simple past and past participle of retitin. Retitining, present participle and gerund of retitin. Retigenings, plural of retitining. Retitens, third person singular simple present indicative of retitin. Retile, to tile again, to replace with new tiles. Retiles, simple past and past participle of retile. Retiles, third person singular simple present indicative of retile. Retiling, present participle and gerund of retile. Rettle, to till again. Retillage, the act of tilling land again. Rettle, simple past and past participle of rettle. Rettile, present participle and gerund of rettle. Rettles, third person singular simple present indicative of rettle. Rettelt, to tilt again. Rettelte, simple past and past participle of rettelt. Rettelting, present participle and gerund of rettelt. Rettelt, third person singular simple present indicative of rettelt. Redimber, to fit with new timbers. Redimber, simple past and past participle of redimber. Redimbering, present participle and gerund of redimber. Redimbers, third person singular simple present indicative of redimber. Rethi, the act of timing again. Retind, simple past and past participle of retine. Retines, third person singular simple present indicative of retine. Retining, present participle and gerund of retine. Rethin, to coat with tin again. Rethida, the thin layer of cells at the back of the eyeball that contains rods and cones sensitive to light, which trigger nerve impulses that pass via the optic nerve to the brain, where a visual image is formed. Retinacula, plural of retinaculum. Retinacular, relating to a retinaculum. Retinaculate, having a retinaculum. Retiniculiapity, class of spore chains that are open and spiral-shaped. Retinaculum, a connecting band. Retiny, plural of retina. Retinal, of or pertaining to the retina. Retinal art, artworks designed to please the eye without philosophical or political content. Retinal purple, synonym of visual purple. Retinaldehyde, retinol. Retinaldehydes, plural of retinaldehyde. Retinolite, a translucent variety of serpentine of a honey yellow or greenish yellow color with a waxy resinous luster. Retinolites, plural of retinolite. Retinally, with reference to or by means of the retina. Retinols, plural of retinol. Retinamide, amide of retinoic acid. Retinamides, plural of Retinamide. Retinas, plural of retina. Retinasphalt, retinite. Retinasphaltum, alternative form of retinasphalt. Retinea, plural of retinium. Retinectomies, plural of retinectomy. Retinctomize, to carry out a retinectomy. Retinctomize, simple past and past participle of retinctomize. Retinectomy, the excision of retinal tissue. Retining, either of two carotenoid pigments found in the retina and produced from vitamin A, retinal. Retinins, plural of retinine. Retina, having reticulated veins. Retina, part of the eye of an invertebrate which corresponds in function with the retina of a vertebrate. Retix, the retina and the cortex. Retinic, archaic form of resinus. Retini, any of various resins similar in appearance to amber associated with brown coal. Retinites, plural of retinite. Retinidides, plural of retinitis. Retinitis. Inflammation of the retina. Retinitis pigmentosa, an inherited degenerative eye disease that causes severe vision impairment and often blindness. Retinization, the adjustment period in which the face adapts to a retinoid treatment. Retinker, to tinker again. Retinker, simple past and past participle of retinker. Retinkering, present participle and gerund of retinker. Retinkers, third person singular simple present indicative of retinker. Retin, simple past and past participle of retin. Retiner, one who retins. Retiners, plural of retiner. Retining, present participle and gerund of retin. Retino, retida. Retinote, any salt or ester of retinoic acid. Retinotes, plural of retinote. Retinoblast, an immature retinal cell. Retinoblastoma, a malignant tumor of the retina, a hereditary condition found mostly in children. Retinoblastoma protein, a protein whose inactivation by mutation leads to the formation of retinoblastomas. Retinoblastoma proteins, plural of retinoblastoma protein. Retinoblastomas, plural of retinoblastoma. Retinoblastomata, plural of retinoblastoma. Retinoblasts, plural of retinoblasts. Retinocentric, centered on the retina. Retinocentrically, in a retinocentric manner. Retinocerebral, relating to the retina and the cerebral cortex. Retinachoroidal, misspelling of retinochoroidal. Retinochoroidal, relating to the retina and choroid. Retinochoroiditis, plural of retinochoroiditis. Retinochoroiditis, inflammation of the retina and choroid. Retinochoroidopathies, plural of retinochoroidopathy. Retinochoroidopathy, any disease of the retina and choroid. Retinochrome, any of a class of photosensitive pigment related to rhodopsin, located primarily in the inner portions of the visual cells of cephalopods. Retinochromes, plural of retinochrome. Retinociliary, synonym of ciliary retinal. Retinococleocerebral, relating to the retina, cochlea, and cerebrum, applied to Suzak syndrome. Retinocollicular, of, pertaining to, or connecting the retina and the midbrain colliculus. Retinocortical, relating to the retina and cortex. Retinocyte, misspelling of reticulocyte. Retinocytoma, a benign form of retinoblastoma. Retinocytomas, plural of retinocytoma. Retinofugal, leading away from the retina. Retinogenesis, the development of the retina. Retinogenic, relating to retinogenesis. Retinogeniculate, of, pertaining to, or connecting the retina and the geniculate ganglion. Retinogeniculostriate, relating to the retina and the geniculostriate pathway. Retinogram, an image of the retina obtained by retinography. Retinograms, plural of retinogram. Retinograph, synonym of retinogram. Retinographer, a person who carries out retinography. Retinographers, plural of retinographer. Retinographies, plural of retinography. Retinographs, plural of retinograph. Retinography, imaging of the retina, whether as a diagnostic aid or for identification purposes. Retinohypothalamic, of or pertaining to the retina and the hypothalamus, used especially of the retinohypothalamic tract, a photic input pathway involved in the circadian rhythms of males. Retinoic, derived from retinol, relating to retinoic acid or its derivatives. Retinoic acid, a derivative of vitamin A used in the treatment of acne. It is essential for bone and tissue development. Retinoic acid syndrome, a potentially life-threatening complication of acute promyelocytic leukemia first thought to be specifically associated with tretinoin treatment and characterized by dyspnea, fever, weight gain, hypotension, and pulmonary infiltrates. Retinoi, pertaining to or resembling a resin. Retinoids, plural of retinoid. Retinol, a fat-soluble carotenoid vitamin present in fish oils and green vegetables, essential to normal vision and to bone development. Retinological, relating to retinology. Retinologist, one who studies retinology. Retinologists, plural of retinologists. Retinology, the study of the retina. Retinols, plural of retinol. Retinoma, a normally benign tumor of the retina. Retinomas, plural of retinoma. Retinometry, the measurement of the retina's ability to perceive visual stimuli. Retinometer, relating to movement of the retina. Retinopapillitis, inflammation of the retina and the optic papilla, usually as a part of optic neuritis, depending on nosologic approach, viewed as synonymous with hyponymus to or differentiable from any of the following: papillitis, retinal papillitis, optic neuritis, and papilledema. Retinopathy, relating to retinopathy. Retinopathies, plural of retinopathy. Retinopathology, the pathology of retinopathies. Retinopathy, non-inflammatory disease of the retina. Retinopathies, plural of retinopexy. Retinopexy, fastening of a retinal tear. Retinophyllin, a phosphoprotein in the photoreceptors of fruit flies. Retinophora, one of a group of 2 to 4 united cells which occupy the axial part of the acheli or amatidia of the eyes of invertebrates and contain the terminal nerve fibrillae. Retinophory, plural of retinophora. Retinophoral, of or pertaining to retinophory. Retinoprotective, that protects the retina from damage. Retinorcipient, that receive impulses from the retina. Retinoschises, plural of retinoschises. Retinoschisin, a protein present in the retina that is associated with retinoschises. Retinoschisins, plural of retinoschisin. Retinoschises, an eye disease characterized by the abnormal splitting of the retina's neurosensory layers, usually in the outer plexiform layer, sometimes resulting in partial loss of vision. Retinoscleral, relating to the retina and the sclea. Retinoscope, an instrument used for examining the refraction of light within the eye. Retinoscopes, plural of retinoscope. Retinoscopic, relating to retinoscopy. Retinoscopically, by means of retinoscopy. Retinoscopies, plural of retinoscopy. Retinoscopist, one who carries out retinoscopy. Retinoscopists, plural of retinoscopists. Retinoscopy, analysis of the refractive properties of the eye using a retinoscope, skioscopy. Retinosis, any degenerative condition of the retina. Retinosome, a lipid organelle present in retinal epithelium. Retinosomes, plural of retinosome. Retinoctal, of or pertaining to the retina and the optic tectum. Retinothalamic, relating to the retina and the thalamus. Retinothalamicortical, relating to the retina, thalamus, and the cerebral cortex. Retinotomies, plural of retinotomy. Retinotomy, incision into or division of the retina. Retinotopic, describing a projection of an image onto a part of the brain that preserves the spatial relations of the image as received by the retina. Retinotopical, relating to retinotopy. Retinotopically, in a retinotopic manner. Retinotopy, the mapping of the visual field to individual neurons. Retinotoxic, toxic to the retina. Retinotoxicity, the condition of being retinotoxic. Retinovascular, relating to the blood vessels of the retina. Retinovasculopathy, retinal vasculopathy. Retinovial, relating to the retina and the vitreous humor. Retinol, a univalent radical formerly derived from retinoic acid by removal of the hydroxyl group. Retinolate, to carry out or to undergo retinoylation. Retinoylated, simple past and past participle of retinoylate. Retinolates, third person singular simple present indicative of retinoylate. Retinoylating, present participle and gerund of retinoylate. Retinolation, reaction typical of protein with a retinoyl group or other derivative of retinoic acid. Retinolations, plural of retinoylation. Retinols, plural of retinol. Retins, third person singular simple present indicative of retin. Retent, to tint again. Retente. Simple past and past participle of retent. Retente. Present participle and gerund of retent. Retens. Third person singular simple present indicative of retent. Retinue. A group of attendants or servants, especially of someone considered important. Retinued. Provided with a retinue. Retinues. Plural of retinue. Retinula. One of the group of pigmented cells that surround the retinophory of invertebrates. Retinuli. Plural of retinula. Retinular. Of or relating to the retinula. Retinulas. Plural of retinula. Retinulate. Having or characterized by retinuli. Retinol. The univalent radical derived from retinol. Retinolamine. A diterpene amide. Related to retinol. Retinylidene. The divalent radical formerly derived from retinol by loss of an oxygen atom. Retinols. Plural of retinile. Retiny. Plural of retina. Beta. To fit with a new tip. Reticulae. Having a reticulate pattern of pila. Retit. Simple past and past participle of retip. Retibe. Present participle and gerund of reta. Retips. Third person singular simple present indicative of retip. Rethur. Simple past and past participle of retire. Retirable. Able or due to be retired. Returacies. Plural of returacy. Returacy. Retirement. Reture. A kind of retrenchment, as in the body of a bastion, which may be disputed inch by inch after the defenses are dismantled. It usually consists of two faces which make a re-entering angle. Returades. Plural of reture. Retural. Withdrawal, retreat. Returals. Plural of retural. Returant. One who has retired from work. A retiree. Returrence. Plural of returrent. Retire. To stop working on a permanent basis, usually because of old age or illness. Retire hurt. To stop batting because of having sustained an injury. Retire the side. To get the third out of an inning, thus ending the turn of one team's side for batting and signaling the next turn of the other team's side. Retire. Secluded from society of a lifestyle, activity, etc. Private, quiet. Retired her. Simple past and past participle of retire her. Retired husband syndrome. A psychosomatic stress-related cultural illness of Japan, where a woman begins to exhibit signs of physical illness and depression as her husband approaches retirement. Retired lists. A list of officers who are relieved from active service but receive a certain amount of pay. Retired lists. Plural of retired lists. Retirely. In a retired or withdrawn situation. Retireness. Quality of being retired or withdrawn. Retiree. Someone who has retired from active working. Retirees. Plural of retiree. Retirement. An act of retiring, withdrawal. Retirement annuity contract. A type of UK pension scheme with specific benefits, sold prior to July 1988, available to the self-employed or employees that were not offered a workplace pension. Retirement annuity contracts. Plural of retirement annuity contract. Retirement annuity plan. A retirement annuity contract. Retirement annuity plans. Plural of retirement annuity plan. Retirement communities. Plural of retirement community. Retirement community. A retirement village. Retirement home. A multi-residence housing facility intended for the elderly. Retirement homes. Plural of retirement home. Retirement syndrome. The difficulties faced by individuals in positions of authority at the end of their career, such as loss of work, vitality, influence, public contact, and financial stability. Retirement village. A residential complex designed for senior citizens who require little or no assistance from carers. Retirement villages. Plural of retirement village. Retirements. Plural of retirement. Retire. Someone who retires. Retires. Plural of retire. Retires. Third person singular simple present indicative of retire. Retires. Second person singular simple present indicative of retire. Retire. Third person singular simple present indicative of retire. Retiring. Introverted, liking privacy and seclusion. Retire a room. A room set aside for seclusion, rest, or quiet. Retiring rooms. Plural of retiring room. Retiringly. In a retiring manner. Retiringness. The quality of be retiring. Retirings. Plural of retiring. Retira. A district in southeast Madrid, Spain. Retistine. A white crystalline hydrocarbon produced indirectly from retine. Retiolarian. Of or relating to the Retioli. A group of spiders. Metadol. To provide with a new title. Retidols. Simple past and past participle of retitle. Retidols. Third person singular simple present indicative of retitle. Retidoling. Present participle and gerund of retitle. Retidlings. Plural of retitling. Rechenu. The pharaonic areas of Canaan and Syria stretching from the Negev desert in southern Israel to the Orontes River which flows from central Lebanon to Syria and Turkey. Jahi refers to the area of Rechenu spanning from Ashkelon to Lebanon in Galilee. Retner. Abbreviation of retainer. Retless. Plural of retner. Retoast. To toast again. Retoasted. Simple past and past participle of retoast. Retoasting. Present participle and gerund of retoast. Retoasts. Third person singular simple present indicative of retoast. Retokenization. Process of retokenizing. Retokenize. To tokenize again. Retokenize. Simple past and past participle of retokenize. Retokenizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of retokenize. Retokenizing. Present participle and gerund of retokenize. Reto. Simple past and past participle of retell. Retone. To tone again. Retone. Simple past and past participle of retone. Retones. Third person singular simple present indicative of retone. Retoning. Present participle and gerund of retone. Reto. Simple past of retake. Retour. To adjust, to optimize, to rebuild. Retoolable. Able to be retooled. Retour. Simple past and past participle of retool. Retooler. One who retools. Retoolers. Plural of retooler. Retoole. Present participle and gerund of retool. Retoolings. Plural of retooling. Retools. Third person singular simple present indicative of retool. Retooth. To fit with new teeth. Retooth. Simple past and past participle of retooth. Retooler. A machine that retooths. Retoolers. Plural of retoother. Retoothing. Present participle and gerund of retooth. Retooths. Third person singular simple present indicative of retooth. Retha. To top again or anew. To provide with a new top section. Retopicalization. The act or process of retopicalizing. Retopicalize. To topicalize again or anew. Retopicalized. Simple past and past participle of retopicalize. Retopicalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of retopicalize. Retopicalizing. Present participle and gerund of retopicalize. Retopologization. Synonym of retopology. Retopologize. To redefine the mesh of a 3D model at a lower resolution. Retopologize. Simple past and past participle of retopologize. Retopologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of retopologize. Retopologizing. Present participle and gerund of retopologize. Retopology. Modification of the topology of an object. Retop. Simple past and past participle of retop. Retopping. Present participle and gerund of retop. Retops. Third person singular simple present indicative of retop. Other. Simple past of retir. Retor. Past participle of retir. Retornado. Ethnic Portuguese living in Africa who moved to Portugal during the decolonization process. Retornados. Plural of retornado. Retor. To torque again or anew. Retorque. Simple past and past participle of retorque. Retorquing. Present participle and gerund of retorque. Retortion. An act of retaliation taken by one nation against another as a reprisal. Retortions. Plural of retortion. Retor. A sharp or witty reply, or one which turns an argument against its originator, a comeback. Retort cell. Any of the special enlarged cuticular cells with an apex more or less recurved in sphagnum. Retort cells. Plural of retort cell. Retort curry. Curry sauce packaged in a retort pouch. Retort food. Foodstuff that has undergone retort sterilization. Retort foods. Plural of retort food. Retort pouch. A kind of food packaging resistant to heat sterilization in a retort, often made from a laminate of flexible plastic and metal foils. Retort pouches. Plural of retort pouch. Retort processing. The process of heating food to a high temperature under pressure after it has been sealed in packaging. Retort stand. An item of laboratory equipment which consists of a metal pole with a solid, firm base, used to hold or clamp laboratory glassware and other equipment in place so that they do not fall down or come apart. Retort stands, plural of retort stand. Retortable, to which one may produce a counter-argument. Answerable. Retortable pouch, synonym of retort pouch. Retortable pouches, plural of retortable pouch. Retortomonad, a microscopic flagellate of the order Retortomonadida, which are mostly found in the intestines of animals. Retortomonads, plural of retortomonad. Retorted, simple past and past participle of retort. Retorter, someone who retorts. Retorters, plural of retorter. Retortus, second person singular simple present indicative of retort. Retorta, third person singular simple present indicative of retort. Retorting, present participle and gerund of retort. Retortion, alternative form of retortion. Retortions, plural of retortion. Retortive, containing or acting as a retort. Retorts, plural of retort. Retorture, to torture again. Retorture, simple past and past participle of retorture. Retortures, third person singular simple present indicative of retorture. Retorturing, present participle and gerund of retorture. Ribas, to toss again, to throw back. Ribast, simple past and past participle of retoss. Repasses, third person singular simple present indicative of retoss. Retossing, present participle and gerund of retoss. Retado, to total again. Retodel, simple past and past participle of retotal. Retodaling, present participle and gerund of retotal. Retodal, simple past and past participle of retotal. Retodaling, present participle and gerund of retotal. Retodals, third person singular simple present indicative of retotal. Retouche, to improve something, especially a photograph, by adding or correcting details or by removing flaws. Retouchable, capable of being retouched. Retouched, simple past and past participle of retouch. Retoucher, one who retouches. Retouchers, plural of retoucher. Retouches, plural of retouch. Retouching, present participle and gerund of retouch. Retouching frame, a desk formed of fine ground glass, used for retouching photographic negatives. Retouching frames, plural of retouching frame. Retouchings, plural of retouching. Retouchment, the act of retouching something. Retouchments, plural of retouchment. Retoughen, to toughen again. Retoughened, simple past and past participle of retoughen. Retoughening, present participle and gerund of retoughen. Retoughens, third person singular simple present indicative of retoughen. Retour, a returning. Retour interpretation, synonym of retour interpreting. Retour interpreting, Interpreting carried out from one's A language to one's B language at B, as opposed to the more usual B a direction. Retour sans product, an instruction by a drawer of a bill of exchange that the bill may be returned without protest if it is dishonored by the drawee. Retourero, which must be returned to Chancery, along with a schedule of action taken. Retour, simple past and past participle of retour. Retouring, present participle and gerund of retour. Retours, plural of retour. Retousal, to tousle again. Retousled, simple past and past participle of retousal. Retousals, third person singular simple present indicative of retousal. Retousling, present participle and gerund of retousal. Retox, to resume the consumption of alcohol, drugs, etc. to reverse a period of detox. Retox, simple past and past participle of retox. Retoxes, third person singular simple present indicative of retox. Retoxification, the process of making something toxic again. Retoxify, simple past and past participle of retoxify. Retoxifies, third person singular simple present indicative of retoxify. Retoxify, to add foreign and harmful substances to something again. Retoxifying, present participle and gerund of retoxify. Retoxing, present participle and gerund of retox. Retazi, synonym of isonese. Repali, a code construct that uses return operations to prevent speculative execution. Retpalines, plural of retpalin. Retter-zero bright, a chemical mixture, mainly hydrogen peroxide, used to remove yellowing from ABS plastic computer and electronics cases. Retter-zero brighted, simple past and past participle of retter-zero bright. Retter-zero brighting, present participle and gerund of retter-zero bright. Retter-zero brights, third person singular simple present indicative of retter-zero bright. Retrace, to trace a line, etc. in drawing again. Retrace one's steps, to return to a place one has been to before. Retraceable, capable of being retraced. Retrace, simple past and past participle of retrace. Retraced one's steps, simple past and past participle of retrace one's steps. Retracement, a reversal in the trend of the price of a stock or commodity. Retracements, plural of retracement. Retracer, one who retraces. Retracers, plural of retracer. Retraces, third person singular simple present indicative of retrace. Retraces one's steps, third person singular simple present indicative of retrace one's steps. Retracer, third person singular simple present indicative of retrace. Retracing, present participle and gerund of retrace. Retracing one's steps, present participle and gerund of retrace one's steps. Retracings, plural of retracing. Retract, to track again. Retract, simple past and past participle of retract. Retracker, an algorithm for retracting. Retrackers, plural of retracker. Retracking, present participle and gerund of retract. Retracts, third person singular simple present indicative of retract. Retract. To pull something back or back inside. Retractability. The quality of being retractable. Retractable. Capable of being retracted, retractile. Retractable pencil. Synonym of mechanical pencil. Retractable pencils. Plural of retractable pencil. Retractable rooftop. Synonym of soft top. Retractable rooftops. Plural of retractable rooftop. Retractables. Plural of retractable. Retractably. In a retractable way. Retractate. To retract. To recant. Retractated. Simple past and past participle of retractate. Retractates. Third person singular simple present indicative of retractate. Retractating. Present participle and gerund of retractate. Retractation. Retraction of something previously said. Retractations. Plural of retractation. Retracted. Simple past and past participle of retract. Retracted tongue root. An articulation involving retraction of the tongue root. Retracted tongue roots. Plural of retracted tongue root. Retractor. Alternative form of retractor. Retractors. Plural of retractor. Retractus. Second person singular simple present indicative of retract. Retractive. Third person singular simple present indicative of retract. Retractability. Alternative form of retractability. Retractable. Alternative form of retractable. Retractile. That can be retracted as a cat's claws. Retractility. The quality of being retractile. Retracting. Present participle and gerund of retract. Retracting rooftop. Synonym of soft top. Retracting rooftops. Plural of retracting rooftop. Retraction. An act or instance of retracting. Retractioning. Alternative form of retractioning. Retractions. Plural of retraction. Retractive. That which retracts or withdraws. Retractively. In a retractive manner. Retractiveness. The quality of being retractive. Retractives. Plural of retractive. Retractor. One who, or that which, retracts. Retractors. Plural of retractor. Retracts. Third person singular simple present indicative of retract. Retract. Backward. Retray. To trade again. Retray. Simple past and past participle of retrade. Retrademark. To trademark again or anew. Retrademarked. Simple past and past participle of retrademark. Retrademarking. Present participle of retrademark. Retrademarks. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrademark. Retrades. Third person singular simple present indicative of retray. Retrading. Present participle and gerund of retray. Retraditionalization. A return to traditional methods. Retraditionalizations. Plural of retraditionalization. Retraditionalize. To traditionalize again. Retraditionalized. simple past and past participle of retraditionalize. Retraditionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of retraditionalize. Retraditionalizing, present participle and gerund of retraditionalize. Retradens, a muscle that draws the ear backward. Retrad, serving to draw something backward. Retract, obsolete form of retreat. Retracte, simple past and past participle of retract. Retracting, present participle and gerund of retract. Retracts, plural of retract. Retrain, to train again, especially to train or study in a new subject or job. Retrainability, ability to be retrained. Retrainable, capable of being retrained. Retrained, simple past and past participle of retrain. Retrainee, one who undergoes retraining. Retrainees, plural of retrainee. Retrainer, one who retrains. Retrainers, plural of retrainer. Retraining, present participle and gerund of retrain. Retrainings, plural of retraining. Retrains, third person singular simple present indicative of retrain. Retrace, a picture or other visual representation. Retrace, obsolete form of retreat. Retraite, simple past and past participle of retreat. Retraits, plural of retreat. Retraiting, present participle and gerund of retreat. Retraits, plural of retreat. Retral, back, posterior. Retrally, in a retral position or direction, posteriorly. Retrample, to trample again. Retrample, simple past and past participle of retrample. Retramples, third person singular simple present indicative of retrample. Retrampling, present participle and gerund of retrample. Retranquilize, to tranquilize again. Retranquilize, simple past and past participle of retranquilize. Retranquilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of retranquilize. Retranquilizing, present participle and gerund of retranquilize. Retranquilize, alternative spelling of retranquilize. Retranquilize, simple past and past participle of retranquilize. Retranquilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of retranquilize. Retranquilizing, present participle and gerund of retranquilize. Retranscribe, to transcribe again. Retranscribed, simple past and past participle of retranscribe. Retranscribes, third person singular simple present indicative of retranscribe. Retranscribing, present participle and gerund of retranscribe. Retranscription, a second or subsequent transcription. Retranscriptions, plural of retranscription. Retransduce, to transduce again. Retransduce, simple past and past participle of retransduce. Retransduction, a second or subsequent transduction. Retransfect, to transfect again. Retransfected, simple past and past participle of retransfect. Retransfecting, present participle and gerund of retransfect. Retransfection, a second or subsequent transfection. Retransfections, plural of retransfection. Retransfects, third person singular simple present indicative of retransfect. Retransfer, to transfer back or again. Retransferred, simple past and past participle of retransfer. Retransferring, present participle and gerund of retransfer. Retransfers, third person singular simple present indicative of retransfer. Retransfiguration, transfiguration again. Retransfigurations, plural of retransfiguration. Retransfigure, to transfigure again. Retransfigured, simple past and past participle of retransfigure. Retransfigures, third person singular simple present indicative of retransfigure. Retransfiguring, present participle and gerund of retransfigure. Retransform, to transform again or transform back. Retransformability, potential for retransformation. Retransformant, a cell to which foreign DNA has been introduced. Retransformants, plural of retransformant. Retransformation, transformation again or anew. Retransformations, plural of retransformation. Retransformed, simple past and past participle of retransform. Retransforming, present participle and gerund of retransform. Retransforms, third person singular simple present indicative of retransform. Retransfuse, to transfuse again. Retransfuse, simple past and past participle of retransfuse. Retransfuses, third person singular simple present indicative of retransfuse. Retransfusing, present participle and gerund of retransfuse. Retransfusion, a second or subsequent transfusion. Retransfusions, plural of retransfusion. Retransit, the act of transing again. Retransited, simple past and past participle of retransit. Retransition, another transition. Retransitioned, simple past and past participle of retransition. Retransitioning, present participle and gerund of retransition. Retransitions, plural of retransition. Retransitivization, the process of retransitivizing. Retransitivizations, plural of retransitivization. Retransitivize, to transitivize again. Retransitivize, simple past and past participle of retransitivize. Retransitivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of retransitivize. Retransitivizing, present participle and gerund of retransitivize. Retransits, plural of retransit. Retranslate, to translate again or anew. Retranslated, simple past and past participle of retranslate. Retranslate, third person singular simple present indicative of retranslate. Retranslating, present participle and gerund of retranslate. Retranslation, translation again or anew. Retranslations, plural of retranslation. Retranslator, one who or that which retranslates. Retranslators, plural of retranslator. Retranslate. Literate, to transliterate again. Retransliterated. Simple past and past participle of retransliterate. Retransliterates. Third person singular simple present indicative of retransliterate. Retransliterating. Present participle and gerund of retransliterate. Retransliteration. The act, process, or result of transliterating. Retransliterations. Plural of retransliteration. Retranslocate. To translocate again or in a reverse direction. Retranslated. Translocated again. Retranslocates. Third person singular simple present indicative of retranslocate. Retranslocating. Present participle and gerund of retranslocate. Retranslocation. Repeated or reverse translocation. Retranslocations. Plural of retranslocate. Retransmission. The transmission of something again, especially over a different medium or at a different time. Retransmissions. Plural of retransmission. Retransmissive. Relating to retransmission. Retransmit. To transmit again. Retransmit. Third person singular simple present indicative of retransmit. Retransmitted. Simple past and past participle of retransmit. Retransmitter. Any device that retransmits a signal. Retransmitters. Plural of retransmitter. Retransmitting. Present participle and gerund of retransmit. Retransmute. To transmute again. Retransmuted. Simple past and past participle of retransmute. Retransmutes. Third person singular simple present indicative of retransmute. Retransmuting. Present participle and gerund of retransmute. Retransplant. To transplant something again. Retransplantable. Able to be retransplanted. Retransplantation. A second or subsequent transplantation. Retransplantations. Plural of retransplantation. Retransplanted. Simple past and past participle of retransplant. Retransplanting. Present participle and gerund of retransplant. Retransplants. Third person singular simple present indicative of retransplant. Retransport. To transport again. Retransported. Simple past and past participle of retransport. Retransporting. Present participle and gerund of retransport. Retransports. Third person singular simple present indicative of retransport. Retrap. To trap again. Retract. Simple past and past participle of retrap. Retrapping. Present participle and gerund of retrap. Retraps. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrap. Retrace. Obsolete form of retreat. Retraite. Simple past and past participle of retreat. Retraits. Plural of retreat. Retreating. Present participle and gerund of retreat. Retraumatization, alternative form of retraumatization. Retraumatizations, plural of retraumatization. Retraumatize, alternative form of retraumatize. Retraumatize, simple past and past participle of retraumatize. Retraumatize is third person singular simple present indicative of retraumatize. Retraumatizing, present participle and gerund of retraumatize. Retraumatization, a relapse into a state of trauma triggered by a subsequent event. Retraumatizations, plural of retraumatization. Retraumatize, to traumatize again or anew. Retraumatize, simple past and past participle of retraumatize. Retraumatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of retraumatize. Retraumatizing, present participle and gerund of retraumatize. Retravel, to travel again. Retravel, simple past and past participle of retravel. Retraveling, present participle and gerund of retravel. Retraveled, simple past and past participle of retravel. Retraveling, present participle and gerund of retravel. Retravels, third person singular simple present indicative of retravel. Retraversal, a traversal again, act of retraversing. Retraversals, plural of retraversal. Retraverse, to traverse again. Retraversed, simple past and past participle of retraverse. Retraverses, third person singular simple present indicative of retraverse. Retraversing, present participle and gerund of retraverse. Retracts it, a dismissal with prejudice based on a plaintiff's withdrawal of the suit. Retracts it, plural of retracts it. Retread, to replace the traction providing surface of a vehicle that employs tires, tracks, or treads. Retreaded, simple past and past participle of retread. Retreading, present participle and gerund of retread. Retrads, plural of retread. Retreat, the act of pulling back or withdrawing as from something dangerous or unpleasant. Retreatal, relating to a retreat. Retreatant, a participant in a religious or similar retreat. Retreatants, plural of retreatant. Retreated, simple past and past participle of retreat. Retreater, one who retreats. Retreaters, plural of retreater. Retreatus, second person singular simple present indicative of retreat. Retreata, third person singular simple present indicative of retreat. Retreatful, furnishing or serving as a retreat. Retreating, present participle and gerund of retreat. Retreatingness, the quality of retreating. Retreatings, plural of retreating. Retreatism, a policy or advocacy of retreat. Retreatus, one who supports or advocates retreatism. Retreatists, plural of retreatus. Retreat-like, resembling or characteristic of a retreat. Retreatment, a treatment performed a second or subsequent time. Retreatments, plural of retreatment. Retreats, plural of retreat. Retreat. Broken or imperfect paper. Retreat, plural of retreat. Retrench, to cut down or reduce. Retrenchable, able to be retrenched. Retrenched, simple past and past participle of retrench. Retrencher, one who retrenches. Retrenchers, plural of retrencher. Retrenches, third person singular simple present indicative of retrench. Retrenching, present participle and gerund of retrench. Retrenchings, plural of retrenching. Retrenchment, a curtailment or reduction. Retrenchments, plural of retrenchment. Reta, abbreviation of retracting. Effectively, capable of being retry. It try again. It simple past and past participle of retrage. It is third person singular simple present indicative of retrage. It is a present participle and gerund of retrage. Retrial, a second trial by the original court if the original trial was found to be improper or unfair. Retrials, plural of retrial. Retriangulate, to triangulate again. Retriangulated, simple past and past participle of retriangulate. Retriangulates, third person singular simple present indicative of retriangulate. Retriangulating, present participle and gerund of retriangulate. Retriangulation, triangulation again. Retriangulations, plural of retriangulation. Retribalization, alternative spelling of retribalization. Retribalizations, plural of retribalization. Retribalization, the process of retribalizing. Retribalizations, plural of retribalization. Retribalize, to make tribal again, to take back to the condition of a tribe. Retribalize, simple past and past participle of retribalize. Retribalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of retribalize. Retribalizing, present participle and gerund of retribalize. Retribute, to pay back, to give in return, as payment, reward, or punishment, to requite. Retributed, simple past and past participle of retribute. Retributor, someone who makes retribution. Retributors, plural of retributor. Retributes, third person singular simple present indicative of retribute. Retributing, present participle and gerund of retribute. Retribution, punishment inflicted in the spirit of moral outrage or personal vengeance. Retributional, relating to retribution. Retributionary, being or relating to retribution, retributive, retaliatory. Retributionist, one who holds that there must be retribution, vengeance, punishment for transgressions. Retributionists, plural of retributionists. Retributions, plural of retribution. Retributive, relating to retribution, retaliatory. Retributively, in a retributive manner. Retributiveness. the quality of beativitive. Retributivism, a philosophy of law stating that criminals should be punished retribution for the harm they have caused. Retributivists, relating to the philosophy of law of retributivism. Retributivists, plural of retributivists. Retributor, alternative form of retributor. Retributors, plural of retributor. Retributory, of or relating to retribution, of the nature of retribution, involving retribution or repayment. Retributress, a female retributor. Reschreck, to trick again. Reschreckt, simple past and past participle of retrek. Reschrecking, present participle and gerund of retrek. Reschrecks, third person singular simple present indicative of retrek. Retry, simple past and past participle of retry. Retrayer, one who or that which retries. Retrayers, plural of retrier. Retries, plural of retry. Retrievability, the quality of retrievable. Retrievable, capable of being retrieved or recovered. Retrievableness, retrievability. Retrievably, such that it can be retrieved. Retrieve, the act of retrieving or something retrieved. Retrievals, plural of retrieval. Retrieve, to regain or get back something. Retrieve, simple past and past participle of retrieve. Retrieveless. Irretrievable. Retrievement. Retrieval. Retrievements, plural of retrievement. Retriever, one who retrieves something. Retrievers, resembling or characteristic of a retriever dog. Retrievers, plural of retriever. Retrieves, third person singular simple present indicative of retrieve. Retrievus, second person singular simple present indicative of retrieve. Retrieveth, third person singular simple present indicative of retrieve. Retrieving, present participle and gerund of retrieve. Retrievings, plural of retrieving. Retray, to retrigger a note or a sample within it. Retray, simple past and past participle of retray. Retrayer, to trigger again or anew. Retraitor, simple past and past participle of retrigger. Retriggering, present participle and gerund of retrigger. Retriggerings, plural of retriggering. Retraigers, third person singular simple present indicative of retrigger. Retrigging, present participle and gerund of retray. Retread, third person singular simple present indicative of retray. Retrim, to trim again. Retriment, refuse. Drags, retriments, plural of retriment. Retrimmed, simple past and past participle of retrim. Retrimming, present participle and gerund of retrim. Retrims, third person singular simple present indicative of retrim. Retriplication, a reduplication in which the repeated element occurs 3 times. Retriplications, plural of retriplication. Retrieval, erroneous computer-generated form of retrieval. Retro, of or relating to the past, past times, or the way things were. Retro future, an optimistic version of the future featuring flying cars, robot servants, etc. Popular from approximately the 1920s to the 1960s. Retro gaming, alternative spelling of retro gaming. Retro rocket, alternative form of retro rocket. Retro rockets, plural of retro rocket. Retro running, running backwards as a form of exercise or physical therapy. Retro, back or backward. Retrocolodio, pertaining to a modern retro interpretation of the U.S. colonial era. Retro engine, alternative form of retro engine. Retro engineer, to reverse engineer, to analyze an existing item in order to determine how to replicate it. Retro engineered, simple past and past participle of retro engineer. Retro engineering, present participle and gerund of retro engineer. Retro engineers. Third person singular simple present indicative of retro engineer. Retro engines, plural of retro engine. Retrofitted, alternative spelling of retrofitted. Retrofuturism, alternative spelling of retrofuturism. Retro gaming, alternative spelling of retro gaming. Retromoder, having design elements from the modernist movements of the 1920s, 30s, 40s, or 50s. Retromoire, a subgenre that closely imitates or recreates the aesthetics and tropes of the classical noirs. Retro-nostalgia, nostalgia for past trends or media. Retrooperative, retrospective in effect. Retroorbital, situated retroorbitally, in a retroorbital direction. Retrorocket, alternative form of retrorocket. Retrorockets, plural of retrorocket. Retro-Victorian, a type of novel or fiction written in the 20th century or later that is set in the Victorian era 1837–1901. Retroabdominal, retroperitoneal. Retroact, to act retrospectively or in opposition. Retroacted, simple past and past participle of retroact. Retroacting, present participle and gerund of retroact. Retroaction, any action that has an influence due to a past event. Retroactions, plural of retroaction. Retroactive, extending in scope, effect, application, or influence to a prior time or to prior conditions. Retroactive rape, regret rape. Retroactive rapes, plural of retroactive rape. Retroactively, done after the fact, applying to events that have previously transpired. Retroactiveness, the state or condition of being retroactive. Retroactivities, plural of retroactivity. Retroactivity, the state or characteristic of being retroactive. Retroacts, third person singular simple present indicative of retroact. Retroaddition, a cycle elimination. Retroadditions, plural of retroaddition. Retroautalization, the reverse of an autalization reaction. Retroautalizations, plural of retroautalization. Retroalveolar, behind an alveolus. Retroami, an isomer of an existing amide in which the main substituent is attached to the NH group instead of the CO group. group of the CONH group. Retroamides, plural of retroamide. Retroanalysis, retrospective analysis. Retroantral, located behind the antrum. Retroaortic, that flows in the opposite direction to that of the aorta. Retroarc, occurring on the plate that overrides during plate convergence or collision. Underneath the areola. Retroarticular, ventral of the caudal end of the zygomatic arch. Retroauricle, a posterior auricle. Retroauricular, behind the auricle of the retroauricularly, in a retroauricular manner, behind the ear. Retroaxonal, in the opposite direction through a neuron than normal. Retroaxonally, in a retroaxonal manner, or direction. Retroazimuthal, in which the direction to a fixed location be the bearing at the starting location of the shortest route corresponds to the direction on the map from A to B. Retrobiosynthesis, biochemical retrosynthesis. Retrobiosynthetic, relating to retrobiosynthesis. Retrobulbar, misspelling of retrobulbar. Retrobulbar, behind the medulla oblongata. Retrobulbarly, in a retrobulbar manner or direction. Retrobulbary, alternative form of retrobulbar. Retrobulbar, misspelling of retrobulbar. Retrobur, the firing of retrorockets from a spacecraft in a direction opposite to its current trajectory to reduce its velocity. Retrocaecal, alternative form of retrocecal. Retrocaecally, alternative form of retrocecaly. Retrocalcanal, behind the calcaneus. Retrocalcarine, behind the calcar of the brain. Retrocalculate, to calculate retrospectively. Retrocalculated, simple past and past participle of retrocalculate. Retrocalculates, third person singular simple present indicative of retrocalculate. Retrocalculating, present participle and gerund of retrocalculate. Retrocalculation, the action or process of calculating retrospectively. Retrocalculations, plural of retrocalculation. Retrocapsular, behind the capsule of the eye. Retrocardiac, located behind the heart. Retrocausal, of or pertaining to retrocausality. Retrocausalities, plural of retrocausality. Retrocausality, any of several hypothetical phenomena that reverse causality, allowing an effect to occur before its cause. Retrocausally, by means of, or in terms of, retrocausality. Retrocaval, behind the vena cava. Retrocecal, behind the cecum. Retrosecally, behind the cecum. Retrocede, to grant back. Retroceded, simple past and past participle of retrocede. Retrocedence, recession, regression, retrogression. Retrocedences, plural of retrocedence. Retrocedent, tending to retrocede, moving backwards. Retrocedes, third person singular simple present indicative of retrocede. Retroceding, present participle and gerund of retrocede. Retrocerebellar, behind the cerebellum. Retrocerebral, behind the cerebrum or brain. Retrocervical, behind the cervix of the uterus, relating to the retrocervix. Retrocervix, the retrocervical part of the retrovaginal pouch. Retrocess, to retrocede or grant back. Retrocessed, simple past and past participle of retrocess. Retrocesses, third person singular simple present indicative of retrocess. Retrocessing, present participle and gerund of retrocess. Retrocession, the transfer of risk from one reinsurer to another. Retrocessional, relating to retrocession. Retrocessionists, a supporter of retrocession. Retrocessionists, plural of retrocessionists. Retrocessions. Plural of retrocession. Retrocessive, tending to retrocede, moving backward. Retrocessively, in a retrocessive manner. Retrochalcone, any of a group of phenolic chalconoids. Retrochalcones, plural of retrochalcone. Retrochiasmal, alternative form of retrochiasmatic. Retrochiasmatic, behind the chiasma. Retrochonal, behind the chona. Retrochonitic, that points backward. Retrochoir, any extension of a church behind a hay altar, such as a chapel. Retrochoirs, plural of retrochoir. Retrochoriane, behind the chorion. Retrochronal, operating backward in time so that effects precede their causes. Retroclination, a backwards inclination especially of teeth. Retroclinations, plural of retroclination. Retrocline, of teeth to lean backward. Retroclival, behind the clivus. Retroclivus, alternative. Form of retroclival. Retroclusion, an acupressure technique in which the pin passes behind the artery after its point is made to describe the greater part of a semicircle. Retrocochlear, behind or beyond the cochlea. Retrocochleally, behind or beyond the cochlea. Retrocognition, extrasensory knowledge of past events. Retrocognitions, plural of retrocognition. Retrocognitive, exhibiting or pertaining to retrocognition. Retrocolic, posterior to the colon. Retrocolic, relating to the back of the neck. Retrocolles, the backward tilting of the head. Retrocompetence, the condition of being retrocompetent. Retrocompetent. Retrotranscription competent. Retrocomputing, a hobby involving the collecting, maintenance, and use of obsolete computer equipment. Retrocondylar, behind a condyle. Retroconversion, conversion back to a previous, typically an original form. Retroconversions, plural of retroconversion. Retroconverted, converted to a previous, typically an original form. Retrocopies, plural of retrocopy. Retrocopulent, copulating from behind. Retrocopulate, to copulate from behind. Retrocopulated, simple past and past participle of retrocopulate. Retrocopulates, third person singular simple present indicative of retrocopulate. Retrocopulating. Present participle and gerund of retrocopulate. Retrocopulation. Copulation from behind. Retrocopy. A retrogene copied from mRNA that has lost all introns. Retrocorneal. Behind a cornea. Retrocostal. Behind the ribs. Retrocrural. Behind the crura. Retrocue. A cue signal given after or during an associated event. Retrocued. Simple past and past participle of retrocue. Retrocuing. Present participle and gerund of retrocue. Retrocues. Plural of retrocue. Retrocuing. Retroactive cueing. Retrocurvature. Backward curvature. Retrocurve. Curved backward. Retrocyclin. An artificial human data defense shown to be effective against HIV and other viruses. Retrocyclins. Plural of retrocyclin. Retrocyclodation. Cyclelimination. Retrocycloditions. Plural of retrocyclodation. Retrode. Simple past of retread. Retrodate. To assign a date to a publication that is earlier than the real one. Retrodative. Simple past and past participle of retrodate. Retrodates. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrodate. Retrodating. Present participle and gerund of retrodate. Retroban. Past participle of retread. Retrotiform. To carry out a retrodeformation. Retrodeformable. Capable of retrodeformation. Retrodeformation. A process that produces the original form of a deformed object or, more often, its image. Retrodeformations. Plural of retrodeformation. Retrodeformed. Deformed to a previous, typically an original form. Retrodeforming. Present participle of retrodeform. Retrodeforms. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrodeform. Retrodiagnose. To retroactively diagnose a dead person with a medical or psychological condition. Retrodiagnose. Simple past and past participle of retrodiagnose. Retrodiagnoses. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrodiagnose. Retrodiagnosing. Present participle and gerund of retrodiagnose. Retrodialyze. Subject to retrodialysis. Retrodialysis. The introduction of a drug into the bloodstream via a microdialysis probe. Retrodict. To attempt to estimate the previous state from the present. Retrodicted. Simple past and past participle of retrodict. Retrodicting. Present participle and gerund of retrodict. Retrodiction. A form of prediction that deals with the past rather than the future, sometimes useful in testing theories whose actual predictions are too long-term to be of immediate use. Retrodictions. Plural of retrodiction. Retrodictive. Of or pertaining to retrodiction. Retrodicts. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrodict. Retrodying. Used attributively to describe the removal of a previously added dyene moiety from a molecule. Retrodifferentiate. To reverse the process of differentiation. Retrodifferentiated. Simple past and past participle of retrodifferentiate. Retrodifferentiation, retrograde differentiation of cells. Retrodigitization, the conversion into digital format of a work designed and published in an earlier era. Retrodimer, misspelling of heterodimer. Retrodimerization, any reaction in which a dimer is converted to the original monomers. Retrodimerizations, plural of retrodimerization. Retrodimerize, to cause or to undergo retrodimerization. Retrodimerize, simple past and past participle of retrodimerize. Retrodimerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of retrodimerize. Retrodimerizing, present participle and gerund of retrodimerize. Retrodiscal, behind an intervertebral disc. Retrodiscal, alternative form of retrodiscal. Retrodismutation, the reverse of a dismutation reaction. Retrodisplace, to displace backwards. Retrodisplaced, simple past and past participle of retrodisplace. Retrodisplacement, any backward displacement, such as retroversion or retroflexion of the uterus. Retrodisplacements, plural of retrodisplacement. Retrodisplaces, third person singular simple present indicative of retrodisplace. Retrodisplacing, present participle and gerund of retrodisplace. Retrodocumentation, documentation or writing considered historical, archaic, old-fashioned, or older in comparison to contemporary documentation or writing. Retrodorsal, behind the backbone. Retrodorsally, in a retrodorsal manner or direction. Retroduce, to employ retroduction. Retroduct, to draw back, to withdraw. Retroductal, behind a duct. Retroducted, simple past and past participle of retroduct. Retroducting, present participle and gerund of retroduct. Retroduction, a leading or bringing back. Retroductions, plural of retroduction. Retroductive, relating to retroduction. Retroductively, in a retroductive manner. Retroducts, third person singular simple present indicative of retroduct. Retroduodenal, behind the duodenum. Retroduplicate, to carry out a reverse transcription. Retroduplicated, simple past and past participle of retroduplicate. Retroduplicates, third person singular simple present indicative of retroduplicate. Retroduplicating, present participle and gerund of retroduplicate. Retroduplication, the reverse transcription of a gene from mRNA into a complementary DNA copy. Retroduplications, plural of retroduplication. Retroelement, a retrotransposon. Retroelements, plural of retroelement. Retroendocytosis, the expulsion of material from a cell by a reverse of the endocytosis process. Retroengine. Retrorocket. Retroengines, plural of retroengine. Retroepicondylar, behind an epicondyle. Retroequatorio, behind the midline of an oar. Retroes, plural of retro. Retroesophageal, behind the esophagus. Retrofacial, behind the face. Retrofamilies, plural of retrofamily. Retrofamily, a group of related retroviruses. Retrofacial, behind a fascia. Retrofashion. Any fashion characterized by clothes associated with a previous era. Retrofashion. Plural of retrofashion. Retrofire. The firing of rockets directed opposite to a craft's direction of motion in order to slow down. Retrofire. Simple past and past participle of retrofire. Retrofires. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrofire. Retrofiring. Present participle and gerund of retrofire. Retrofit. To supply a device, structure, etc. with new components or parts that were not previously available or installed, to modernize. Retrofitment. The fitment or fitting of something retrospectively. Retrofits. Plural of retrofit. Retrofittable. Capable of being retrofitted. Retrofitted. Simple past and past participle of retrofit. Retrofitter. One who retrofits. Retrofitters. Plural of retrofitter. Retrofitting. Present participle and gerund of retrofit. Retrofittings. Plural of retrofitting. Retroflect. To turn or redirect back at itself. Retroflected. Simple past and past participle of retroflect. Retroflecting. Present participle and gerund of retroflect. Retroflexion. The condition of being bent backwards. Retroflections. Plural of retroflexion. Retroflective. Relating to or causing retroflexion. Retroflector. Retroreflector. Retroflectors. Plural of retroflector. Retroflects. Third person singular simple present indicative of retroflect. Retroflex. Bent or curved backwards. Retroflex hook. A hamiform diacritic symbol 322 used to mark consonantal retroflexion. Retroflex hooks. Plural of retroflex hook. Retroflexed. Bent in a posterior backwards direction as the uterus. Retroflexes. Plural of retroflex. Retroflexing. Present participle. And gerund of retroflex. Retroflexion. The act of retroflexing. The state of being retroflexed. Retroflections. Plural of retroflexion. Retroflexive. Retroflex backwards. Retroflexively. In a retroflexive manner. Retrofocus. A wide-angle lens with an inverted telephoto configuration. Retrofocus. Simple past and past participle of retrofocus. Retrofocuses. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrofocus. Retrofocusing. Present participle and gerund of retrofocus. Retroforeland. Behind a foreland. Retrofract. Bent sharply back so as to appear broken. Retrofracted. Synonym of retrofract. Retrofuture. An outdated vision of the future. Retrofutures. Plural of retrofuture. Retrofuturism. The revival of historical conceptions of the future in media and design. Retrofuturists. Retrofuturistic. Retrofuturistic. Resembling an outdated vision of the future. Retrograde. Abbreviation of retrograde. Retro game. An older video game or computer game that is played by hobbyists. Retro gamer, a retro gaming enthusiast. Retro gamers, plural of retro gamer. Retro games, plural of retro game. Retro gaming, the hobby of playing or collecting older video games and computer games. Retrograde, descriptive of an art movement, particularly in Slovenia, that looks back to the past as opposed to avant-garde. Retrogastric, located behind the stomach. Retrogene, a piece of DNA reverse transcribed from mRNA inserted into a random place in the genome. Retrogenes, plural of retrogene. Retrogenesis, the degeneration of faculties in Alzheimer's disease in the reverse order of that in which they were developed as a child. Achogenia, a medical condition in which the chin is significantly recessed compared to the upper jaw. Retrogenic, relating to retrogenes. Retrogenically, in a retrogenic manner. Retrogeniculate, behind the lateral geniculate nucleus. Retroglandular, behind a gland. Retroglanoi, behind the glanoid. Retroglossal, behind the tongue. Retonaphier, a malocclusion in which the maxilla or mandible is further posterior than would be expected. Retrognathic, having a retrusive jaw. Retrognathism, the quality of being retrognathic. Retronathus, retrognathic. Retronoses, plural of retronosis. Retronosis, a description of a past event that is written as though it were a prediction. Retrogradally, misspelling of retrogradely. Retrogradant, retrograde. Retrogradation, motion in a retrograde manner. Retrogradational, relating to retrogradation. Retrogradations, plural of retrogradation. Retrogradatory, retrograde. Retrograde, directed or moving backwards in relation to the normal or previous direction of travel, retreating. Retrograde amnesia, the loss of memories from a period leading up to the amnesic episode. Retrograde amnesias, plural of retrograde amnesia. Retrograde ejaculation, the redirection of semen to the urinary bladder instead of normal ejaculation. Retrograde ejaculations, plural of retrograde ejaculation. Retrograde inversion, a technique where the composer will take the inversion of the tone row and write that backwards, thus creating a retrograded inversion of the original note row. Retrograde inversions, plural of retrograde inversion. Retrograde motion, motion of a body either real or apparent in a direction opposite to that of its normal motion or to that of other similar or related bodies. Retrograde motions, plural of retrograde motion. Retrograde neurotransmitter, a neurotransmitter that is released from a postsynaptic neuron to the axon of a presynaptic neuron. Retrograde neurotransmitters, plural of retrograde neurotransmitter. Retrograde perfusion, an artificial method of providing blood supply to an organ by delivering oxygenated blood through the veins. Retrograded, simple past and past participle of retrograde. Retrogradely, with a backward motion. Retrogradeness, the quality of being retrograde. Retrogrades, plural of retrograde. Retrograding, present participle and gerund of retrograde. Retrogradingly, so as to retrograde various meanings. Retrogradism, support for retrogression. Retrogradist, a supporter of retrogradism. Retrogradists, plural of retrogradists. Retrographic, relating to retrography. Retrography, the act of writing backwards. Retrogration, retrogradation. Retrogrations, plural of retrogration. Retrogreen, to retrofit existing models or structures, theoretical or physical, to accommodate environmentally friendly values. Retrogreened, simple past and past participle of retrogreen. Retrogreening, present participle and gerund of retrogreen. Retrogreens, third person singular simple present indicative of retrogreen. Retrogress, to return to an earlier, simpler or worse condition, to regress. Retrogressed, simple past and past participle of retrogress. Retrogresses, third person singular simple present indicative of retrogress. Retrogressing, present participle and gerund of retrogress. Retrogression, a deterioration or decline to a previous state. Retrogressional, relating to retrogression. Retrogressionism, support for retrogression. Retrogressionists, a supporter of retrogression. Retrogressionists, plural of retrogressionist. Retrogressions, plural of retrogression. Retrogressive, of or relating to retrogression. Retrogressively, in a retrogressive manner. Retrogressiveness, retrogression. Retrogressives, plural of retrogressive. Retrogressivity. Retrogression. Retrograde, rearguard. Retroguards, plural of retrograde. Retrohepatic, behind the liver. Retrohilar, posterior to a hilum. Retrohippocampal, to the rear of the hippocampus. Retrohome, to cause or to undergo retrohoming. Retrohoming, the reintegration of an intrant into DNA. Retroilluminate, to illuminate by passing light through it from behind. Retroilluminated, simple past and past participle of retroilluminate. Retroilluminates, third person singular simple present indicative of retroilluminate. Retroilluminating, present participle and gerund of retroilluminate. Retroillumination, the examination of a body part or a tissue sample by shining light from directly behind it. Retroincompetent, not retrotranscription competent. Retroinfection, an infection in the reverse of the normal direction, especially an infection of a mother from a fetus. Retroinfections, plural of retroinfection. Retroinfundibular, behind the chona. Retroinhibition, a form of feedback in a cyclic metabolic pathway in which an end product inhibits an allosteric enzyme that starts the reaction. Retroinsular, behind the insula of the cerebral cortex. Retroject, to project into the past, to insert anachronistically into a historical reconstruction. Retrojected, simple past and past participle of retroject. Retrojecting, present participle and gerund of retroject. Retrojection, the washing out of a cavity by the backward flow of an injected fluid. Retrojections. Plural of retrojection. Retrojects. Third person singular simple present indicative of retroject. Retrojet. A civil airliner painted in a historic livery. Retrojets. Plural of retrojet. Retrojugal. Behind the jugal bone. Retrolabyrinthine. Behind the labyrinth of the ear. Retrolaminar. Behind a lamina. Retrolaryngeal. Behind the larynx. Retrolateral. On the side and facing backwards. Retrolaterally. In a retrolateral direction. Retrolental. Situated behind a lens of the eye. Retrolenticular. Behind a lens. Retroleptomonad. A leptomonad formed by reverse metacyclogenesis. Retroleptomonads. Plural of retroleptomonad. Retrolimbic. Behind the limbic system. Retrolingual. Serving to retract the tongue. Retrolistheses. Plural of retrolisthesis. Retrolisthesis. A posterior displacement of one vertebral body with respect to the adjacent vertebrae to a degree less than a luxation dislocation. Retrolisthetic. Relating to retrolisthesis. Aphomalleola. Behind the malleolus. Retromammary. Behind the mammary gland. Retromammar. Alternative form of retromammary. Retromammillary. Alternative form of retromammary. Retromandibular. Of or relating to a vein formed by the union of the superficial temporal and maxillary veins. Retromania. Enthusiasm for retro styles. Retromargin. The posterior margin of the fang furrow in the chelicera. Retromarginal. Relating to the retromargin. Retromargins. Plural of retromargin. Retromastoid. Behind the mastoid bone or mastoid process. Retromaxillar. Alternative form of retromaxillary. Retromaxillary. Behind the maxilla. Aphomediastinal. Behind the mediastinum. Retromer. A complex of proteins, first identified in yeast, which plays an important role in recycling transmembrane receptors from endosomes to the trans-Golgi network. Retromers. Plural of retromer. Retromesenteric. Behind the mesentery. Retromeconaphia. A combination of meconaphia and eternaphia. Retromigration. Migration back again. Migration in the opposite direction. Retromingency. The characteristic of urinating backwards, present in certain animals. Retromingent. An animal that urinates backwards, such as the camel, hippo, or raccoon. Retromingens. Plural of retromingent. Retromobile. Mobile via retrotransposition. Retromobility. The condition of being retromobile. Retromobilization. Synonym of retrotransfer. Retromod. To retromoderate. Retromodded. Simple past and past participle of retromod. Retromodding. Present participle and gerund of retromod. Retromoderate. To moderate a newsgroup by initially allowing all posts through and later issuing cancellations of those deemed unacceptable. Retromoderated. Simple past and past participle of retromoderate. Retromoderates. Third person singular simple present indicative of retromoderate. Retromoderating. Present participle and gerund of retromoderate. Retromoderation. The process of retromoderating. Retromoderator. One who retromoderates. Retromoderators. Plural of retromoderator. Retromoder. Alternative form of retromodern. Retromods. Third person singular simple present indicative of retromod. Retromolar. Behind the molar teeth. Retromuscular. Behind a muscle. Retromuscularly. Behind a muscle. Retromutagenesis. A reversal of normal mutagenesis that allows a mutation to escape being selected. Retromutation. A mutation to a previous typically an original form. Retromutations. Plural of retromutation. Retromyeloid. Located behind the myeloid ridge. Retroen. A sequence of DNA associated with reverse transcription. Retronasal. Pertaining to the back of the nose. Retronasally. Via the back of the nose. Retronescine. A pyrrolizidine alkaloid found in the common groundsel and comfrey. Retronic. Relating to retroends. Retronostalgia. Alternative form of retronostalgia. Retroends. Plural of retroen. Retronutchal. Located or situated behind the neck or in the posterior cervical area. Retronym. A new word or phrase coined for an old object or concept whose original name has become used for something else or is no longer unique, or which did not originally have a specific name. Retronymic. Being or relating to a retronym. Retronymically. In a retronymic style or manner. Retronymus. Synonym of retronymic. Retronymously. Synonym of retronymically. Retronyms. Plural of retronym. Retronymy. The process of creating retronyms, coining new words for existing concepts because the meaning of the original word has broadened. Retroocular. Behind the eyeball. Retrooperative. Alternative form of retrooperative. Retroorbital. Behind the eye. Retroorbitally. Alternative spelling of retroorbitally. Retroorbitary. Synonym of retroorbital. Retropack. A group of retrorockets on a spacecraft. Retropackage. A cluster of retrorockets. Retropackages. Plural of retropackage. Retropacks. Plural of retropack. Retropalatal. Behind the palate. Retropalpebral. Behind the eyelids. Retropancreatic. Behind the pancreas. Retropancreaticoduodenal. Behind the pancreaticoduodenal area. Retropannage. Forage still available after pannage. Retroparticle. A particle composed of retroviruses. Retroparticles. Plural of retroparticle. Retropatella. Behind the patella. Retropectoral. Behind the chest wall. Retropepsin. Any of a group of retroviral proteases. Retropepsins. Plural of retropepsin. Retroperfusion. Synonym of retrograde perfusion. Retroperironal. Misspelling of retroperitoneal. Retroperistalsis, the reverse of the involuntary smooth muscle contractions of peristalsis, usually as a precursor to vomiting. Retroperistaltic, relating to retroperistalsis. Retroperitoneal, located behind the peritoneum. Retroperitonally, behind the peritoneum. Retroperitonoscopic, describing posterior rather than the normal anterior transperitoneal laparoscopic techniques. Retroperitonoscopy, examination of organs in the retroperitoneal space. Retroperitoneum, the space in the abdominal cavity behind the peritoneum. Retroperitoneum, misspelling of retroperitoneum. Retropharyngeal, located behind the pharynx. Retropharyngeally, in a retropharyngeal manner. Retropharynx, the posterior part of the pharynx. Retrophile, one who loves the past or past styles. Retrophiles, plural of retrophile. Atophilia, the attraction to and preference for that which is from or characteristic of the past. Retrophrenic, located behind the diaphragm. Retrophylogenomics, phylogenomics based on the analysis of retropossins. Retropicalization, a second or subsequent tropicalization. Retropinid, any member of the family Retropinidae. Smelts of Australia and New Zealand. Retropinins, plural of retropinin. Retroplacental, between the placenta and myometrium. Retroplacentally, behind the placenta. Retroplasmid, any plasmid that replicates via reverse transcription. Retroplasmids, plural of retroplasmid. Atroplenial, misspelling of retrosplenial. Retroplumid, any crab in the family Retroplumidae. Retroplumids, plural of retroplumid. Retropneumoperitoneum, synonym of pneumoretroperitoneum. Retroposable, able to undergo retroposition. Retropose, to displace backwards. Retropose, inserted into a chromosome following reverse transcription. Retroposes, third person singular simple present indicative of retropose. Retroposing, present participle and gerund of retropose. Retroposition, the insertion of a fragment of DNA into a chromosome following reverse transcription. Retropositional, relating to retroposition. Retropositionally, by means of retroposition. Retroposition, of a body part located behind the normal position. Retropositioning, the generation of retroposition. Retropositions, plural of retroposition. Retroposin, a fragment of DNA inserted into a chromosome following reverse transcription from RNA. Retropossins, plural of retropossin. Retropresbyteral, position behind the presbytery of a cathedral. Retroprocessing, processing in reverse. Retroprojection, back projection. Retropropulsion, backward propulsion, especially the use of rockets to brake or change direction. Retropropulsions, plural of retropropulsion. Retroprosthetic, behind a prosthesis, especially behind a keratoprosthesis. Retropseudogene, a decayed retrocopy. Retropseudogenes, plural of retropseudogene. Retropubic, behind the pubic area and in front of the urinary bladder. Retropubically, in a retropubic fashion. Retropulsing. Alternative form of retropulsion. Retropulsion, a tendency to step or walk backwards involuntarily, especially as a symptom of Parkinsonism. Retropulsions, plural of retropulsion. Retropulsive, that drives or forces back, repelling or repellent. Retropupillary, behind the pupil of the eye. Retroguire, alternative form of retroguire. Retroguires, plural of retroguire. Retrorectal, behind the rectum. Retrorectus, the retrorectal area. Retroreflect, to reflect in such a way that the reflected rays are parallel to the incident rays. Retroreflectance, synonym of retroreflection. Retroreflected, simple past and past participle of retroreflect. Retroreflecting, present participle and gerund of retroreflect. Retroreflection, reflection in which the reflected rays are parallel to the incident rays. Retroreflections, plural of retroreflection. Retroreflective, tending to reflect light back to its source with a minimum scattering of light. Retroreflectivity, the quality of being retroreflective. Retroreflectometer, a device used to measure the retroreflectivity of surfaces. Retroreflector, a retroreflective device or surface. Retroreflectorization, the process of furnishing something with retroreflectors. Retroreflectors, plural of retroreflector. Retroreflects, third person singular simple present indicative of retroreflect. Retroregulate, to regulate by means of retroregulation. Retroregulated, simple past and past participle of retroregulate. Retroregulates, third person singular simple present indicative of retroregulate. Retroregulating, present participle and gerund of retroregulate. Retroregulation, regulation of mRNA translation by a sequence that is downstream. Retroregulations, plural of retroregulation. Retrorenal, behind a kidney. Retrorocket, a small rocket engine on a larger rocket or spacecraft designed to slow or reverse its motion. Retrorockets, plural of retrorocket. Retrorelandic, behind the relandic area of the brain. Retrosal, retrosi. Retrosi, curved, pointed or oriented backward or downward. Retroocele, in a retro-C fashion. Retroci, a cytotoxic pyrrolizidine alkaloid, 12,18-dihydroxycynishinin, 11,16-dione, isolated from various plants. Retrorubral, behind the nucleus of the midbrain. Retro-S, plural of retro. Retroscape, a landscape or setting filled with things from the past. Retroscapes, plural of retroscape. Retroscapular, behind a scapula. Retroscopic, having a tilt in the opposite direction to a pantascopic lens. Retroscripting, the technique of preparing a plot but leaving the actors to improvise their own dialogue. Retrosi, turned backwards. Retrocellular, behind the cella turcica. Retrosequence, a sequence of DNA produced by reverse transcription. Retrosequences, plural of retrosequence. Retrocerate, having tooth-like projections pointed away from the apex. Retroserrated, alternative form of retroserrate. Retrosexism, the modern portrayal of traditional sexism in film, etc. Retrosexual, a man who embraces traditional masculinity in his dress and behavior. Retrosexuals, plural of retrosexual. Retrochet, a transitional period occurring immediately before and after retrograde, during which a planet moves across the same part of the sky twice. Retrosigmoid, via the sigmoid colon in a direction from lower to upper. Retrosigmoidal, alternative form of retrosigmoid. Retrosnum, derived from a simpler, regular polyhedron by the addition of extra triangular faces in the back. Retrosome, an organelle containing retrotransposons. Retrosomes, plural of retrosome. Retrospect, consideration of past times. Retrospected, simple past and past participle of retrospect. Retrospectical, retrospective. Retrospecting, present participle and gerund of retrospect. Retrospection, the deliberate recall of past events. Retrospections, plural of retrospection. Retrospective, of, relating to, or contemplating the past. Retrospective determinism, a fallacy consisting in reasoning that because something happened, it was therefore bound to happen. Retrospective determinisms, plural of retrospective determinism. Retrospective memories, plural of retrospective memory. Retrospective memory, the remembering of information from the past. Retrospectively, in a retrospective manner. Retrospectiveness, the quality or condition of being retrospective. Retrospectives, plural of retrospective. Retrospective. Activity, the effect of being retrospective or retroactive. Retrospectography, a specific type of clinico-radiopathologic conference that was used in the early decades of radiography circa 1900 until World War Radiography circa 1900 until World War I, whereby practitioners would make a radiologic diagnosis and then systematically compare it with the subsequent clinical course and any surgery, intraoperative or postoperative radiography or fluoroscopy, and or autopsy. This method helped advance radiology, given that it is inherently a field of discerning clinico-radiological and clinico-radiopathological correlations. It is no longer codified under this name, because it is no longer necessary in routine practice. Retrospectoscope, a hypothetical instrument that allows diagnostic and management decisions to be made with medical hindsight. Retrospectoscopes, plural of retrospectoscope. Retrospectroscope, synonym of retrospectoscope. Retrospectroscopes, plural of retrospectroscope. Retrospect, plural of retrospect. Atosplenial, misspelling of retrosplenial. Atosplenial, behind the splenium. Retrosplenium, the retrosplenial cortex. Retrospondylolisthesis, synonym of retrolisthesis. Retrosternal, located behind the sternum. Retrosternally. In a retrosternal manner, behind the sternum. Retrostyled. Having an old-fashioned style. Retrostyloid. Synonym of poststyloid. Retrosyntheses. Plural of retrosynthesis. Retrosynthesis. The prediction of precursors, intermediates, and reactants given the products of a synthesis reaction. Retrosynthesize. To produce by retrosynthesis. Retrosynthesize. Simple past and past participle of retrosynthesize. Retrosynthesizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrosynthesize. Retrosynthesizing. Present participle and gerund of retrosynthesize. Retrosynthetic. Of or relating to retrosynthesis. Retrosynthetically. By retrosynthetic means. Retrotarsal. Behind the tarsus of the eye. Retrotopia. Neologism. Retrotopias. Plural of retrotopia. Retrotorsion. A twisting between the neck and canile of a bone such as the femur beyond the established normal. Retrotort. To undergo retrotorsion. Retrotorted. Simple past and past participle of retrotort. Retrotorting. Present participle and gerund of retrotort. Retrotorts. Plural of retrotort. Retrotracheal. At the back of the trachea. Retrotragal. Behind the tragus. Retrotranscribe. To transcribe RNA to DNA. Retrotranscribed. Simple past and past participle of retrotranscribe. Retrotranscribes. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrotranscribe. Retrotranscribing. Present participle and gerund of retrotranscribe. Retrotranscript. Retrotranscription. Retrotranscriptase. Synonym of reverse transcriptase. Retrotranscriptases. Plural of retrotranscriptase. Retrotranscripted. Retrotranscribed. Retrotranscription. Synonym of reverse transcription. Retrotranscriptional. Relating to retrotranscription. Retrotranscriptionally. By means of retrotranscription. Retrotranscriptome. A complete set of retrotranscripts. Retrotranscriptomes. Plural of retrotranscriptome. Retrotranscriptomic. Relating to a retrotranscriptome. Retrotranscripts. Plural of retrotranscript. Retrotransitosis. Reverse transitosis. Retrotransduce. To produce a retrotransduction. Retrotransduce. Simple past and past participle of retrotransduce. Retrotransduces. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrotransduce. Retrotransduction. Retrograde transduction of DNA. Retrotransfer. A transfer back. Retrotransfers. Plural of retrotransfer. Retrotranslocate. To cause or to undergo retrotranslocation. Retrotranslocated. Moved by retrotranslocation. Retrotranslocates. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrotranslocate. Retrotranslocating. Present participle and gerund of retrotranslocate. Retrotranslocation. The reverse process of translocation. Retrotranslocations. Plural of retrotranslocation. Retrotranslocator. Synonym of retrotranslocan. Retrotranslocators. Plural of retrotranslocator. Retrotranslocan. A translocan associated with retrotranslocation. Retrotranslockins. Plural of retrotranslock. Retrotransport. Transport in an opposite direction. Retrotransporter. Simple past and past participle of retrotransport. Retrotransposable. Able to undergo retrotransposition. Retrotransposal. Of or pertaining to retrotransposons. Retrotransposase. Any enzyme that catalyzes retrotransposition. Retrotransposases. Plural of retrotransposase. Retrotranspose. To cause or to undergo retrotransposition. Retrotranspose. Simple past and past participle of retrotranspose. Retrotransposes. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrotranspose. Retrotransposing. Present participle and gerund of retrotranspose. Retrotransposition. The reverse transposition of an RNA intermediate. Retrotranspositional. Relating to a retrotransposon. Retrotranspositionally. With reference to or by means of retrotransposons. Retrotransposition. Plural of retrotransposition. Retrotransposon. A transposable fragment of a genome that can undergo retrotransposition. Retrotransposons. Plural of retrotransposon. Retrotrapezoid. Pertaining to the retrotrapezoid nucleus, parafacial. Retrotrapezoid nuclei. Plural of retrotrapezoid nucleus. Retrotrapezoid nucleus. A thin layer of not very densely packed neurons lying between the facial nucleus and the ventral surface of the medulla, which serves as a CO2 and H+ sensor for regulating breathing. Retrotympanic. Behind the tympanum. Retrourethral. Behind the urethra. Retroosage. A method of producing effective tones in the printing of etchings by skillful treatment of the ink in certain parts. Retrosse. Turned up, especially when describing the nose. Retrouterine. Located behind the uterus. Retrovaccinate. To inoculate a cow with human vaccine virus. Retrovaccinated. Simple past and past participle of retrovaccinate. Retrovaccinates. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrovaccinate. Retrovaccinating. Present participle and gerund of retrovaccinate. Retrovaccination. The inoculation of a cow with human vaccine virus. Retrovaccinations. Plural of retrovaccination. Retrovaccine. The virus produced in cows by retrovaccination. Retrovascular. Located behind the blood vessels. Retrovector. A retroviral vector. Retrovectors. Plural of retrovector. Retrovenous. In a direction opposed to that of venous blood. Retroventral. Behind a ventral region. Retroventrally. In a retroventral manner or direction. Retroverse. Arranged in a backwards or reverse manner. Retroversion. A turning or falling back. Retroversions. Plural of retroversion. Retrover. To turn back, to return to a previous state. Retrovertebral. Behind a vertebra. Retroverted. Turned or tilted back. Retroverting. Present participle and gerund of retrovert. Retroverts. Third person singular simple present indicative of retrovert. Retrovesical. Behind the urinary bladder. Retrovesicular. Behind a vesicle. Retrovestibular. Misspelling of rectostibular. Retroviral. of or pertaining to a retrovirus, retrovirally. In a retroviral manner, retrovirals, plural of retroviral, retroviremia, the presence of a retrovirus in the blood. Retrovirion, a virion of a retrovirus. Retrovirions, plural of retrovirion. Retrovirological, relating to retrovirology. Retrovirologists, one who studies retrovirology. Retrovirologists, plural of retrovirologists. Retrovirology, the scientific study of retroviruses. Retrovirus, any of a group of viruses which insert a copy of their RNA genome into the DNA of a host cell, thus changing the genome of that cell. Retroviruses, plural of retrovirus. Retrovisceral, behind the viscera. Retrovision, the power of mentally seeing events from the past. Retrovisions, plural of retrovision. Retroware, old software/hardware. Retrowares, plural of retroware. Retroware, synthwave music. Retroziphoid, located behind the xiphoid process. Retrozonular, behind a zono. Retrozygomatic, of or pertaining to Aesculapian operation or the space behind the zygomatic bone. Retrozyme, a family of retrotransposons containing a hammerhead ribozyme in their sequences and no coding regions. Retrozymes, plural of retrozyme. Retrude, to thrust back. Retrude, simple past and past participle of retrude. Retrude, present participle and gerund of retrude. Retrumplican, alternative form of retrumplican. Retrumplican, alternative form of retrumplican. Retrumplican, alternative form of retrumplican. Retrumplican, pertaining to the Republican Party in the United States under the actual and philosophical leadership of Donald Trump. Retrumplicans, plural of retrumplican. Retrumplicans, plural of retrumplican. Retrumplicans, plural of retrumplican. Retrumplicans, plural of retrumplican. Retruncate, to truncate again. Retruse, thrust backward, retruding. Retrusable, capable of being retruded. Retrusion, the act of retuding or the state of being retuded. Retrusions, plural of retrusion. Retrusive, characterized by retrusion. Retruth, a reposted message on the Truth Social platform. Retruths, plural of retruth. Retry, to try or attempt again. Adeo, alternative form of retuyabla. Retrying, present participle and gerund of retry. Retryings, plural of retrying. Plural of RET. Rets, third person singular simple present indicative of ret. Retsina, a Greek racinated white or rosé wine of a sort that has been produced for at least 2,700 years. Retsina wine, grape wine, containing not more than 14% alcohol by volume, fermented or flavored with resin. Retsina wines, plural of Retsina wine. Retsenas, plural of Retsina. Rett syndrome, an inherited neurological disease of mostly female children characterized by a small head and repetitive hand movements. Reddit, moistened or soaked to soften. Rendon, a village and civil parish in Chelmsford District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7698. Redder, one who rets. Redderies, plural of reddery. Redders, plural of redder. Reddery, a place or establishment where flax is redded. Where flax is redded. Reddy, a surname. Reddix, plural of redde. Redde, the act or process of preparing flax for use by soaking, maceration, and similar processes. Reddinger, a surname from German. Reddingers, plural of reddinger. Reddings, plural of redding. Rethu, to fit with a new tube or tubes. With a new tube or tubes. Retube, simple past and past participle of retube. Retubes, third person singular simple present indicative of retube. Retube, present participle and gerund of retube. Retubings, plural of retubing. Retuck, to tuck again. Retuck, to tuck again. Retuck, simple past and past participle of retuck. Retucking, present participle and gerund of retuck. Redux, third person singular simple present of retuck. Redux, third person singular simple present indicative of retuck. Reticulated, misspelling of reticulated. Retumble, to tumble again. Retumbles, simple past and past participle of retumble. Retumbles, third person singular simple present indicative of retumble. Retumbling, present participle and gerund of retumble. Retunable, capable of being retuned. Retund, to blunt, to turn as an edge. Retunde, simple past and past participle of retund. Retunding, present participle and gerund of retund. Retund, third person singular simple present indicative of retund. Return, to tune again. Retuned, simple past and past participle of retune. Retuner, one who retunes something. Retuners, plural of retuner. Retunes, third person singular simple present indicative of retune. Retuning, present participle and gerund of retune. Retunings, plural of retuning. Returf, to lay turf again. Returfs, simple past and past participle of returf. Returfing, present participle and gerund of returf. Returfs, third person singular simple present indicative of returf. Retur, to come or go back to a place or person. Return ace, a point made by the opponent returning the ball in such a way that the server does not make contact. Return aces, plural of return ace. Return address, the address of the person sending an item in the post written on the item sent. Return addresses, plural of return address. Return back, to return something. Return ball, a pass back to the initial passer. Return balls, plural of return ball. Return bend, a U-shaped pipe fitting for connecting the contiguous ends of two nearly parallel pipes lying alongside or one above another. Return bends, Plural of return band. Return check. A ticket allowing readmission into a venue. Return checks. Plural of return check. Return crease. One of the white lines, perpendicular to the popping crease within which the bowler's back foot must land. Return creases. Plural of return crease. Return current. The electric current in a circuit which flows back to its source or to earth. Return currents. Plural of return current. Return day. The day when a defendant is to appear in court and the sheriff is to return the writ and his proceedings. Return days. Plural of return day. Return demonstration. An educational technique in which someone demonstrates what they have just been taught or had demonstrated to them. Return demonstrations. Plural of return demonstration. Return envelope. An envelope which already contains a preprinted address and which can be used to mail something back to the sender. Return envelopes. Plural of return envelope. Return fare. A fare charged for a two-way journey to one's destination and back to the starting point. Return fares. Plural of return fare. Return fire. The firing initiated after receiving incoming fire. Return flow. Surface or subsurface water that leaves the field following application of irrigation water. Return flows. Plural of return flow. Return fraud. The act of defrauding a retail store by means of the return process. Return key. A key on a computer keyboard commonly used to execute a command or confirm the input of keyed text. Return keys. Plural of return key. Return match. A second match played by the same set of players. Return matches. Plural of return match. Return on investment. A benefit gained by an investor from an investment. Return pass. A pass back to the person who just passed the ball. Return passes. Plural of return pass. Return path. The route by which a current or signal returns to its source or to earth. Return pass. Plural of return path. Return piece. Synonym of jog type of flat. Return pieces. Plural of return piece. Return shock. An electric shock due to the action of induction, sometimes felt after a lightning flash. Return shocks. Plural of return shock. Return spring. The spring that returns a door handle or knob to its original position when rotated. Return springs. Plural of return spring. Return tag. A tag attached to a railway car as evidence of its due arrival. Return tags. Plural of return tag. Return the favor. To do something for someone similar to what they did for you. Return the favor. Alternative spelling of return the favor. Return ticket. A ticket granting permission to travel to a place and return. Return tickets. Plural of return ticket. Return time. The time period during which an agreement allows for a service or a product to be returned to the issuer. Return times. Plural of return time. Return to dust. To die. Return to form. A return to a former state of success or brilliance. Return to one's muttons. To get back to the business at hand. Return to one's senses. Synonym of come to one's senses. Return type. A specification of the data type of the value that a function or method returns to its caller. Return types. Plural of return type. Return value. The output of a program or subroutine passed back to the context where it was called, a val. Return values. Plural of return value. Return valve. A valve that opens to allow reflux of a fluid in case of overflow. Return valves. Plural of return valve. Return. Simple past and past participle of return. Return-oriented programming. A computer security exploit technique by which the attacker gains control of the call stack to hijack program control flow and then executes prepared instruction sequences gadgets that are already present in the machine's memory. Returnability. The quality of returnable. Returnable. Capable of being returned. Returnables. Plural of returnable. Returnable. Synonym of return. Return. Obsolete spelling of return. Returned. Simple past and past participle of return. Returned the favor. Simple past and past participle of return the favor. Returned the favor. Simple past and past participle of return the favor. Returned to form. Simple past and past participle of return to form. Return to one's muttons. Simple past and past participle of return to one's muttons. Return its. Second person singular simple past indicative of return. Returnee. Someone who comes back or returns, especially to their own country or region. Returnees. Plural of returnee. Returner. One who returns from another place. Returners. Plural of returner. Returns. Third person singular simple present indicative of return. Returnus. Second person singular simple present indicative of return. Returna. Third person singular simple present indicative of return. Return. Pronunciation spelling of returning. Returning. Present participle and gerund of return. Returning officer. A local official who oversees the running of an election in a given area. Returning officers. Plural of returning officer. Returning the favor. Present participle and gerund of return the favor. Returning the favor. Present participle and gerund of return the favor. Returning to form. Present participle and gerund of return to form. Returning to one's muttons. Present participle and gerund of return to one's muttons. Returnings. Plural of returning. Returnless. From or due to which one will not or cannot return of a journey, destination, situation, distance, etc. Returnlessly. Without returning. Returnment. A return and moving back. Returns. Plural of return. Returns on investment. Plural of return on investment. Returns the favor. Third person singular simple present indicative of return the favor. Returns the favor. Third person singular simple present indicative of return the favor. Returns to form. Plural of return to form. Returns to one's muttons. Third person singular simple present indicative of return to one's muttons. Returns to scale. A function describing how returns scale when production increases in the long run. Returnsher. An internship-like program program for experienced workers seeking to enter the workforce after an extended period, particularly in a new line of work. Returnships. Plural of returnship. Retus, having a rounded apex with a small central notch. Retusely, in a retuse manner. Retuse, any member of the family Retusaceae of gastropods. Retusids, plural of retusid. Retusoi, of spores having obvious contact areas surrounded by a line called a curvature. Reval, abbreviation of return value. Revals, plural of reval. Rather, to return to the aesthetics or traditions of an earlier historical era. Rethent, simple past and past participle of rethen. Rethening, present participle and gerund of rethen. Rethent, third person singular simple present indicative of rethen. Retweak, to tweak again, to readjust. Retweet, simple past and past participle of retweak. Retweaking, present participle and gerund of retweak. Retweaks, third person singular simple present indicative of retweak. Retweet, to repost or forward another user's message on the microblogging social networking website Twitter. Retweetability, equality or that retweetable. Retweetable, liable to be retweeted. Retweeted, simple past and past participle of retweet. Retweeter, one who retweets. Retweeters, plural of retweeter. Retweeting, present participle and gerund of retweet. Retweetings, plural of retweeting. Retweets, plural of retweet. Rewind, to twine again. Rewind, simple past and past participle of retwine. Retwines, third person singular simple present indicative of retwine. Retwining, present participle and gerund of retwine. Ritwis, to twist again or anew. Ritwiste, simple past and past participle of ritwists. Ritwisting, present participle and gerund of ritwists. Ritwists, third person singular simple present indicative of ritwists. Retying, present participle and gerund of ready. Retyings, plural of retying. Retype, to re-enter text using a keyboard. Retyped, simple past and past participle of retype. Retypes, third person singular simple present indicative of retype. Retypification, the act of typifying against selection of a new type specimen or type species. Retypifications. Plural of retypification. Retyping, present participle and gerund of retie. Retire, to fit a vehicle with new tires. Ritter, simple past and past participle of retire. Retires, third person singular simple present indicative of retire. Rire, present participle and gerund of retire. Ritterings, plural of rittering. Reuracinate, to undergo ratiocination. Retioracinated, simple past and past participle of retioracinate. Ratiocination, tyrosination again, typically following detyrosination. Retz, a surname from German. Retzar, A surname. Ritzers, plural of Ritzer. Retzes, plural of Retz. Ritzena, alternative form of Ritzena. Ritzenas, plural of Ritzena. Wetzlaff, a surname. Retzlaffs, plural of Ritzlaff. Ritzlaff, a surname. Ritzlaffs, plural of Ritzlaff. A diminutive of the male given name Reuben. Reuben, first son of Jacob, by his wife Leah. Reubenite, a descendant of Reuben, first son of Jacob. Reubenites, plural of Reubenite. Reubens, a city and village in Idaho, United States. Rubus, a diminutive of the male given name Reuben. Reuchlinian, of or relating to Johann Reuchlin 1455–1522, German Catholic humanist and scholar of the Greek and Hebrew languages. Reuel, a male given name from Hebrew. Revenge, obsolete spelling of revenge. Ruren, obsolete spelling of reverend. Abbreviation of retained EU law, European Union law that are retained by the United Kingdom after Brexit. Rulceration, ulceration occurring again. Rulcerations, plural of rulceration. Obsolete form of rule. Rulopolygon, a curve of constant width made up of circular arcs of constant radius. Rulopolygons, plural of rulopolygon. Rulotriangle, a figure consisting of 3 circular arcs, each centered on the intersection of the other two. Rulotriangles, plural of rulotriangle. Rules, plural of rule. A surname from German. Rheumatological, misspelling of rheumatological. Obsolete form of realm. Ruris, plural of room. Ias, plural of realm. I undercut. To undercut again. I undercuts. Third person singular simple present indicative of re-undercut. The undercutting. Present participle and gerund of re-undercut. I undergo. To undergo again. I undergoes. Third person singular simple present indicative of re-undergo. I undergoing. Present participle and gerund of re-undergo. I underdone. Past participle of re-undergo. I understand. To reach a new or renewed understanding. I undertake. To undertake again. I undertaken. Past participle of re-undertake. I undertakes. Third person singular simple present indicative of re-undertake. I undertaking. Present participle and gerund of re-undertake. I added a simple past of re-undertake. I added away. Simple past of re-undergo. To reunite. Reuned. Simple past and past participle of reun. Reuns. Third person singular simple present indicative of reun. I unfold. To unfold again. I unfolded. Simple past and past participle of re-unfold. I unfolding. Present participle and gerund of re-unfold. I unfolds. Third person singular simple present indicative of re-unfold. Une, causing reunion, bringing back together, applied to the sacculocochlea ductus reunions in anatomy. Reunification, the unification of something that was previously divided, used especially of a country. Reunificationism, a policy advocating reunification. Reunificationists, a supporter of reunification. Reunificationists, plural of reunificationists. Reunifications, plural of reunification. Reunify, simple past and past participle of reunify. Reunifies, third person singular simple present indicative of reunify. Reunify, to unify again, to bring back together or come back together after separation. Reunifying, present participle and gerund of reunify. Reuning, present participle and gerund of reune. Reunion, alternative form of reunion. Réunion, an island, overseas department and administrative region of France located in the Indian Ocean to the west of Mauritius and to the east of Madagascar. Réunion, alternative spelling of reunion. Réunion, Creole French, a language of reunion. Réunionese, a person from Réunion or of Réunionese descent. Réunionese, of or pertaining to the island of Réunion. Réunionesses, plural of Réunionese. Reunionism, a policy in favor of reunion. Reunionist, one who supports reunion. Reunionistic, of or relating to reunionism. Reunionists, plural of reunionists. Reunions, plural of reunion. Reunions, plural of reunion. Reunitable, capable of being united. Reunite, to unite again. Reunite, simple past and past participle of reunite. Reunitedly, having been reunited. Reuniter, one who reunites. Reuniters, plural of reuniter. Reunites, third person singular simple present indicative of reunite. Reuniting, present participle and gerund of reunite. Reunitings, plural of reuniting. Reunition, reunion. Reunitive, causing reunion, bringing back together. So unlock again. Unlocked, simple past and past participle of re-unlock. Unlocking, present participle and gerund of re-unlock. Unlocks, third person singular simple present indicative of re-unlock. I unpack, to unpack again. I unpacked, simple past and past participle of re-unpack. Unpacking, present participle and gerund of re-unpack. I unpacks, third person singular simple present indicative of re-unpack. Alternative form of re-up. Rupdate, to update again. Rupdated, simple past and past participle of rupdate. Rupdates, third person singular simple present indicative of rupdate. Rupdating, present participle and gerund of rupdate. Rupray, to upgrade again. Ruprated, simple past and past participle of rupgrade. Rubraids, third person singular simple present indicative of rupgrade. Rubridding. Present participle and gerund of rupgrade. Rufoster. To upholster again, to replace the attached fabric covering on furniture. Rufostered. Simple past and past participle of rufoster. Rufolsterer. Someone who rufolsters, especially a trained craftsman who does so as an occupation. Rufolsterers. Plural of rufolsterer. Rufolstering. Present participle and gerund of rufolster. Rufolsterings. Plural of rufolstering. Rufalsters. Third person singular simple present indicative of rufalster. Rufalstery. The act of rufalstering furniture. Ruplift. To uplift again. Ruplifted. Simple past and past participle of ruplift. Ruplifting. Present participle and gerund of ruplifts. Ruplifts. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruplifts. Rupload. To upload again. Ruploaded. Simple past and past participle of rupload. Ruploader. Someone who ruploads. Ruploaders. Plural of ruploader. Ruploading. Present participle and gerund of rupload. Ruploads. Third person singular simple present indicative of rupload. Root. Past of roop. Rube. Present participle and gerund of roop alternative form of re-upping. Rubus. Third person singular simple present indicative of rube. Ruptake. A second or subsequent uptake. Ruptaken. Past participle of ruptake. Ruptaker. A neuron that ruptakes a neurotransmitter. Ruptakers. Plural of ruptaker. Ruptakes. Plural of ruptake. Ruptaking. Present participle and gerund of ruptake. Rupter. Simple past of ruptake. Ruurbanization. A second or subsequent urbanization. Ruurbanizations. Plural of ruurbanization. Ruurbanization. The process of ruurbanizing. Ruurbanizations. Plural of ruurbanization. Ruurbanize. To urbanize again or anew. Ruurbanized. Simple past and past participle of ruurbanize. Ruurbanizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruurbanize. Ruurbanizing. Present participle and gerund of ruurbanize. Ruid. To urge again. Ruid. Simple past and past participle of ruage. Ruages. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruage. Ruaging. Present participle and gerund of ruage. Ruth. A city in Tarragona province, Catalonia, Spain. Reusabilities. Plural of reusability. Reusability. The power or degree of being usable. Reusable. Able to be used again, especially after salvaging or special treatment or processing. Reusables. Plural of reusable. Reusably. In a reusable way. A surname. Reuse. The act of salvaging or in some manner restoring a discarded item to yield something usable. Reusable. Alternative spelling of reusable. Reuse. Simple past and past participle of reuse. Rüsselbemeerden. a municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Reuser, agent noun of reuse, one who reuses. Reusers, plural of reuser. Reuses, third person singular simple present indicative of reuse. Reusing, present participle and gerund of reuse. Reusings, plural of reusing. Reuss, a river in Switzerland, spanning from its source in Uri to its mouth in Aargau. Reuser, a surname from German. Reusers, plural of Reuser. Reudes, plural of Rus. Reusser, to usurp again. Reusurpt, simple past and past participle of Reusser. Reusurping, present participle and gerund of Reusser. Reusurps, third person singular simple present indicative of Reusser. But, a surname. But, a surname. Rudiment, a surname. Rudiment, a surname from German. Ruder, a surname from German. Rudericin, a bacteriocin produced by Lactobacillus reuteri. Rutericycline, a tetramic acid antibiotic produced by Lactobacillus reuteri. Reuteri, an antimicrobial substance produced by Lactobacillus reuteri. Ruderman, a surname. Ruderman, a surname. Reuters, plural of Reuter. Reutersweit, the controversy around a series of digitally manipulated photographs taken by Adnan Haj, a Lebanese freelance photographer, and presented as part of Reuters' news coverage of the 2006 Israel-Lebanon conflict. Ruhr, a surname. Ruwers, plural of Ruhr. Rutilisation, alternative form of rutilisation. Rutilizations, plural of rutilization. Rutilize, alternative spelling of rutilize. Rutilize, simple past and past participle of rutilize. Rutilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of rutilize. Rutilizing, present participle and gerund of rutilize. Rutilization, reuse. Rutilizations, plural of rutilization. Rutilize, to use or utilize something again or for another purpose. Rutilize, simple past and past participle of rutilize. Rutilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of rutilize. Rutilizing, present participle and gerund of rutilize. Reutlingen, a city and rural district of Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Ruda, a surname from Russian. Ruda, plural of Ruto. But, a town and district in Tyrol, Austria. Ruder, a surname. Ruderance, the act of uttering again. Ruderances, plural of ruderance. Ruder, simple past and past participle of ruder. Rudering, present participle and gerund of ruder. Ruders, plural of ruder. Rutsaw, a surname from German. Rutzels, plural of Rutzel. Reuben, alternative form of Reuben biblical personage. Rev, alternative form of Rev. Rev Ardashir, Alternative form of risar. Rev counter. An instrument which displays the speed an engine is operating at in revolutions per minute RPM. Rev counters. Plural of rev counter. Revsensen. Abbreviation of reverse stocking stitch, reverse stockinette stitch. Rev up. To increase the speed of an engine, especially that of a stationary motor car. Rev. Abbreviation of reverend. Rev. Abbreviation of reversing. Rev. Abbreviation of revelation. Revacate. To vacate again. Revacate. Simple past and past participle of revacate. Revacates. Third person singular simple present indicative of revacate. Revacating. Present participle and gerund of revacate. Revaccinate. To vaccinate again. Revaccinated. Simple past and past participle of revaccinate. Revaccinates. Third person singular simple present indicative of revaccinate. Revaccinating. Present participle and gerund of revaccinate. Revaccination. A second or subsequent vaccination. Revaccinations. Plural of revaccination. Revaccine. A person or animal who has been revaccinated. Revaccines. Plural of revaccine. Revacuum. To vacuum again. Revacuumed. Simple past and past participle of revacuum. Revacuuming. Present participle and gerund of revacuum. Revacuums. Third person singular simple present indicative of revacuum. Revagination. Vaginal cosmetic surgery or other cosmetic treatment of the vagina. Revaginations. Plural of revagination. Roa. A surname. Revacinagene teroretzel. An allogeneic encapsulated cell-based gene therapy used for the treatment of macular telangiectasia type 2. Roax. Plural of revac. Reval. A revalidated ticket. Revalescence. The act of growing well or recovering from illness, the state of being revalescent. Revalescent. Beginning to grow well, recovering from illness. Revalidate. To validate again. Revalidated. Simple past and past participle of revalidate. Revalidates. Third person singular simple present indicative of revalidate. Revalidating. Present participle and gerund of revalidate. Revalidation. The act of revalidating. Revalidations. Plural of revalidation. Revalorize. Alternative spelling of revalorize. Revalorize. Simple past and past participle of revalorize. Revalorizing. Present participle and gerund of revalorize. Revalorization. The fact or process of setting a new value for a given commodity, currency, etc. Revalorizations. Plural of revalorization. Revalorize. To reevaluate the value of something. Revalorize. Simple past and past participle of revalorize. Revalorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of revalorize. Revalorizing. Present participle and gerund of revalorize. Revals. Plural of reval. Revaluable. Capable of being revalued. Revaluate. To make a new valuation or appraisal of. Revaluated. Simple past and past participle of revaluate. Revaluate. Third person singular simple present indicative of revaluate. Revaluating. Present participle and gerund of revaluate. Revaluation. The process of altering the relative value of a currency or other standard of exchange. Revaluations. Plural of revaluation. Revalue. To value again. Give a new value to. Revalued. Simple past and past participle of revalue. Revaluer. One who revalues. Revaluers. Plural of revaluer. Revalues. Third person singular simple present indicative of revalue. Revaluing. Present participle and gerund of revalue. Revow. To improve, renew, renovate, or revise something. Reveft. Simple past and past participle of revamp. Revamper. One who revamps. Revampers. Plural of revamper. Revamping. Gerund of revamp, an act of improving, renewing, renovating, or revising something. Revampings. Plural of revamping. Revampment. An act of revamping. Revampments. Plural of revampment. Revamps. Third person singular simple present indicative of revamp. Revenge. Revenge or retaliation. Revanches. Plural of revanche. Revanchism. The political policy of endeavoring to regain lost territory. Revanchisme. Alternative form of revanchism. Revanchisms. Plural of revanchism. Revanchist. A revanchist person, occasionally anyone seeking vengeance. Revanchists. Plural of revanchist. Ruene. Synonym of basbasa. Revaporize. To vaporize again. Revaporize. Simple past and past participle of revaporize. Revaporizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of revaporize. Revaporizing. Present participle and gerund of revaporize. Revarnish. To varnish again, a further time. Revarnish. Simple past and past participle of revarnish. Revarnishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of revarnish. Revarnishing. Present participle and gerund of revarnish. Revascularization. Alternative spelling of revascularization. Revascularizations. Plural of revascularization. Revascularize. Alternative form of revascularize. Revascularize. Simple past and past participle of revascularize. Revascularization. The restoration of a blood supply to an organ or limb. Revascularizations. Plural of revascularization. Revascularize. To vascularize again. Revascularize. Simple past and past participle of revascularize. Revascularizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of revascularize. Revascularizing. Present participle and gerund of revascularize. Rivastigmine. Misspelling of rivastigmine. The name of the 8th of 27 named Buddhas immediately preceding Gautama. Rivadi. daughter of King Kakadmi and consort of Balarama, the elder brother of Krishna. Revati crater, a crater impact feature on Charon, the moon or binary companion of the dwarf planet Pluto. Revatropate, an antimuscarinic drug. Revco, Revolting Cox, an American-Belgian industrial rock band. Rev, abbreviation of Reverend. Rev, abbreviation of Reverend. Rodai, a monoclinic sphenoidal mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Mouts, plural of Rev. Rova, obsolete form of Reeve. Rereal, the outer side of a window or door frame. Revealability, the quality or state of being revealable. Revealable, able to be revealed. Capable of revealing. Reveal, obsolete form of reveal. Revealeth, of or pertaining to the revelations of the divinity to humankind. Revealed check, synonym of discovered check. Revealed checks, plural of revealed check. Revealed preference, a consumer preference as inferred from purchasing habits according to a theory invented by American economist Paul A. Samuelson. Revealed preferences, plural of revealed preference. Revealed religion, the type of religion which relies on communication originating directly from a divine being as reported by prophets, mystics, disciples, etc., to establish what religious beliefs are authoritative and acceptable. Revealed religions, plural of revealed religion. Revealedly, by way of revelation. Revealness, quality of being revealed. Really, one who is revealed. Really is, plural of revealee. Revealer, a person or thing that reveals. Revealers, plural of revealer. Revealus, second person singular simple present indicative of reveal. Revealeth, third person singular simple present indicative of reveal. Revealing, informative. Revealingly, in a revealing manner. Revealingness, the quality of revealing. Revealings, plural of revealing. Revealment, the act of revealing something, revelation. Revealments, plural of revealment. Reveals, third person singular simple present indicative of reveal. Revector, to vector again or anew. Revector, simple past and past participle of revector. Revectory, present participle and gerund of revector. Revectors, third person singular simple present indicative of revector. Revafenacin, a bronchodilator used to treat chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Revegetate, to grow again of a plant, leaf, etc. Revegetated, simple past and past participle of revegetate. Revegetates, third person singular simple present indicative of revegetate. Revegetating, present participle and gerund of revegetate. Revegetation, the act or process of revegetating. Revegetations, plural of revegetation. Revegetator, any material used in revegetation. Revegetators, plural of revegetator. Revet, carrying away from an organ or structure towards the heart. Reveal, Rare form of rêver. Réveil. Simple past and past participle of réveil. Réveiller. Present participle and gerund of réveil. Réveil. The sounding of a bugle or drum early in the morning to awaken soldiers. Réveil. Plural of réveil. Réveils. Plural of réveil. Revel. A surname. Revel dash. A wild revel. Revel route. Boisterous partying, revelry. Revel routes. Plural of revel route. Revelability. Synonym of revealability. Revelate. To reveal. Revelative. Simple past and past participle of revelate. Revelates. Third person singular simple present indicative of revelate. Revelating. Present participle and gerund of revelate. Revelation. The final book of the New Testament of the Bible. Revelational. Of or pertaining to revelation. Revelationary. Of or relating to something that causes a revelation in oneself or any given situation. Revelationism. The belief in divine revelation. Revelationist. A person who believes in divine revelation. Revelationists. Plural of revelationists. Revelations. Misconstruction of Revelation, final book of the New Testament. Revelative. Synonym of revelatory. Revelator. A person or personified agent who reveals, especially one who makes a divine revelation. Revelatorily. In a revelatory manner. Revelatoriness. The quality of being revelatory. Revelators. Plural of revelator. Revelatory. Of, pertaining to, or in the nature of a revelation. Revelatrix. Female equivalent of revelator. Revel. Simple past and past participle of revel. Reveler. Alternative spelling of reveler. Revelers. Plural of reveler, the U.S. spelling of reveler. Reveling. Present participle and gerund of revel. Revelings. Plural of reveling. Revel. A surname. Revel. A surname. Revel factor. A measure of how readily ocean waters will uptake atmospheric carbon dioxide. Revel. Simple past and past participle of revel. Redolent. Causing revulsion, revulsive. Reveler. One who attends revels, a partygoer. Revelers. Plural of reveler. Revelist. Second person singular simple present indicative of revel. Revela. Third person singular simple present indicative of revel. Reveling. Present participle and gerund of revel. Revelings. Plural of reveling. Revels. Plural of revel. Revelment. Joyful merrymaking. Revelments. Plural of revelment. Revelo. A surname from Spanish. Revelos. Plural of revelo. Revelries. Plural of revelry. Redorous. Characterized by or engaged in boisterous merrymaking. Revelry. Joyful or riotous merrymaking. Revels. Plural of revel. Revelstoke. a city in southeastern British Columbia, Canada. Run, someone who returns from a long absence. Revenants, plural of revenant. Revend, synonym of resell, to sell again. Revenge, obsolete spelling of revenge. Revendicate, to reclaim. Revendicated, simple past and past participle of revendicate. Revendicates, third person singular simple present indicative of revendicate. Revendicating, present participle and gerund of revendicate. Revendication, the act of revendicating. Revendications, plural of revendication. Revende, present participle and gerund of revend. Revenir, to veneer again. Revenir, simple past and past participle of revenir. Reveneering, present participle and gerund of revenir. Reveneers, third person singular simple present indicative of revenir. Memo, obsolete form of revenue. Revemos, plural of revenue. Revenge, any form of personal, retaliatory action against an individual, institution, or group for some alleged or perceived harm or injustice. Revenge buying, synonym of revenge spending. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Revenge should not be rushed, because it must be calculated coolly and or because it is most satisfying when delayed. Revenge is sweet, said when one is satisfied in taking revenge. Revenge of the 5th. The 5th of May, May 5, the second Star Wars Day, the day after May the 4th, May 4, sometimes used to celebrate the dark side, when May 4 is used to celebrate the Jedi. Revenge of the 6th. The 6th of May, May 6, the third Star Wars Day, the second day after Revenge of the 5th, May 5, sometimes used to celebrate the dark side, when May 4 is used to celebrate the Jedi. Revenge porn. Sexually explicit media of a person distributed online without the consent of the pictured individual, typically by a former partner or hacker, either from genuine video or by deepfake, and often with the intent to humiliate the subject and damage his or her reputation. Revenge quitting. An individual or collective act or instance of employee-side termination of an employment relationship in response to lack of employer-provided opportunities for career growth or other remuneration for personal achievement. Revenge shopping. Synonym of revenge spending. Revenge spending. A sudden surge in the purchase of consumer goods after people are denied the opportunity to shop for extended periods of time. Revenge travel. The action and surge in traveling after people are denied the opportunity for extended periods of time, especially after a lockdown. Revenge travels. Plural of revenge travel. Revengeable. Capable of being revenged. Revengeance. Vengeance, revenge. Revengeances. Plural of revengeance. Revenge. Simple past and past participle of revenge. Revengeful. Vengeful. Vindictive. Revengefully. In a revengeful manner. Revengefulness. The quality of being revengeful. Revengeless. Unrevenged. Revengelessness. Absence of revenge. Revengement. Revenge. Revengements. Plural of revengement. Revenger. One who revenges. Revengeress. A female revenger. Revengers. Plural of revenger. Revenges. Plural of revenge. Revenging. Present participle and gerund of revenge. Revengingly. In a revenging manner. Revengings. Plural of revenging. Revenism. A tendency to carry out or preoccupation with revenge. Revenuer. Alternative form of revenuer. Revenuers. Plural of revenuer. Reventilate. To ventilate again. Reventilated. Simple past and past participle of reventilate. Reventilates. Third person singular simple present indicative of reventilate. Reventilating. Present participle and gerund of reventilate. Revenue. Of or relating to revenue. Revenue. The inland revenue, formed in 1849 and dissolved in 2005 to form part of HMRC. Revenue Act. A statute imposing a tax to defray the expenses of government. Revenue Bill. A bill that levies taxes. Revenue bills. Plural of revenue bill. Revenue Canada. Synonym of Canada Revenue Agency. Revenue cutter. An armed government vessel employed to enforce revenue laws, especially charging tariffs on imports and preventing smuggling, etc. Revenue cutters. Plural of revenue cutter. Revenue ensign. The flag of the United States Customs Service. Revenue ensigns. Plural of revenue ensign. Revenue land. Agricultural land that may not be used for industrial or residential purposes. Revenue management. The section of an airline that deals with passenger loads and fare availability on flights. Revenue raising. The alleged practice of using traffic fines as a means of gathering taxes rather than for road safety. Revenue recognition. The point at which revenue is recognized or recorded, which, depending on the system, may be when the money is received cash basis or maybe when goods are transferred to the customer accrual basis. Revenue sharing grant. Federal grants distributing a portion of federal tax revenues to state and municipal governments. Revenue sharing grants. Plural of revenue sharing grant. Revenue stamp. A stamp to be affixed as proof that a tax due on the marked product has been paid. Revenue stamps. Plural of revenue stamp. Revenued. Simple past and past participle of revenue. Revenuer. A government official who enforces laws prohibiting the illegal distillation of alcohol. Revenuers. Plural of revenuer. Revenues. Plural of revenue. Revenuing. Present participle and gerund of revenue. Rear. The upper part of some upper garments such as a shirt or jacket that folds back at or near the neck to give the appearance of a collar or lapel. Unlike a collar, the revers is always formed from the same piece of fabric as the rest of the garment's bodice. Reverable. Fit to be revered. Worthy of reverence. Reverently. Misspelling of reverently. Reverb. An electronic effect which simulates echoes or reverberations in the sound signal being processed. Reverb plate. A metal plate used in a plate reverb device. Reverb plates. Plural of reverb plate. Reverberate. Alternative form of reverberate. Reverbated. Simple past and past participle of reverbate. Reverbates. Third person singular simple present indicative of reverbate. Reverbating. Present participle participle and gerund of reverbate. Reverbation, alternative form of reverberation. Reverberations, plural of reverbation. Reverbatories, plural of reverbatory. Reverbatory, alternative form of reverberatory. Reverted, having had a reverb effect added. Reverberance. Reverberation. Reverberances, plural of reverberance. Reverberate, tending to reverberate. Reverberantly, in a reverberant manner. Reverberate, to cause a sound to be repeatedly bounced against one or more surfaces to re-echo. Reverberated, simple past and past participle of reverberate. Reverberates, third person singular simple present indicative of reverberate. Reverberatus, second person singular simple present indicative of reverberate. Reverberative, third person singular simple present indicative of reverberate. Reverberating, present participle and gerund of reverberate. Reverberatingly, so as to reverberate with echoes. Reverberation, a violent oscillation or vibration. Reverberation time, the amount of time required for a sound to dissipate or decay in a closed space. Reverberation times, plural of reverberation time. Reverberations, plural of reverberation. Reverberative, tending to reverberate or reflect. Reverberatively, in a reverberative manner. Reverberator, one who or that which reverberates. Reverberatories, plural of reverberatory. Reverberators, plural of reverberator. Reverberatory, of. Pertaining to or employing reverberation or deflection. Reverberatory furnace, a form of forge used in smelting and refining in which the material is melted by radiant heat and convection of hot gases as opposed to direct contact with the fuel or flame conduction. Reverberatory furnaces, plural of reverberatory furnace. Reverbing, present participle and gerund of rever. Reverberate, alternative form of reverberate. Reverberated, simple past and past participle of reverberate. Reverberates, third person singular simple present indicative of reverberate. Reverberating, present participle and gerund of reverberate. Reverbs, third person singular simple present indicative of rever. Reverger, to cover again with verger. Reverger, simple past and past participle of reverger. Revergers, third person singular simple present indicative of reverger. Revergering, present participle and gerund of reverger. Revere, a surname. Revere Beach, a beach at Revere, Suffolk County, Massachusetts, United States. Revere, simple past and past participle of revere. Reveredly, in a revered manner. Reveredness, quality of being revered. Reverence, veneration, profound awe and respect, normally in a sacred context. Reverenced, simple past and past participle of reverence. Reverencer, one who reverences something. Reverencers, plural of reverencer. Reverences, third person singular simple present indicative of reverence. Reverences, second person singular simple present indicative of reverence. Reverenza. Third person singular simple present indicative of reverence. Reverencing. Present participle and gerund of reverence. 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 Reverend. A title indicating respect. Prefix to the names of Christian clergy. Reverently. Obsolete form of reverently. Reverendness. Quality of being. Reverend. Reverends. Plural of reverend. Reverendship. An appellation for a reverend. Reverendships. Plural of reverendship. Revere. Showing or characterized by great respect or reverence, respectful. Reverential. Showing or characterized by reverence, respectful. Reverentiality. The quality of being reverential. Reverentially. In a reverential manner, worshipfully. Reverentialness. Quality of being reverential. Reverently. In a reverent manner. Reverentness. Quality of being reverent. Revere. One who reveres. Reveres. Plural of reverer. Reveres. Plural of revere. Reverest. Second person singular simple present indicative of revere. Revere. Third person singular simple present indicative of revere. Reverie. A state of dreaming while awake, a loose or irregular train of thought, musing or meditation, daydream. Reverie. Alternative spelling of reverie. Reveries. Plural of reverie. Reveries. Plural of reverie. Reverifiable. Capable of being reverified. Reverification. Verification again. Reverifications. Plural of verification. Reverify. Simple past and past participle of reverify. Reverifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of reverify. Reverify. To verify again. Reverifying. Present participle and gerund of reverify. Revering. Present participle and gerund of revere. Reverist. One who has reveries, a dreamer. Reverists. Plural of reverist. Reverize. To have a reverie, to daydream. Reverize. Simple past and past participle of reverize. Reverizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of reverize. Reverizing. Present participle and gerund of reverize. Reveromycin. Any of a group of complex spirochtals isolated from soil actinomycete of the genus Streptomyces that have antibiotic activity and inhibit cell growth. Reveromycins. Plural of reveromycin. Revera. A surname from Spanish. Reverens. Plural of reveren. Revers. A lapel of a garment turned back to show the reverse side. Reversed. Simple past and past participle of reverse. Reversibility. The condition of being reversible. Reversible. Alternative form of reversible. Reversal. The state of being reversed. Reversalism. The idea that what is true about the universe is the exact opposite of what a person or group of people believes. Reversalisms. Plural of reversalism. Reversalists. Of or pertaining to reversalism or to reversalists. Reversalists. Plural of reversalists. Reversality, the state, paucity, or quality of being reversed. Reversally, in a reversal manner by means of reversing. Reversals, plural of reversal. Reversative, implying a reversal. Reversafra, misspelling of resveratrol. Reverse, opposite, contrary, going in the opposite direction. Reverse 911 call, a call initiated by emergency services to telephone numbers to, for example, announce a mandatory evacuation. Reverse 911 calls, plural of reverse 911 call. Reverse Advent calendar, the activity of storing away a non-perishable food item, toiletry, clothing item, or other essential item each day during the Advent period, often starting on December 1, then donating them on Christmas Eve to local food banks, shelters, charities, or other organizations that support individuals and families in need. Reverse Advent calendars, plural of reverse Advent calendar. Reverse anorexia nervosa, synonym of muscle dysmorphia. Reverse arms, a position of a soldier in which the weapon passes between the right elbow and the body at an angle of 45 degrees. Reverse bigotry, bigotry toward a dominant or privileged group of people by a group that has historically been the target of discrimination. Reverse Boustrophedon, a form of Boustrophedon in which the page is rotated by 180 degrees after writing each line, so that alternate lines are upside down relative to one another. Reverse brain drain, the return of people who emigrated from a country during the process of a brain drain. Reverse brain drains, plural of reverse brain drain. Reverse bunny suit, a derivative of the bunny girl outfit, bunny ears, exposed arms, and covered chest in which the arms are covered and the chest is exposed. Reverse bunny suits, plural of reverse bunny suit. Reverse cascade, a pattern performed with an odd number of props where each prop is caught by the opposite hand and thrown over the incoming prop, in contrast with the traditional cascade where the prop is thrown under. Reverse cascades, plural of reverse cascade. Reverse causation, an informal fallacy in which an effect is mistaken for a cause. Reverse charge, added to an invoice to indicate that receiver of the goods or services in another member state of European Union is responsible for paying VAT. Reverse chops, a pattern involving carrying each object under the next object before throwing it to the opposite hand. Reverse cleavage, synonym of underboob. Reverse commute, a trip to a more urban area in the evening or from it in the morning. Reverse commuter, someone who travels to a more urban area in the evening and from it in the morning. Reverse commuters, plural of reverse commuter. Reverse commutes, plural of reverse commute. Reverse configure, to determine an item's characteristics solely based on an identifier such as material number, catalog code, or part number. Reverse confusion, a situation where a competitor is responsible for a younger use of a mark and by exploiting his market dominance imparts his goodwill to the mistaken buyers of the senior user and erodes the latter's goodwill and control of it. Reverse contrast, having stroke thickness that is on an axis contrary to convention. Reverse course, to stop and proceed in the opposite direction. Reverse cowgirl, ellipsis of reverse cowgirl position. Reverse cowgirl position, a sex position in which the man lies on his back and the woman sits on top of him facing towards his feet. Reverse cowgirl positions. Plural of reverse cowgirl position. Reverse culture shock. Culture shock experienced when returning home after a long time in a different culture. Reverse curve. A curve to the left or right which immediately curves in the opposite direction and which is basically S-shaped. Reverse curves. Plural of reverse curve. Reverse cycler. A nursing infant that tends to feed mostly at night and sleep mostly during the day. Reverse cyclers. Plural of reverse cycler. Reverse dictionaries. Plural of reverse dictionary. Reverse dictionary. A dictionary in which entries are sorted alphabetically by their last letter, then second to last, and so on. Nausicaa would precede Hecuba, which would precede Orca. Influenza would precede cab, and so on. Reverse discrimination. The policy or practice of discriminating against members of a designated group which has in the past unfairly received preferential treatment in social, legal, educational, or employment situations, with the intention of benefiting one or more other groups such as racial, disabled, or gender groups that have previously been discriminated against. Reverse domestic violence. Violence committed by one member of a family or household against another where the abuser is considered weaker than the victim. Reverse dowries. Plural of reverse dowry. Reverse dowry. A sum of money or other valuables paid by a bridegroom or on his behalf to the family of the bride in some cultures. Reverse dunk. A dunk in which the player's back is to the basket when the ball is dunked. Reverse dunks. Plural of reverse dunk. Reverse electrodialysis. The salinity gradient energy retrieved from the difference in the salt concentration between seawater and river water. Reverse engineer. Alternative spelling of reverse engineer. Reverse engineer. Simple past and past participle of reverse engineer. Reverse engineering. The process of analyzing the construction and operation of a product in order to manufacture a similar one. Reverse engineers. Third person singular simple present indicative of reverse engineer. Reverse fault. A type of fault in which the hanging wall moves up relative to the footwall. Reverse faults. Plural of reverse fault. Reverse ferret. A sudden volte-face in an organization's editorial line on a certain issue, especially one without acknowledgement of the previous position. Reverse ferrets. Plural of reverse ferret. Reverse forecast. A combination of two forecast bets to select the first and second place winners of a race in any order. Reverse forecasts. Plural of reverse forecasts. Reverse gangbang. Sexual intercourse involving more than two women in which one man is the central focus. Reverse gangbanged. Simple past and past participle of reverse gangbang. Reverse gangbanging. Present participle and gerund of reverse gangbang. Reverse gangbangs. Plural of reverse gangbang. Reverse gear. A gear in a vehicle transmission which, when selected, makes the vehicle to move in the direction the driver has the back. Reverse gears. Plural of reverse gear. Reverse genetic. Attributive form of reverse genetics. Reverse genetics. The practice of identifying the functions of known genes. Reverse graffiti. A form of graffiti created by selectively removing dirt or grime from a surface. Reverse harem. A group of someone's boyfriends or husbands in a polygamous household. Reverse harems. Plural of reverse harem. Reverse hyper. Flipping of reverse hyperextension. Reverse hyperextension. An exercise performed by raising and lowering the thighs while lying on the stomach on an elevated surface to have sufficient range of motion. Reverse hyperextensions. Plural of reverse hyperextension. Reverse hypers. Plural of reverse hyper. Reverse image search. The querying of the origin of an image by inputting the file into a search engine or database. Reverse image searches. Plural of reverse image search. Reverse implied odds. The odds offered by the amount one stands to lose in future betting when one has the worst hand against the amount one stands to win when one has the best hand. Reverse import. A product of a multinational corporation which is produced abroad and then imported to the country where the company's head office is located. Reverse imports. Plural of reverse import. Reverse infringement. A situation where a prior disclosure such as prior art anticipates a claimed invention, effectively rendering the prior art an infringement of the patent if the patent were valid. Reverse infringements. Plural of reverse infringement. Reverse intaglio. A design impressed into the back of transparent or translucent items. Reverse intaglios. Plural of reverse intaglio. Reverse integration. The process of merging different team branches into the main trunk of a versioning system. Reverse isekai. A subgenre of isekai where people from a fantasy or fictional world are transported into modern-day Earth rather than the other way around. Reverse isekais. Plural of reverse isekai. Reverse jinx. A prediction which is the opposite of the outcome desired by the person making it. Reverse jinxes. Plural of reverse jinx. Reverse komi. Bonus points that are given to the black player as a form of handicap to the white player, the reverse of komi. Reverse layup. A running in which the shooter dives under the basket and shoots the ball straight away from the basket. Reverse layups. Plural of reverse layup. Reverse line fee. The character 0x0a in ASCII which reverses the paper by one line in a teletype or printer or moves the cursor to the previous line on a display. Reverse line feeds. Plural of reverse line feed. Reverse link. In radio communications, the link from a mobile user to a fixed base station. If the link includes a communications relay satellite, the reverse link will consist of both an uplink mobile station to satellite and a downlink satellite to base station. Reverse links. Plural of reverse link. Reverse logistics. The transportation of goods backwards through the supply chain. For example, returning them to the manufacturer for disposal or refund. Reverse Magnus effect. The situation where, under certain conditions, a spinning ball deflects in a direction contrasting to that predicted by the Magnus effect. Reverse mathematics. A program in mathematical logic that seeks to determine which axioms are required to prove theorems. Reverse merger. Synonym of reverse takeover. Reverse mergers. Plural of reverse merger. Reverse mermaid. A mythical creature, woman from the waist down, fish from the waist up. Reverse mermaids. Plural of reverse mermaid. Reverse Midas touch. The tendency to ruin or destroy any object or task at hand. Reverse mortgage. An agreement under which money is borrowed using one's home as collateral to be repaid from the proceeds of its sale, usually on the owner's death. Reverse mortgages. Plural of reverse mortgage. Reverse of trade. A downturn or disruption of economic conditions rendering much trade unprofitable. Reverse one-drop rule. The notion that one drop of white blood, i.e. any white ancestry at all makes a person white. Reverse osmosis. A technique whereby a solution is forced through a semi-permeable membrane under pressure, used to generate drinkable water from seawater or to separate chemical compounds. Reverse F. To print with reversed colors, i.e. black for white and vice versa. Reverse painting. The application of paint to a sheet of glass to create a picture to be viewed through the glass from the other side. Reverse paintings. Plural of reverse painting. Reverse palming off. The act of reselling a genuine product under one's own trade name rather than that of the true manufacturer. Reverse panda. An undesired effect involving light makeup applied around the eyes appearing as white circles or patches, especially in a photograph or video due to intense lighting or a camera flash. Reverse pass. A pass in which the player runs in the opposite direction to where he passed. Reverse passes. Plural of reverse pass. Reverse pedo. Clipping of reverse pedophile. Reverse pedophile. A young person who is physically attracted to older people. Reverse pedophiles. Plural of reverse pedophile. Reverse pedos. Plural of reverse pedo. Reverse pickpocket. Alternative form of reverse pickpocket. Reverse pickpocketed. Simple past and past participle of reverse pickpocket. Reverse pickpocketing. Present participle and gerund of reverse pickpocket. Reverse pickpockets. Plural of reverse pickpocket. Reverse Polish notation. An arithmetic notation in which numbers precede the operators to be applied to them. Reverse proxies. Plural of reverse proxy. Reverse proxy. A proxy that retrieves information on behalf of a client from possibly multiple servers. Reverse psychology. The advocacy of one course of action in such a way as to persuade someone to take an opposite course. Reverse question. A question in a television interview that was actually recorded after the interview took place and is presented as a cutaway scene. The technique is commonly used where only one camera was present at the interview as a way of creating the appearance of multiple camera angles and showing a scene of the interviewer asking the question rather than the interviewee listening to the question. Reverse questions. Plural of reverse question. Reverse racism. Racism against the racial majority, either a member or group of that majority or the majority in general. Reverse racist. One who promotes or takes part in reverse racism. Reverse racists. Plural of reverse racist. Reverse rape. The act of a female raping a male. Reverse rapes. Plural of reverse rape. Reverse rapists. A female sexual predator. Reverse rapists. Plural of reverse rapist. Reverse ratio spread. Synonym of backspread. Reverse repo. A repo purchase agreement viewed from the perspective of the borrower, an agreement to buy a certain security and resell it at some time in the future. Reverse repos. Plural of reverse repo. Reverse sexism. Sexism against the dominant sex. Reverse sexist. One who exhibits reverse sexism. Reverse sexists. Plural of reverse sexists. Reverse shell. A univalve shell whose volutions run in the opposite direction to that of a standard screw thread. Reverse shells. Plural of reverse shell. Reverse shot. A shot in which one character is shown looking back at another, unseen character. Reverse shots. Plural of reverse shot. Reverse spelling. The spelling or writing of a word in reverse or from back to front. Reverse spellings. Plural of reverse spelling. Reverse split. a process by which the stocks of a company are merged, resulting in a smaller number of more valuable shares. Reverse splits, plural of reverse split. Reverse swing, a batsman's shot made by swinging the bat in a horizontal arc from leg to off, normally whilst kneeling. Reverse sweeps, plural of reverse sweep. Reverse swing, sideways movement of the old ball through the in the opposite direction to normal swing. Reverse takeover, the acquisition of a public company by a private company so that the latter can bypass the lengthy and complex process of going public. Reverse takeovers, plural of reverse takeover. Reverse the charge, alternative form of reverse the charges. Reverse the charges, to make a telephone call for which the party who is called agrees to pay. Reverse thrust, synonym of thrust reverser. Reverse thrusts, plural of reverse thrusts. Reverse transcriptase, a polymerase that catalyzes the formation of DNA from an RNA template. Reverse transcriptases, plural of reverse transcriptase. Reverse transcription, the process of creating double-stranded DNA from a single-stranded RNA template, the reverse of the standard process. Reverse trap, someone who is anatomically female but who passes as male. Reverse traps, plural of reverse trap. Reverse trial, a variant of the free trial model where a user automatically starts with paid features but then gets downgraded to a freemium version once the automatic trial period ends. Reverse Turing test, a Turing test in which the aim is to verify the remote participant as human rather than focusing on whether they are a machine. Reverse Turing tests, plural of reverse Turing test. Reverse vending machine, a machine that accepts used empty beverage containers and returns money to the user as part of a recycling initiative. Reverse vending machines, plural of reverse vending machine. Reverse video, inverse video. Reverse ways, alternative form of reverse ways. Reverse charge, of a telephone call having the cost of the call paid by the recipient rather than the caller. See also reverse the charges. Reverse commute, to travel to a more urban area in the evening and from it in the morning. Reverse commuted, simple past and past participle of reverse commute. Reverse commutes, third person singular simple present indicative of reverse commute. Reverse commuting, present participle and gerund of reverse commute. Reverse dowries, plural of reverse dowry. Reverse dowry, alternative form of reverse dowry. Reverse engineer, to derive or duplicate the design, technical specifications, manufacturing methods, or functionality of an object by studying an existing product, prototype, etc. Reverse engineer, simple past and past participle of reverse engineer. Reverse engineering, present participle and gerund of reverse engineer. Reverse engineers, third person singular simple present indicative of reverse engineer. Reverse pickpocket, to slip something into someone's pocket or pocketbook without their knowledge, sometimes as a gesture of generosity. Reverse pickpocketed, simple past and past participle of reverse pickpocket. Reverse pickpocketing, present participle and gerund of reverse pickpocket. Reverse pickpockets, third person singular simple present indicative of reverse pickpocket. Reverse sear, to cook a steak etc. at low heat until the center reaches the desired temperature, then cook the outside at high temperature to sear it. Reverse seared, Simple past and past participle of reversier. Reversiering. Present participle and gerund of reversier. Reversiers. Third person singular simple present indicative of reversier. Reverse transmigratory neutrophil. A type of neutrophil which can transmigrate from inflamed tissue back into the circulation, retaining its pro-inflammatory phenotype. Reverse transmigratory neutrophils. Plural of reverse transmigratory neutrophil. Reversed. Simple past and past participle of reverse. Reversed course. Simple past and past participle of reverse course. Reversed out. Simple past and past participle of reverse out. Reversed Paul. Synonym of Paul reversed. Reverse the charges. Simple past and past participle of reverse the charges. Reversibly. In a reversed way. Reverseful. Full of setbacks or misfortune. Reverseless. Not having a reverse. Reversely. In a reverse manner, in the opposite sequence or direction. Reversement. Reversal, reversing. Reversements. Plural of reversement. Reverser. Something which reverses a particular action or condition. Reversers. Plural of reverser. Reverses. Plural of reverse. Reverses course. Third person singular simple present indicative of reverse course. Reverses of tray. Plural of reverse of tray. Reverses alf. Third person singular simple present indicative of reverse alf. Reverses the charges. Third person singular simple present indicative of reverse the charges. Reversest. Second person singular simple present indicative of reverse. Reversa. Third person singular simple present indicative of reverse. Reverse ways. In reverse, backwards. Reverse UIs. In reverse, backwards. Reverse gram. Synonym of semordnila. Reverse grams. Plural of reverse gram. Reversi. A strategy game for two players, areas of the board being captured by surrounding rows of the opponent's pieces with one's own. Reversibilities. Plural of reversibility. Reversibility. The reversible. Reversible. Able to be reversed. Reversibleness. The reversible. Reversibles. Plural of reversible. Reversibly. In a way that can be undone. Reversi. A synthetic molecule, 2,4-morpholinenolenose 6-cyclohexylaminopurine, used for stem cell dedifferentiation. Reversing. Present participle and gerund of reverse. Reversing course. Present participle of reverse course. Reversing cylinder. The cylinder of a small auxiliary steam engine. Reversing cylinders. Plural of reversing cylinder. Reversing gear. A mechanism used to control the direction of travel of a steam locomotive. Reversing gears. Plural of reversing gear. Reversing lever. A lever in a steam engine that operates the slide valve. Reversing levers. Plural of reversing lever. Reversing loop. A loop provided for the purpose of turning a train or tram round to face in the opposite direction. The vehicles themselves do not have to reverse. Reversing loops. Plural of reversing loop. Reversing machine. A molding machine in founding, in which the flask can be reversed. Reversing machines. Plural of reversing machine. Reversing out. Present participle and gerund of reverse out. Reversing shaft. A shaft which permits a reversal of the order of steam passage through the ports of a steam engine. Reversing shafts. Plural of reversing shaft. Reversing siding. A siding provided for terminating passenger trains, usually at a through station, where a train can lay over between journeys before heading back in the opposite direction. Reversing sidings. Plural of reversing siding. Reversing the charges. Present participle and gerund of reverse the charges. Reversing valve. The valve of a reversing cylinder. Reversing valves. Plural of reversing valve. Reversingly. While reversing. Reversing's. Plural of reversing. Reversion. The action of reverting something. Reversionable. Subject to reversion. Reversional. Pertaining to reversion. Reversionaries. Plural of reversionary. Reversionary. A reversioner. Reversioner. A person who possesses the reversion to an estate or office. Reversioners. Plural of reversioner. Reversionism. Reversionist beliefs or attitudes. Reversionist. One who clings to previous patterns of behavior or thought, rejecting social or cultural change. Reversioniste. Reversionists. Reversionists. Plural of reversionists. Reversions. Plural of reversion. Reversus. An old trick-taking card game popular with the French aristocracy in the 17th and 18th centuries. Reversive. Designating the reversion of an action. Reversively. In a reversive manner. Reversivity. De paptivity reversive. Reverso. Any of the left-hand pages of a book. Reversos. Plural of reverso. Revert. One who, or that which, reverts. Revert back. To reply, respond. Revert war. A dispute on a wiki or in a source control repository where two users repeatedly revert one another's changes. Revert wars. Plural of revert war. Revertibility. The quality of revertible. Revertible. Alternative form of revertible which is the more common form. Revertency. The condition of being revertent. Revertent. That has reverted to its former genotype or to the original phenotype by means of a subsequent mutation. Revertence. Plural of revertent. Revertes. Synonym of reverse transcriptase. Revertases. Plural of revertase. Reverted. Simple past and past participle of revert. Reverted back. Simple past and past participle of revert back. Revertee. One whose estate or land is reverted. Revertees. Plural of revertee. Revertent. Having reverted to a previous more basic or more natural state. Revertance. Plural of revertent. Reverter. One who, or that which, reverts. Reverters. Plural of reverter. Reverta. Third person singular simple present indicative of revert. Revertibility. The quality of being revertible. Revertible. Able to be reverted. Reverting. Present participle and gerund of revert. Reverting back. Present participle and gerund of revert back. Revertive. Reverting or tending to revert, returning. Revertoli. By way of reversion. Reverts, plural of revert. Reverts back, third person singular simple present indicative of revert back. Reverie, dated form of reverie. Revat, plural of revat. Revesby, a village and civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 2961. Revesiculation, a second or subsequent vesiculation. Revest, to dress a priest or other religious figure in ritual garments, especially to celebrate Mass or another service. Reveste, simple past and past participle of revest. Revesheries, plural of revesherie. Revesherie, the storage space or room in a church or temple where the vestments, etc. are kept. Reveste, present participle and gerund of reves. Revesteries, plural of revestry. Revestry, obsolete form of revesherie. Revests, third person singular simple present indicative of revest. Revescure, vesture. Revest syndrome, a variant of dyskeratosis congenita, causing exudative retinopathy and bone marrow failure, among other symptoms. Rela, to face an embankment, etc., with masonry, wood, or other material. Revide, simple past and past participle of revet. Revertment, alternative form of revetment. Revertments, plural of revertment. Revide, present participle and gerund of revet. Revetment, a layer of stone, concrete, or other hard material supporting the side of an embankment. Revetments, plural of revetment. Veto, to veto again. Revet, third person singular simple present indicative of revet. Rouet, a surname from French. Rouet, simple past and past participle of revet. Revet, plural of revet. Revete, present participle and gerund of revet. Roulade, one who takes part in or enjoys watching motor racing. Reveds, plural of revhead. A Talmudic unit equal to a quarter of a log, approximately 100 milliliters. Revibrate, to vibrate back or again. Revibrated, simple past and past participle of revibrate. Revibrates, third person singular simple present indicative of revibrate. Revibrating, present participle and gerund of revibrate. Revictimization, alternative form of revictimization. Revictimizations, plural of revictimization. Revictimize, alternative form of revictimize. Revictimized, simple past and past participle of revictimize. Revictimizes, third person singular simple present indicative of revictimize. Revictimizing, present participle and gerund of revictimize. Revictimization, victimization again or anew. Revictimizations, plural of revictimization. Revictimize, to victimize again or anew. Revictimized, simple past and past participle of revictimize. Revictimizer, one who revictimizes, an aggressor or bully who goes on to victimize the same person again, especially after some intervention or punishment. Revictimizers, plural of revictimizer. Revictimizes, third person singular simple present indicative of revictimize. Revictimizing, present participle and gerund of revictimize. Reviction, return to life. Revictual, to supply with fresh provisions. Revictualed, simple past and past participle of revictual. Revictuale, present participle and gerund of revictual. Revictual, simple past and past participle of revictual. Revictuale, present participle and gerund of revictual. Revictualment, the act of revictualling. Revictualments, plural of revictualment. Revictuals, third person singular simple present indicative of revictual. Roi, to vie with or rival in return. Roi, simple past and past participle of revi. Revise, third person singular simple present indicative of revi. Review, a second or subsequent reading of a text or artifact in an attempt to gain new insights. Review article, a type of academic publication that reviews previous studies in order to summarize current knowledge about a specific topic. Review articles, plural of review article. Review bomb, a deluge of negative user reviews. Review bond, simple past and past participle of review bomb. Review bombing, present participle and gerund of review bomb. Review bombs, plural of review bomb. Review copies, plural of review copy. Review copy, a copy of a book or publication delivered to journals or newspapers in order for it to be reviewed. Review proof, of a book, film, etc. guaranteed to succeed even if it receives unfavorable reviews. Reviewability, the state of being reviewable, eligibility for review. Reviewable, eligible for review or reconsideration. Reviewage, the act or process of reviewing. Reviewer, the act or process of reviewing. Reviewals, plural of reviewal. Reviewed, simple past and past participle of review. Reviewee, one who undergoes a review. Reviewees, plural of reviewee. Reviewer, a person who writes reviews for a newspaper or other publication, a critic. Revieweries, the form of language used by a reviewer of books, restaurants, etc. Revieweress, a female reviewer. Revieweresses, plural of revieweress. Reviewers, plural of reviewer. Reviewist, second person singular simple present indicative of review. Revieweth, third person singular simple present indicative of review. Reviewing, present participle and gerund of review. Reviewings, plural of reviewing. Reviewit, resembling or characteristic of a review critical evaluation. Reviewless, without review. Reviews, plural of review. Reviewways, erroneous computer-generated form of evaluate. Revigny-sur-Orne, a commune in Meuse department, Grand Est, France. Revigorate, to give new vigor to. Revigorated, simple past and past participle of revigorate. Revigorate, third person singular simple present indicative of revigorate. Revigorating, present participle and gerund of revigorate. Revile, to attack someone with abusive language. Revile, simple past and past participle of revile. Revilement, the act of reviling. Revilements, plural Plural of revilement. Reviler, one who reviles. Revilers, plural of reviler. Reviles, third person singular simple present indicative of revile. Revilis, second person singular simple present indicative of revile. Revila, third person singular simple present indicative of revile. Reviling, present participle and gerund of revile. Revilingly, in a reviling manner. Revilings, plural of reviling. Ruvilla, synonym of Revillagigedo. Revillagigedo, an island in the Alexander Archipelago in Ketchikan Gateway Borough of the southeastern region of the U.S. state of Alaska. Revillas, plural of revilla. Revens, to overcome. Revemst, simple past and past participle of revens. Revincing, present participle and gerund of revens. Revindicate, to vindicate again, to reclaim, to demand and take back. Revindicated, simple past and past participle of revindicate. Revindicates, third person singular simple present indicative of revindicate. Revindicating, present participle. Revindicating. Revindications, plural of revindication. Reviolate, to violate again. Reviolate, to violate again. Reviolated, simple past and past participle of reviolate. Reviolates, third person singular simple present indicative of reviolate. Reviolating, present participle and gerund of reviolate. Reviolation, violation again. Reviperin, an antithrombotic belonging to the group of low molecular weight heparins. Reviescence, a growing green or fresh again. Revirginate, to become a virgin again. Revirginated, simple past and past participle of revirginate. Revirginates, third person singular simple present indicative of revirginate. Revirginating, present participle and gerund of revirginate. Revirgination, the restoration of virginity. Revirginations, plural of revirgination. Revirginization, the process of revirginizing. Revirginizations, plural of revirginization. Revirginize, to make into a virgin over again. Revirginize, simple past and past participle of revirginize. Revirginizes, third person singular simple present indicative of revirginize. Revirginizing, present participle and gerund of revirginize. Revirtualize, to virtualize again. Revirtualize, simple past and past participle of revirtualize. Revirtualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of revirtualize. Revirtualizing, present participle and gerund of revirtualize. Reves, a surname. Reves, simple past and past participle of revise. Revisability, the state or quality of being revisable. Revisable, able to be revised. Revisal, the act of revising, a revision. Reviles, plural of revisal. Revise, to review, alter, and amend, especially of written material. Revise one's priors, synonym of update one's priors. Revise. Simple past and past participle of revise. Revised once priors. Simple past and past participle of revise once priors. Revise. Romanization of Korean. The official South Korean romanization standard for Korean. Revised Standard Version. An English translation of the Bible published in 1952 by the National Council of the Churches of Christ in USA, based on the earlier American Standard Version. Revised Version. A late 19th century British revision of the King James Version of the Bible. Revesi. One whose work undergoes revision. Revetis. Plural of revisi. Revire. One who revises. Revires. Plural of reviser. Revisorship. The role or status of reviser. Revisorships. Plural of revisorship. Revise. Plural of revise. Revise is one's priors. Third person singular simple present indicative of revise one's priors. Revise. Third person singular simple present indicative of revise. Revising. Present participle and gerund of revise. Revising barrister. A barrister appointed annually by judges to revise the list of voters for members of Parliament. Revising barristers. Plural of revising barrister. Revising one's priors. Present participle and gerund of revise one's priors. Revisingly. In a manner that revises. Revisa. The process of revising. Revision cloud. A cloud shape added to a technical drawing to highlight a region that has been modified since the previous version of the drawing. Revision clouds. Plural of revision cloud. Revision week. Synonym of reading week. Revision weeks. Plural of revision week. Revisional. Or relating to revision or change. Revisionary. Having the character of a revision. Revisend. Simple past and past participle of revision. Revisioning. Present participle and gerund of revision. Revisionism. The advocacy of a revision of some accepted theory, doctrine, or a view of historical events. Revisionism. Plural of revisionism. Revisionists. Of or pertaining to revisionism. Revisionist maximalism. A short-lived Jewish fascist movement. Revisionist Zionism. A form of Zionism characterized by territorial maximalism, promoting expansionism, and the establishment of a Jewish majority on both sides of the Jordan River. Revisionistic. Exhibiting revisionism, changing some accepted doctrine or view of history. Revisionistically. In a revisionistic fashion. Revisionists. Plural of revisionists. Revisions. Plural of revision. Revisit. To visit again. Revisit time. The amount of time elapsed between observations of the same ground point on Earth by a satellite. Revisit times. Plural of revisit time. Revisitability. The condition of being revisitable. Revisitable. Able to be revisited. Revisiting. Visiting again. Revisitation. An act of revisiting. Revisitations. Plural of revisitation. Revisited. Past participle of revisit. Revisiting. The act of visiting again. Revisitings, plural of revisiting. Revisitor, one who revisits. Revisitors, plural of revisitor. Revets, plural of revisit. Revire, alternative form of reviser. Revires, plural of reviser. Revere, having the power or purpose to revise or review. Revisualization, alternative form of revisualization. Revisualizations, plural of revisualization. Revisualize, alternative form of revisualize. Revisualize, simple past and past participle of revisualize. Revisualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of revisualize. Revisualizing, present participle and gerund of revisualize. Revisualization, visualization again or anew. Revisualizations, plural of revisualization. Revisualize, to visualize again or anew. Revisualize, simple past and past participle of revisualize. Revisualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of revisualize. Revisualizing, present participle and gerund of revisualize. Revitalization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of revitalization. Revitalizations, plural of revitalization. Revitalize, to give new life, energy, activity, or success to something. Revitalize, simple past and past participle of revitalize. Revitalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of revitalize. Revitalizing, present participle and gerund of revitalize. Revitalizable, able to be revitalized. Revitalizant, a fuel or oil additive that creates a ceramic coating on internal engine parts. Revitalizants, plural of revitalizant. Revitalization, the process of revitalizing. Revitalizations, plural of revitalization. Revitalize, U.S. and Oxford British English Standard spelling of revitalize. Revitalize, simple past and past participle of revitalize. Revitalizer, one who or that which revitalizes. Revitalizers, plural of revitalizer. Revitalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of revitalize. Revitalizing, present participle and gerund of revitalize. Revithizalata, a Greek dip similar to hummus made with ground chickpeas and seasonings such as garlic, cumin, oil, and lemon juice. Revivabilities, plural of revivability. Revivability, the state of being revivable. Revivable, that can be revived, possible to return to life. Revival, the act of reviving or the state of being revived. Revival meeting, a series of Christian religious services held to inspire active members of a church body to gain new converts and to call sinners to repent. Revival meetings, plural of revival meeting. Revivalism, advocacy for the revival of a former practice, custom, etc. Revivalisms, plural of revivalism. Revivalist, someone who seeks to revive something. Revivaliste, revivalist. Revivalists, plural of revivalist. Revivals, plural of revival. Revive, to return to life, to become reanimated or reinvigorated. Rely, simple past and past participle of revive. Revived Roman Empire, a multinational superpower entity during the tribulation connected with the Antichrist in modern religious speculation often identified with the European Union. Revivement, revival, revivements. Plural of revivement. Reviver, one who revives. Revivers, plural of reviver. Revives. Third person singular simple present indicative of revive. Reviveth, third person singular simple present indicative of revive. Revivicate, to revive or revitalize, to bring back to life. Revivicated, simple past and past participle of revivicate. Revivicates, third person singular simple present indicative of revivicate. Revivicating, present participle and gerund of revivicate. Revivication, the act of revivicating. Revivications, plural of revivication. Revivicate, to revive, to revivify. Revivicated, simple past and past participle of revivificate. Revivificates, third person singular simple present indicative of revivificate. Revivicating, present participle and gerund of revivificate. Revivification, the act of reviving, restoration of life. Revivifications, plural of revivification. Revivify, simple past and past participle of revivify. Revivifier, one who revivifies. Revivifiers, plural of revivifier. Revivifies, third person singular simple present indicative of revivify. Revivify, to reanimate, bring back to life. Revivifying, present participle and gerund of revivify. Reviving, present participle and gerund of revive. Revivingly, so as to revive. Reviving, plural of reviving. Reviviscence, the act of reviving or the state of being revived, renewal of life. Reviviscences, plural of reviviscence. Reviviscency, synonym of reviviscence. Reviviscent, able or disposed to revive, reviving. Revire, revival of a suit which is abated by the death or marriage of any of the parties. Revivers, plural of reviver. Rely, an American cosmetics, skincare, fragrance, and personal care company. Rely on duty. Plural of rely on duty. Rely on duty, a legal principle stating that an action that promotes the value of an auction process is allowable. Whereas one that thwarts its value is unallowable. Relanmo, the position of a company whose sale or breakup is imminent and whose director's responsibility is consequently narrowed to securing the highest possible price to benefit stockholders. Revocability, the quality of being revocable. Revocable, having the ability of being revoked, capable of being revoked. Revocableness, the quality of being revocable. Revocably, in a revocable way. Revocate, to recall troops, objects, etc. Revocated, simple past and past participle of revocate. Revocating, present participle and gerund of revocate. Revocation, an act or instance of revoking. Revocational, of or relating to revocation. Revocations, plural of revocation. Revocative, revocatory, tending to revoke or recall. Revocatory, of or pertaining to revocation, revocative, tending to revoke or recall. Revise, to replace the voice of an actor with that of another speaking a translation, to dub. Revise, simple past and past participle of revoice. Revises, third person singular simple present indicative of revoice. Revoicing, present participle and gerund of revoice. Revoicings, plural of revoicing. Revoir, a surname from French. Revoirs, plural of revoir. Revoced, simple past and past participle of revoke. Revocability, alternative form of revocability. Revocable, alternative spelling of revocable. Revoke, to cancel or invalidate by withdrawing or reversing. Revoked, simple past and past participle of revoke. Revokement, revocation. Revokements, plural of revokement. Revoker, a person who revokes. Revokers, plural of revoker. Revokes, plural of revoke. Revoking, present participle and gerund of revoke. Revokingly, by way of revocation, so as to revoke. Revokings, plural of revoking. Revolatilization, a second or subsequent volatilization. Revolatilizations, plural of revolatilization. Revolatilize, to volatilize again. Revolatilize, simple past and past participle of revolatilize. Revolatilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of revolatilize. Revolatilizing, present participle and gerund of revolatilize. Evolurio, a surname. Evolurio is plural of evolurio. Revolt, to rebel, particularly against authority. Revolte, a bravura jump in which one lands on the leg from which one pushes off after that leg travels around the other leg, which is lifted to a level that is parallel with the floor. Revoltades, plural of revolte. Revolte, simple past and past participle of revolt. Revoltedly, in a revolted manner, with shock or disgust. Revolter, someone who revolts. A rebel or deserter. Revolters, plural of revolter. Revoltus, second person singular simple present indicative of revolt. Revolta, third person singular simple present indicative of revolt. Revolting, present participle and gerund of revolt. Revoltingly, in a revolting manner, with repulsion or disgust. Revoltingness, quality of being revolting. Revoltings, plural of revolting. Revoltress, a female revolter. Revoltresses, plural of revoltress. Revolts, plural of revolt. Revolutile, capable of revolving. Revolunteer, to volunteer again. Revolunteered, simple past and past participle of revolunteer. Revolunteering, present participle and gerund of revolunteer. Revolunteers, Third person singular simple present indicative of revolunteer. Revolute. Rolled or recurved on itself. Revoluted. Simple past and past participle of revolute. Revolutely. In a revolute manner. Revolutes. Third person singular simple present indicative of revolute. Revoluting. Present participle and gerund of revolute. Revolution. Ellipsis of American Revolution. Revolutionaire. A revolutionary. Revolutionaires. Plural of revolutionaire. Revolutional. Revolutionary. Revolutionalize. Alternative spelling of revolutionize. Revolutionalize. Simple past and past participle of revolutionalize. Revolutionalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of revolutionize. Revolutionalizing. Present participle and gerund of revolutionize. Revolutionize. To revolutionize. Revolutionize. Simple past and past participle of revolutionize. Revolutionalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of revolutionize. Revolutionalizing. Present participle and gerund of revolutionize. Revolutionally. Revolutionarily. Revolutionaries. Plural of revolutionary. Revolutionarily. In a revolutionary manner. Revolutionariness. The state or quality of being evolutionary. Revolutionarity. The state or quality of being evolutionary. Revolutionary. Chopin's revolutionary etude op. 10 no. 12. Revolutionary governing junta. Synonym of revolutionary government junta. Revolutionary government junta. A counter-revolutionary rulership in El Salvador. Revolutionary site. Any of a number of historical sites in North Korea designated by Kim Jong-il for propaganda purposes. Revolutionary sites. Plural of revolutionary site. Revolutionary war. Any of several revolutionary wars, wars of revolution, taken specifically. Revolutioneer. One who revolts or who does something revolutionary, revolutionist. Revolutioneered. Simple past and past participle of revolutioneer. Revolutioneering. Present participle and gerund of revolutioneer. Revolutioneers. Plural of revolutioneer. Revolutioner. A revolutionary. Revolutioners. Plural of revolutioner. Revolutionization. Alternative form of revolutionization. Revolutionizations. Plural of revolutionization. Revolutionize. To change radically or significantly, as in a revolution. Revolutionize. Simple past and past participle of revolutionize. Revolutionizer. Alternative form of revolutionizer. Revolutionizers. Plural of revolutionizer. Revolutionizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of revolutionize. Revolutionizing. Present participle and gerund of revolutionize. Revolutionism. The state of being in revolution or a revolutionist. Revolutionists. A person who revolts. Revolutionists. Plural of revolutionists. Revolutionization. The act or process of revolutionizing. Revolutionizations. Plural of revolutionization. Revolutionize. To radically or significantly change, as in a revolution. Revolutionize. Simple past and past participle of revolutionize. Revolutionizer. One who revolutionizes. Revolutionizers. Plural of revolutionizer. Revolutionizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of revolutionize. Revolutionizing. Present participle and gerund of revolutionize. Revolutions. Plural of revolution. Revolutions are not made with rose water. Transformative changes require sacrifice. Revolutive. Inclined to revolve things in the mind. Meditative. Revolvable. Capable of being revolved, rotatable. Revolve. To bring back into a particular place or condition, to restore. Revolve around. To rotate about an axis, to orbit. Revolve. Simple past and past participle of revolve. Revolved around. Simple past and past participle of revolve around. Revolvement. The act of evolving. Revolvements. Plural of revolvement. Revolvency. The fact or act of revolving. Capacity for revolution. Revolver. A handgun with a revolving chamber enabling several shots to be fired without reloading. Revolver flower. A flower exhibiting within its outer portals a number of fine tubes resembling the barrels of a revolver. Revolver. Armed with a revolver. Revolverman. A person skilled in the use of a revolver. Revolverman. Plural of revolverman. Revolvers. Plural of revolver. Revolves. Plural of revolve. Revolves around. Third person singular simple present indicative of revolve around. Revolvest. Second person singular simple present indicative of revolve. Revolveth. Third person singular simple present indicative of revolve. Revolving. Moving around a central point. Revolving around. Present participle and gerund of revolve around. Revolving chair. A swivel chair. Revolving chairs. Plural of revolving chair. Revolving credit. Any form of credit that does not have a fixed number of payments. Revolving door. A door that rotates around a central pivot. Revolving door syndrome. A situation in which employee turnover in an organization is inordinately high. Revolving door syndromes. Plural of revolving door syndrome. Revolving doors. Plural of revolving door. Revolving loan. A type of loan that is secured against a property and allows the owner to borrow and repay money at leisure. Periodic payments of at least accumulated interest are required, but the loan is fully open. It may be paid out in whole or in part at any time, and, if there is still money available under the loan ceiling, the borrower may take more money for his or her use. Revolving loans. Plural of revolving loan. Revolving nutation. Synonym of circummutation. Revolving door syndrome. Alternative form of revolving door syndrome. Revolvingly. With revolution, so as to revolve or rotate. Revolvings. Plural of revolving. Revomit. To vomit something back up. Revomited. Simple past and past participle of revomit. Revomiting. Present participle participle and gerund of revomit. Revomits. Third person singular simple present indicative of revomit. Revortex. Vortex again. Revospire. A selective 5-HT1A receptor partial agonist of the azapirin class. Revote. An act of voting again. Revote. Simple past and past participle of revote. Revoter. One who votes again. Revoters. Plural of revoter. Revots. Plural of revote. Revote. Present participle and gerund of revote. Revow. To vow again or anew. Revout. Simple past and past participle of revow. Revowing. Present participle and gerund of revow. Revows. Third person singular simple present indicative of revow. RevPAC. Abbreviation of revenue per available customer, a profitability metric used by hotels. RevPAR. Abbreviation of revenue per available room, a profitability metric used by hotels. RevPAR. Plural of RevPAI. Revs. Plural of rev. Revat. Third person singular simple present indicative of rev up. Resign. Asserting from. Review. A form of theatrical entertainment in which recent events, popular fads, etc. are parodied. Revuelta. A surname. Revueltas. Plural of revuelta. Reviewers. Plural of review. Revieweth. A little review. Reviewets. Plural of reviewet. Reviewist. A writer of reviews. Reviewists. Plural of reviewist. Revulcanization. The process of revulcanizing. Revulcanizations. Plural of revulcanization. Revulcanize. To vulcanize again. Revulcanized. Simple past and past participle of revulcanize. Revulcanizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of revulcanize. Revulcanizing. Present participle and gerund of revulcanize. Revulsant. Synonym of revulsive. Revulsants. Plural of revulsant. Revulse. To pull back with force. Revulse. Simple past and past participle of revulse. Revulses. Third person singular simple present indicative of revulse. Revulsing. Present participle and gerund of revulse. Revulsion. Abhorrence, a sense of loathing, intense aversion, repugnance, repulsion, horror. Revulsionary. Exhibiting or relating to revulsion. Revulsions. Plural of revulsion. Revulsive. Causing revulsion. Revulsives. Plural of revulsive. Revulsor. A device for applying heat and cold alternately for medical purposes. Revulsors. Plural of revulsor. Revumenib. A particular anti-cancer medication. Revusical. A theater show that is part revue and part musical. Revusicals. Plural of revusical. Rev. Alternative form of rev increase speed of motor. Revable. Well suited to revving. Rev. Simple past and past participle of rev. Revs up. Simple past and past participle of rev up. Rever. Someone or something that revs an engine. Revers. Plural of rever. Ave. Comparative form of ravi, more ravi. Abest. Superlative form of ravi, most ravi. Rele. Present participle and gerund of rev. Revving up. Present participle and gerund of rev up. Revvings. Plural of revving. Revs. Third person singular simple present indicative of rev. Rev. A male given name. Revine. Present participle and gerund of revi. Now, a surname. Ruwe. To wait again. Ruwade. Simple past and past participle of ruwade. Ruwades. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruwade. Ruwading. Present participle and gerund of ruwade. Ruwager. To wager again. Rower. Simple past and past participle of rowager. Rory. Present participle and gerund of rowager. Rogers. Third person singular simple present indicative of rowager. Ruwake. To wake again. Ruwate. Simple past and past participle of ruwake. Ruwaken. To awaken again. To ruwake. Ruwakened. Simple past and past participle of awaken. Rewakening. Rewakening. Rewakenings. Plural of rewakening. Rewakens. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewaken. Rewakes. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewake. Rewaking. Present participle and gerund of rewake. Rewa. To walk again, specifically to walk where one has already walked. Rewalk. Simple past and past participle of rewalk. Rewalking. Present participle and gerund of rewalk. Rewalks. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewalk. Rewa. To provide with new walls. Rewald. Simple past and past participle of rewall. Rewale. Present participle and gerund of rewall. Rewala. To wallow again. Rewala. Simple past and past participle of rewallow. Rewallowing. Present participle and gerund of rewallow. Rewallows. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewallow. Rewalls. Third person singular simple present indicative of wall. Rewat. To overturn, throw down. Rewate. Simple past and past participle of rewalt. Rewanuri. A locality, formerly a coal mining settlement in Grey District, West Coast, New Zealand. Reward. Something of value given in return for an act. Reward card. A card given to a young student in recognition of academic achievement or good behavior. Reward cards. Plural of reward card. Reward system. A group of neural structures responsible for incentive salience, associative learning, and positively valence emotions, particularly ones involving pleasure as a core component, for example joy, euphoria, and ecstasy. Reward systems. Plural of reward system. Rewardability. The quality of being rewardable. Rewardable. Word e of y. Rewardableness. Quality of being rewardable. Rewardably. In a way that merits a reward. Rewarded. Simple past and past participle of reward. Rewardedly. Having been rewarded. Rewardedness. The quality of being rewarded. Rewardy, one who is rewarded. Rewardees, plural of rewardee. Rewarder, one who rewards. Rewarders, plural of rewarder. Rewardess, second person singular simple present indicative of reward. Rewarda, third person singular simple present indicative of reward. Rewardful, yielding reward. Rewardfully, in a rewardful manner. Rewardfulness, the quality of being rewardful. Rewarding, giving or resulting in reward or satisfaction. Rewardingly, in a way or to an extent that is rewarding. Rewardingness, quality of being rewarding. Rewardless, lacking reward. Rewardlessly, in a rewardless manner. Rewardlessness, absence of a reward. Rewards, plural of reward. Rewarehouse, to return goods to a warehouse. Rewarehouse, simple past and past participle of rewarehouse. Rewarehousing, present participle and gerund of rewarehouse. Rewera, a tall evergreen tree, Nyssa excelsa, endemic to New Zealand with leathery leaves and red flowers. Rewereth, plural of Rewerwa. Reweri, a city and district in Haryana, India. Reweris, plural of Reweri. Rewar, to warm again, to bring back to a state of warmth. Reward, simple past and past participle of rewarm. Rewarming, present participle and gerund of rewarm. Rewarms, third person singular simple present indicative of rewarm. Reward, to warn again. Reward, simple past and past participle of rewarn. Rewarning, present participle and gerund of rewarn. Rewarns, third person singular simple present indicative of rewarn. Rewai, the act of washing something again. Rewashable, that can be rewashed. Rewite, simple past and past participle of rewash. Rewater, to fit a mechanical device with a new washer. Rewasher, simple past and past participle of rewasher. Rewashering, present participle and gerund of rewasher. Rewires, third person singular simple present indicative of rewasher. Rewashes, third person singular simple present indicative of rewash. Rewashing, present participle and gerund of rewash. Rewatch, to watch again. Rewatchable, pleasant to watch more than once. Rewatch, simple past and past participle of rewatch. Rewatcher, one who rewatches. Rewatchers, plural of rewatcher. Rewatches, third person singular simple present indicative of rewatch. Rewatching, present participle and gerund of rewatch. Rewatchings, plural of rewatching. Rewater, to water again. Rewater, simple past and past participle of rewater. Rewatering, present participle and gerund of rewater. Rewaters, third person singular simple present indicative of rewater. Rewax, to wax again. Rewax, simple past and past participle of rewax. Rewaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of rewax. Rewaxing, present participle and gerund of rewax. Rewaxings. Plural of rewaxing. Rewable. To wable again. Rewabled. Simple past and past participle of rewable. Rewabling. Present participle and gerund of rewable. Rewables. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewable. A village and civil parish in East Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 9499. Reweekend. To weaken again. Reweekend. Simple past and past participle of reweekend. Reweakening. Present participle and gerund of reweaken. Reweekends. Third person singular simple present indicative of reweaken. Rewear. To wear again. Rewearing. Present participle and gerund of rewear. Rewearth. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewear. Reweave. To weave again, to weave back. Reweave. Simple past and past participle of reweave. Rewears. Third person singular simple present indicative of reweave. Reweaving. Present participle and gerund of reweave. Rew. To wet again. Rewetted. Simple past and past participle of rowed. Rewette. Present participle and gerund of rowed. Revs. Third person singular simple present indicative of row. Rui. To weed again. Ruida. Simple past and past participle of reweed. Ruiding. Present participle and gerund of reweed. Ruids. Third person singular simple present indicative of reweed. Ruwe. To weigh again. To weigh something that has already been weighed. Ruwe. Simple past and past participle of ruwe. Ruweighing. Present participle and gerund of ruwe. Ruweigings. Plural of ruweighing. Ruwes. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruwe. Ruwait. To replace or adjust weights that are attached to something. Ruwaida. Simple past and past participle of ruwait. Ruwaiting. Present participle and gerund of ruwait. Ruwaitings. Plural of ruwaiting. Ruwaits. Third person singular simple present indicative of ruwait. Rewelcome. To welcome again. Rewelcome. Simple past and past participle of rewelcome. Rewelcomes. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewelcome. Rewelcoming. Present participle and gerund of rewelcome. Rewelt. To weld again. Rewelded. Simple past and past participle of reweld. Rewelde. Present participle and gerund of reweld. Rewelds. Third person singular simple present indicative of reweld. Rewerna. A traditional Maori sourdough potato bread. Rewerts. A surname from German. Awerties. Plural of rewerts. Rewet. To wet again. Rewe. Third person singular simple present indicative of row. Rowets. Plural of rowet. Rowette. Simple past and past participle of rowet. Rowette. Wet and again. Rowette. A second or subsequent wetting. Rewettings. Plural of rewetting. Rewith. To whip again. Rewhipped. Simple past and past participle of rewhip. Rewhippe. Present participle and gerund of rewhip. Rewhips. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewhip. Ruik. To whisk again. Ruik. Simple past and past participle of whisk. Ruisking. Present participle and gerund of whisk. Ruik. Third person singular simple present indicative of whisk. Ruwhisper. To whisper again. Ruwhisper. Simple past and past participle of whisper. Ruwhispering. Present participle and gerund of whisper. Ruwhispers. Third person singular simple present indicative of whisper. Rewhiting. To whiten again. Rewhiten. Simple past and past participle of rewhiten. Rewhitening. Present participle and gerund of rewhiten. Rewhitens. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewhiten. Ruicker. To redo the wickerwork as the wicker seat of a piece of furniture. Ruwicker. Simple past and past participle of rewicker. Rewickering. Present participle and gerund of rewicker. Rewickers. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewicker. Rewiden. To widen again. Rewidened. Simple past and past participle of rewiden. Rewidening. Present participle and gerund of rewiden. Rewidens. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewiden. Rewills. To return an area to a more wild state, especially to repopulate it with wild animals that have become extirpated. Rewilded. Simple past and past participle of rewilled. Rewilder. A person who advocates the reintroduction of animals into the wild as a means of conservation. Rewilders. Plural of rewilder. Rewilding. The act of restoring a natural area to its former wild state, especially by repopulating it with animals that have been extirpated. Rewildings. Plural of rewilding. Rewilds. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewild. Ruin. To win again or anew, to win back. Rewind. To wind something again. Rewindable. That can be rewound. Rewinded. Rewound. Rewinder. One who or that which rewinds. Rewinders. Plural of rewinder. Rewinding. Present participle and gerund of rewind. Rewindings. Plural of rewinding. Rewinds. Plural of rewind. Rewinkle. A surname. Rewinning. Present participle and gerund of rewin. Rewins. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewin. Rewi. To wipe again. Rewiped. Simple past and past participle of rewipe. Rewipes. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewipe. Rewiping. Present participle and gerund of rewipe. Rewirable. Alternative form of rewirable. Rewire. To replace or reconnect the wires of a device or installation. Rewirable. Having adjustable wiring. Rewire. Simple past and past participle of rewire. Rewirer. One who rewires. Rewirers. Plural of rewirer. Rewires. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewire. Rewiring. Present participle and gerund of rewire. Rewirings. Plural of rewiring. This. A surname. Rewithdraw. To withdraw again. Withdraw. The act of withdrawing again. Withdrawals. Plural of withdraw. Withdrawing. Present participle and gerund of withdraw. Withdraw. Past participle of withdraw. Withdraws. Third person singular simple present indicative of withdraw. Withdrew. Simple past of withdraw. Roe. Obsolete spelling of rule. Route. Simple past and past participle of roe. Roes. Plural of roe. Roe. Present participle and gerund of roe. Ruo. Simple past of rewake. Rewoken. Past participle of rewake. Roe. Simple past and past participle of rewin. Ruit. To plant with woods again, to reforest. Rowooded. Simple past and past participle of rewood. Rowooding. Present participle and gerund of rewood. Rowoods. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewood. Rower. To change the wording of, to restate using different words. Rewordable. Able to be expressed in different words. Reworded. Past participle of reword. Reworder. One who rewords something. Reworders. Plural of reworder. Rewording. Wording. Rewords. Third person singular simple present indicative of reword. Rewer. Simple past of reware. Rewer. The act of redoing, correcting, or rebuilding. Reworkability. The ability to be the worked. Reworkable. Reworkability. The ability to be the worked. Reworkable. Capable of being reworked. Reworked. Simple past and past participle of rework. Capable of being reworked. Reworked. Simple past and past participle of rework. Past and past participle of rework. Past and past participle of rework. Reworker. One who reworks. Reworkers. Plural of reworker. Reworking. Present participle and gerund of rework. Reworkings. Plural of reworking. Reworks. Third person singular simple present indicative of rework. Reworld. To reconstruct the world or attempt to view it differently. Reworlde. Simple past and past participle of reworld. Reworlding. Present participle and gerund of reworld. Reworldings. Plural of reworlding. Reworlds. Third person singular simple present indicative of reworld. Reward. Past participle of reware. Rewound. Simple past and past participle of rewind. Rewo. Simple past of reweave. Rewoe. Having been woven again. Ra. To wrap again. Rerat. Simple past and past participle of rewrap. Rewrapper. One who wraps again. Rewrappers. Plural of rewrapper. Rewrapping. Present participle and gerund of rewrap. Rewrappings. Plural of rewrapping. Rewraps. Third person singular simple present indicative of rewrap. Rere. To ring again. Rerith. Past of rewrite. Rewritability. The state or condition of being rewritable. Rewritable. Able to be rewritten. Or written again. Rewrite. The act of writing again or anew. Rewrite history. To give a changed, usually false account of what has happened in the past. Rewrite man. Alternative form of rewrite man. Rewrite man. Plural of rewrite man. Rewritable. Alternative form of rewritable. Rewrite man. A newspaper reporter who crafts stories from information reported by others, such as legman. Rewriteman. Plural of rewriteman. Rewriter. One who, or that which, rewrites. Rewriters. Plural of rewriter. Rewrites. Plural of rewrite. Rewriting. The process or result of writing again, a rewrite. Rewritings. Plural of rewriting. Rewrite. Past participle of rewrite. Rewrote. Simple past of rewrite. Rewrote. Simple past and past participle of rework. Mouse. Plural of row. Rosai. Acronym of reconnaissance, electronic warfare, special operations, Navy. Rex. The reigning king. Rex Hunt. An extremely unpleasant or objectionable person. Rex hunts. Plural of Rex hunt. Rex sacrorum. A senatorial priesthood in ancient Rome reserved for patricians. Rex spat. A repeat expatriate, one who becomes expatriated again. Rex spats. Plural of Rex spat repeat expatriates. Rex spur. A city, the county seat of Madison County, Idaho, United States. Rex. Simple past and past participle of Rex. Rexed lamina. Any of 10 layers of gray matter in the brain. Rex lamini. Plural of rexed lamina. Wetzer. A skater who performs ricksaying. Rexers. Plural of rixer. Rictas. Plural of rex. Rickford. A surname. Rixai. A type of leather imitation as used for things like book covers and upholstery. Rixay. Present participle and gerund of rex. Rixenoi. Any synthetic agent that binds specifically to a retinoid X receptor. Rixenoids. Plural of rixenoi. Rixasm. A fascist movement active in Belgium from 1935 to 1945. The ideology of the Rixist party. Rexes. Of, pertaining to, or advocating Rixism. Rexest. Plural of Rixest. Rixoi. Relating to, or characteristic of the Devon Rex cat. Rixoids. Plural of Rexoi. Rixroad. A surname. Rixroads. Plural of Rixroad. Rixrout. A surname. Rixrout. Plural of Rixroat. Rixroad. A surname. Rixroads. Plural of Rixroad. Rixrat. A surname from German. Rixras. Plural of Rixrat. Rixston. A village in New Brunswick. Rex. A structured high-level programming language which was designed by IBM to be both easy to learn and easy to read. Resai. An endearing diminutive name given to an individual Tyrannosaurus rex. What? A surname from Spanish. Rech. A male given name used in India. Rerer. A surname. Reverence. Plural of Reber. Redon. A village and civil parish in East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in Waveney District OS Grid Ref TM 5077. What? A surname. Reye syndrome. Alternative form of Reye's syndrome. Reye's syndrome. A potentially fatal disease that causes numerous detrimental effects to many organs, especially the brain and liver. Rare. A surname. Rarite. A trigonal rhombohedral mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, potassium, silicon, and sodium. Rares. Plural of rare. Reyes. A surname from Spanish. Reyes Lopez. A surname from Spanish. Reyes Lopez's. Plural of Reyes Lopez. Rez. A surname. Reyes. Plural of Reyes. Reykjavik. Alternative spelling of Reykjavik. Reykjavik. The capital city of Iceland. Reykjaviker. An inhabitant of Reykjavik. Reykjavikers. Plural of Reykjaviker. Reykjavikian. Of, from, or pertaining to, Reykjavik. Reykjavikians. Plural of Reykjavikian. Reylo. The ship of characters Rey and Kylo Ren from Star Wars. Reylos. Plural of Reylo. Ramerston. A village in Garvestone, Ramerston and Thuxton Parish, Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OS grid ref TG 0206. Rhea. Obsolete form of rain. Renaga. A surname. Renagas. Plural of Renaga. Renalton. A small village in Kilgetty/Bejelly Community, Pembrokeshire, Wales. OS grid ref SN 0908. Reynard. A male given name. Reynardian. Of or pertaining to the folk character of Reynard the Fox and his mannerisms, cunning. Reynards. Plural of Reynard. Renaud. A surname from French. Renauds. Plural of Renaud. Renel. A surname. Ritter. A surname. Renal. A male given name from the Germanic languages, today more popular in the forms Reginald and Ronald. Modern use is partly transferred from the surname. Reynolds. A surname originating as a patronymic derived from Reynold. Reynolds County. One of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Centerville. Reynolds number. A dimensionless parameter that determines the behavior of viscous flow patterns. In pipe flow, a value less than about 2,000 known as the critical Reynolds number produces laminar flow. One above about 3,000 produces turbulent flow. Intermediate values produce unpredictable behavior. Reynolds numbers. Plural of Reynolds number. Predictable behavior. Reynolds numbers. Plural of Reynolds number. Reynolds operator. A mathematical operator given by averaging something over a group action, satisfying a set of properties called Reynolds rules, and having applications in fluid dynamics and invariant theory. Reynolds operators. Plural of Reynolds operator. Reynolds syndrome. A rare secondary laminopathy consisting of the combination of primary biliary cirrhosis and progressive systemic sclerosis. Reynoldses. Plural of Reynolds. Reynoldson. Of or pertaining to Joshua Reynolds 1723–1792, influential 18th century English painter, specializing in portraits. Reynolds size. A triclinic mineral containing chromium, manganese, oxygen, and lead. Reynosa. A city in Tamaulipas, Mexico, located on the Mexico-United States border. Reynosas, plural of Reynoso. Reynoso, a surname from Spanish. Reynosos, plural of Reynoso. Rayans, plural of rain. Reok, to yoke again. Reokt, simple past and past participle of reok. Reoks, third person singular simple present indicative of reok. Reoking, present participle and gerund of reok. Re, a type of gong chime, a set of gongs laid out on a rack and sometimes played by up to 4 people simultaneously, used in the gamelan music of Bali. Rayongas, plural of rayon. Rise, a journey or a military expedition. Res, obsolete form of raise. Res, simple past and past participle of race. Rises, third person singular simple present indicative of race. Resh, alternative spelling of resh. Redes, plural of resh. Racing, present participle and gerund of race. What? Right. Good. Right. Clipping of reservation tract of land set apart for native people. Rela, a surname. Rela, a surname. Relax, plural of Rizak. Rizafangan, an antifungal drug of the Echinokandin class. Rizai, a coverlet quilted with cotton. Rizais, plural of Rizai. Rizah, a Bengal dish of meat in a thin yogurt and cardamom gravy. Rizas, plural of Rizah. Rizak Ali, the transliteration of the Persian male given name Arabicat, Arabic Data, Arabic Caliph, Arabic Vive, Arabic Lam, Arabic Fursiya Rizak Ali. Raz, plural of Rizak. Is a mineral consisting of lead, copper, and bismuth sulfide. Rizak, a surname. Rizakmi, alternative form of Rizekni. Rizakmi, a city in Latvia. Relax, plural of Rizek. Rizerpai, misspelling of Rizerpine. Plural of Res. Resident, the head spy in a residentura. Residence, plural of resident. Residentura, a base of Russian espionage operations within a foreign country. Residenturas, plural of residentura. Rizina, a city and district of Moldova. Rivev, to zep again. Rizeft, simple past and past participle of rizip. Rizipper, to fasten again with a zipper. Rizipper, simple past and past participle of rizipper. Rizippering, present participle and gerund of rizipper. Rizippers, third person singular simple present indicative of rizipper. Rizvepe, present participle and gerund of rizip. Riveps, third person singular simple present indicative of rizip. Rek, a surname from Arabic. Wax, plural of Rezk. Riznisek, a surname from Czech. Riznisex, plural of Riznisek. Riznik, a surname. Rizmek, a surname. Rizmix, plural of Riznik. Imitskiite, a rare vadate mineral with the chemical formula MgVO4F. Rizmorian, of or relating to Trent Reznor, born 1965, American musician known for the industrial rock project 9 Inch Nails. Rezonable, capable of being rezoned. Rezone. To change the zoning assigned to a piece of property by the Planning and Zoning Commission of a government that determines proper and legal use for land. Rezone. Simple past and past participle of rezone. Rezones. Third person singular simple present indicative of rezone. Rezoning. Present participle and gerund of rezone. Rezonings. Plural of rezoning. Ret. Simple past and past participle of res. Redes. Plural of res. Res. Plural of resi. Rede. Present participle and gerund of res. Re. Clipping of reservation tract of land set apart for native people. RF. Initialism of right foot. RF. Initialism of radio frequency. RFA. Initialism of Royal Fleet Auxiliary. RFA. Plural of RFA. RFB. Initialism of room, food, and beverage offered as an incentive by casinos. RFB. Plural of RFB. RFC. Initialism of Royal Flying Corps previous title of the Royal Air Force. RFD. Initialism of ready for dying. RFAS. Initialism of Royal Flying Doctor Service of Australia. RFD. Plural of RFD. RFE. Initialism of reason for encounter the symptom or complaint that causes a patient to seek medical advice. RFF. Initialism of Real Federación Española de Fútbol Royal Spanish Football Federation. RFE. Plural of RFE. RFF. Initialism of radio frequency front end. RFFE. Plural of RFFE. RFI. Initialism of request for information. RVID. Initialism of radio frequency identification. RFID chip. An electronic chip used to tag an object or merchandise in order to recognize it electronically from a short distance. RFID chips. Plural of RFID chip. RFID. Plural of RFID. RFI. Plural of RFI. RFJ. Initialism of rewards for justice. RFK. Initialism of Robert Francis Kennedy 1925-1968. RFLWSL. Initialism of Rugby Football League Women's Super League. RFLP. Initialism of restriction fragment length polymorphism. RFLP. Plural of RFLP. RSMA. Initialism of Respect for Marriage Act. RFMF. Initialism of Republic of Fiji Military Forces. RFNA. Initialism of red fuming nitric acid. RFB. Initialism of request for proposal. RFP. Plural of RFP. RFQ. Initialism of request for quotation. RFQS. Reduced for quick sale, used when advertising houses at a lower than expected price to indicate that the vendor wants to sell the house quickly. RFQ. Plural of RFQ. RFS. Initialism of reason for selling. RF. Plural of RF. RFT. Initialism of request for tender. RFT. Plural of RFT. RFV. Initialism of radial force variation, a property of a tire that characterizes forces between the vehicle and the road. RFX. abbreviation of regulatory factor X, a gene and protein family. RFX, plural of RFX. RG, initialism of radio galaxy. RJ Veda, alternative spelling of Rigveda. Letter 1E5 BG Veda, alternative spelling of Rigveda. RDA, initialism of return goods authorization. RGB, initialism of red, green, blue, a color model in which colors are represented by adding varying amounts of red, green, and blue light. RDA, initialism of red, green, blue, alpha. RDA, initialism of red, green, blue, intensity, a kind of cathode ray tube monitor interface. RGBY, initialism of Pokemon red, green, blue, and yellow. RJC, initialism of retinal ganglion cell. RGS, abbreviation of regards. RVA, abbreviation of Roger. RG, plural of RG. RDSS, RDSS. RG Veda, alternative spelling of Rigveda. Letter 1E5 BG Veda, alternative spelling of Rigveda. RG Vedic, alternative spelling of Rigvedic. Letter 1E5 BG Vedic, alternative spelling of Rigvedic. RGY, initialism of red, green, yellow laser beams. Argyolrong, alternative spelling of Argyolrong. Argyolrong, any of a group of Argyolrongic languages in the Sino-Tibetan language family, spoken in Western Sichuan, China. Argyolrongic, alternative spelling of Argyolrongic. Argyolrongic, of or relating to the Argyolrong languages. Arage, initialism of relative humidity. Arage, abbreviation of rhesus factor. RH factor, abbreviation of rhesus factor. RH negative, abbreviation of rhesus negative. RH positive, abbreviation of rhesus positive. RH null, pertaining to the Rh null syndrome or blood produced by the syndrome. Initialism of rolled homogeneous RMOUR. Rabarbereth, impregnated or tinctured with rhubarb. Rabarberin, chrysofanic acid. Rabarberine, alternative form of rabarberin. Rabarberone, synonym of aloe. Modin, rabarbic acid, chrysofanic acid. Rev, a rod-shaped spicule in some sponges. Rev, alternative form of rhabdo. Rabdi, plural of rabdus. Rabde, relating to or composed of rabs. Rabdiferous, of a sponge cell having many rod-like inclusions and secreting mucopolysaccharide. Rhabdite, a minute smooth rod-like or fusiform structure found in the tissues of many turbolaria. Rhabdites, plural of rhabdite. Rhabditic, relating to the rhabdite. Rhabditid, nematode in the family Rhabditidae. Rhabditids, plural of rhabditid. Rhabditiform, having the form of a nematode of the order Rhabditida. Rhabditophoran, any flatworm of the class Rhabditophora. Rhabditophorans, plural of Rhabditophoran. Rhabdomyosarcoma, misspelling of Rhabdomyosarcoma. Rhabdo, adenomyolysis. Rhabdo, rod, rod-like. Rhabdicole, any flatworm of the Fraculas or order Rabicola. Rhabdicole. Alternative form of Rabicole. Rhabdicoles. Plural of Rhabdicole. Rhabdicolus. Of or relating to the Rhabdicola. Rhabdicoles. Plural of Rhabdicole. Rhabdicrapid. Monocrapid. Rhabdodontid. Any dinosaur in the family Rhabdodontidae. Rhabdodontids. Plural of Rhabdodontid. Rhabdodontomorphin. Any dinosaur of the clade Rhabdodontomorpha. Rhabdodontomorphins. Plural of Rhabdodontomorphin. Rhabdi. Shaped like a rod. Rhabdodol. Rhabdoid. Rod-shaped. Rhabdides. Plural of rhabdoid. Rhabdolith. A minute calcareous rod-like structure found at both the surface and the bottom of the ocean, supposed by some to be a calcareous alga. Rhabdolithic. Relating to rhabdoliths. Rhabdoliths. Plural of rhabdolith. Rhabdology. Alternative form of rhabdology. Rhabdom. Any of the rods that support each amatidium in the compound A of arthropods. Rhabdomal. Relating to a rhabdom. Rhabdomancer. One who carries out rhabdomancy, the user of a divining rod. Rhabdomancers. Plural of rhabdomancer. Rhabdomancy. Divination with wands or rods, especially to use a divining rod to find things below the ground. Rhabdomantic. Relating to rhabdomancy. Rhabdomantus. Synonym of rhabdomancer. Rhabdomantists. Plural of rhabdomantus. Rhabdome. In sponges, the shaft of a cladus rhabdus bearing the cladome. Rhabdomeral. Alternative form of rhabdomeric. Rhabdomer. Any of the small, rod-like parts of a rhabdom. Rhabdomers. Plural of rhabdomer. Rhabdomeric. Of or pertaining to the rhabdomer. Rhabdomes. Plural of rhabdome. Rhabdoms. Plural of rhabdom. Abdomyoblasts. A kind of elongated cell that is essential to the diagnosis of a rhabdomyosarcoma. Abdomyoleste. Relating to abdomyoblasts. Abdomyoblastoma. Abdomyoblastic abdomyosarcoma. Abdomyoblasts. Plural of abdomyoblasts. Abdomyocyte. A rod-shaped muscle cell. Abdomyocytes. Plural of rhabdomyocyte. Adenoi. Relating to or characteristic of rhabdomyoma. Abdomyolysis. Plural of rhabdomyolysis. Abdomyolysis. The rapid disintegration of striated muscle tissue accompanied by the excretion of myoglobin in the urine. Abdomyolytic. Of or pertaining to rhabdomyolysis. Rhabdomyoma. A non-cancerous tumor of skeletal muscle. Abdomyomas. Plural of rhabdomyoma. Abdomyomata. Plural of rhabdomyoma. Abdomyomatus. Of or relating to a rhabdomyoma. Rhabdomyosarcoma. A cancerous tumor of skeletal muscle. Rhabdomyosarcomas. Plural of rhabdomyosarcoma. Rhabdomyosarcomata. Plural of rhabdomyosarcoma. Rhabdomyosarcomatus. Relating to rhabdomyosarcoma. Rhabdomyosarcoma. Misspelling of rhabdomyosarcoma. Rhabdomyosarcoma. Alternative form of rhabdomyosarcoma. Rhabdomyosarcomas. Plural of rhabdomyosarcoma. Rhabdomyosarcoma. Rhabdomysarcomata, plural of Rhabdomysarcoma. Rhabophane, any of a range of phosphate minerals containing varying amounts of several lanthanides. Rhabophanes, plural of rhabophane. Rhabophobia, the fear of being beaten with a Rhabophorin, of or relating to the Rhabophora. Rhabdoplurid, any hemichordate in the family Rhabopluridae. Rhabdoplurids, plural of Rhabdoplurid. Rhabdornis, any of the small passerine birds of the genus Rhabdornis endemic to the Philippines. Rhabdornises, plural of Rhabdornis. Rhabdosarcoma, a malignant neoplasm derived from skeletal striated muscle. Rhabdosarcomas, plural of Rhabdosarcoma. Rhabdosomal, relating to rhabdosomes. Rhabdosome, a graptolite colony. Rhabdosomes, plural of rhabdosome. Rhabdosphere, a minute sphere composed of rhabdoliths. Rhabdospheres, plural of rhabdosphere. Rhabdosphincter, a sphincter consisting of striated muscle fibers. Rhabdosphincters, plural of rhabdosphincter. Rhabdostae, any extinct cetacean in the family Rhabdostaidae. Rhabdostaids, plural of rhabdostae. Rhabdoviral, relating to rhabdoviruses. Rhabdovirus, any of the rod-shaped viruses belonging to the family Rhabdoviridae. Rhabdoviruses, plural of rhabdovirus. Rhabds, plural of rhabd. Rhabdus, a simple straight spicule. Rhabdocin, an imidaglycosyl and vinylysonitrile tyrosine derivative that is a perimeter defense molecule in entomopathogenic bacteria. Rhabomer, misspelling of rhabdomer. Rhabovirus, misspelling of rhabdovirus. Asciola, synonym of Rhachiolorhachis of secondary or higher order. Ascioli, plural of Asciola. Rati, alternative spelling of Rachi. Ratialdia, alternative form of Ratialja. Ratchabarothid, any neuropteran insect in the family Ratchabarothidae. Ratchabarothids, plural of Ratchabarothid. Rachyscentices, plural of Rachyscentesis. Rachyscentesis, alternative spelling of Rachyscentesis. Ratides, plural of ratides. Rachidian, of or pertaining to the rachis. Ragilla, alternative form of Rachilla. Rachili, plural of Rachilla. Rachillas, plural of Rachilla. Achyotemy, incision into the spinal canal. Rachis, alternative spelling of rachis. Rachischisis, defective formation of the spinal canal. Ratises, plural of ratis. Rachitis, alternative spelling of rachitis. Rachitome, any amphibian of the clade Rachitomi. Rachitomes, plural of rachitome. Rachidomus, having a large, dorsal, crescentic intercentrum and a small, dorsal, paired plurocentrum. Rhacophord, any frog in the family Rhacophoridae. Rhacophorids, plural of rhacophord. Rhacophorine, any frog of the subfamily Rhacophorinae. Rhacophorines, plural of rhacophorine. Rhacodes, a city in Egypt near Alexandria. Rhadamanthine, synonym of rhadamantine. Rhadamantine, strictly and uncompromisingly just. Rhadamanthus, a king of Crete, one of the three judges in Hades. Rhadamantheuses, plural of Rhadamanthus. Rhadamanthes, alternative form of Rhadamanthus. Rhadamantine, alternative form of Rhadamanthine. Re, alternative spelling of ray. Ratidid, any nematode of the order Ratidida. Ratidideds, plural of Ratidida. Ratinorhynchid, any acanthos phalan worm in the family Ratinorhynchidae. Ratinorhynchids. Plural of Ratinorhynchid. Ratinaviral, of or relating to ratinaviruses. Ratinavirus, any of the genus Ratinavirus of herpes viruses. Ratinaviruses, plural of ratinavirus. Rhadamancy, alternative form of rhadamancy. Re, initialism of rolled homogeneous armo-UR equivalency. The Ufan-Rier, a Manger River in Powys, Wales, which joins the Taber-Rier. Alternative form of Reeb. Rhaenysson, the ship of characters Rhaenyra Targaryen and Alicent Hightower from Fire and Blood and its television adaptation House of the Dragon. Rhea, alternative form of Risha. Risha, a native or inhabitant of Risha in central and eastern Switzerland. Rhaesians, plural of Rhaetian. Rhedic, alternative form of Rhedic. Rhedizite, a variety of the mineral kyanite. Rhea, Rhaetian. Rhedo-Romance, a group of related Romance languages spoken in North and Northeastern Italy and Southeastern Switzerland, or any of these languages individually. Rhedo-Romanic, Rhedo-Romance. Brevet, one of the linear scars or fissures found around the mouth, nose, or other mucocutaneous zones, often as a result of bacterial infection or skin lesions. Ragades, plural of ragae. Raginid, any fly of the family Raginidae. Raginids, plural of raginin. Reve, a form of sponge with clustered spherical flagellated endodermal chambers. Regans, plural of ragan. Vea, a shawm used as a traditional musical instrument in Morocco. Reda, plural of reda. Rathan, archaic form of Ramadan. Reu, a surname from German. Reus, plural of rain. Ramaceous, of or pertaining to plants in the family Ramaceae, the buckthorns. Ramase, an enzyme acting upon glucosides found in the berries of Ramis infectoria. Ranatin, an O-methylated flavanol that can be isolated from cloves. Remin, a pigment found in the berries of Ramis infectoria. Mannitol, the deoxy sugar alcohol 1-deoxymethyl. Ramo, Ramos, Ramacitrin, the cyclic ketone 3,5-dihydroxy-2,4-hydroxyphenyl 7-methoxychrome 4,1. Ramodiastase, an enzyme found in Rhamnus dihyrica, used in the hydrolysis of flavonoid glycosides. Ramodiastases, plural of ramodiastase. Ramingalactin, a polysaccharide composed of rhamnose and galactose uets. Ramigalactans, plural of ramigalactin. Ramigalacturonin, a polysaccharide consisting mostly of rhamnose and galacturonic acid that is found in plant cell walls. Ramigalacturonanase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a ramigalacturonin. Ramigalacturonanases, plural of ramigalacturonanase. Ramigalacturonins, plural of ramigalacturonin. Ramigalacturonase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a ramigalacturonin. Ramigalacturonases, plural of ramigalacturonase. Ramigalacturonate, any salt or ester of ramigalacturonic acid. Ramigalacturonates, plural of ramigalacturonate. Ramigalacturonic, derived from or composed of ramigalacturonin. Ramigalacturonic acid, a derivative of galacturonic acid derived from ramigalacturonin. Ramigalacturonyl, a univalent radical derived from ramigalacturonic acid. Ramaglucoside, a glycoside containing rhamnose and glucose units. Ramaglucosides, plural of ramaglucoside. Ramaglycoside, a glycoside containing rhamnose and another sugar units. Ramaglycosides, plural of ramaglycoside. Ramohexose, a carbohydrate with chemical formula C7H06. Ramohexoses, plural of ramohexose. Ramolipid, any of a class of glycolipid surfactants produced by Pseudomonas aeruginosa and other species that has one or more rhamnose groups. Rhamnolipids, plural of rhamnolipid. Rhamonin, a mannan derived from rhamnose. Rhamamenans, plural of rhamamenan. Rhinopolysaccharide, a polysaccharide based on rhamnose. Rhinopolysaccharides, plural of rhinopolysacharide. Rhamnopyranose, the pyranose form of rhamnose. Rhamnopyranoses, plural of rhamnopyranose. Rhamnopyranoside, any pyranoside derived from rhamnose. Rhamnopyranosides, plural of rhamnopyranoside. Rhamnose, a methylpentose, 6-deoxyl-mannose which occurs in the leaves and flowers of poison ivy and is a constituent of many plant glycosides. Rhamnoses, plural of rhamnose. Ramicidase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a ramicide. Ramicidases, plural of ramicidase. Ramici, any glycoside of rhamnose. Ramicides, plural of ramici. Ramispondin, a lectin gene associated with the binding of rhamnose. Ramispondins, plural of ramispondin. Ramicil, a univalent radical derived from rhamnose. Ramicillate, to attach a ramicil moiety to a molecule. Ramicillated, simple past and past participle of ramicillate. Ramicillation, any reaction that forms a ramicide. Ramicylations, plural of ramicillation. Ramicylglucoside, any glucoside that also contains ramicil residues. Ramicylglucosides, plural of ramicylglucoside. Ramicylglucoside, any glycoside that contains ramicil residues. Ramicylglucosides, plural of ramicylglucoside. Ramicils, plural of ramicil. Ramicyltransferase, any transferase that transfers a ramicil group. Ramaciltransferases, plural of ramaciltransferase. Ramaxanthin, synonym of frangulin. Rhamnolokinase, a transferase enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction ATP plus L-rhamnulose ADP plus L-rhamnulose 1-phosphate. Rhamnulokinases, plural of rhamnulokinase. Ramulose, a particular deoxytohexose related to sorbose. Rhamnus, any of the plants in the genus Rhamnus, a buckthorn. Rhamnuses, plural of rhamnus. Ramphestid, the spelling of ramphestid. Ramphastids, plural of ramphestid. Ramphachthiid, any fish in the family Ramphachthiidae. Ramphachthiids, plural of Ramphachthiid. Ramphae, of a cusp defined by the equation yx22 equals x5, which is parametrized by t2t plus t, having two branches with concavity in the same direction. Rhamphorhynchid, any pterosaur in the family Rhamphorhynchidae. Rhamphorhynchids, plural of Rhamphorhynchid. Rhamphorhynchi, any pterosaur of the genus Rhamphorhynchus. Rhamphorhynchines, plural of Rhamphorhynchine. Rhamphorhynchoi, any of several pterosaurs of the suborder Rhamphorhynchoidea. Rhamphorhynchoids, plural of Rhamphorhynchoi. Rhamphotheca, a thin horny sheath of keratin on the outer surface of a bird's beak. Rhamphotheci, plural of Rhamphotheca. Rhamphothecal, relating to a Rhamphotheca. Reindeer, a subdivision of the medieval treff comprising 312 urwas. Reindeers, plural of reindeer. Raf, alternative form of raf. Raz, plural of raf. Raphi, alternative form of raphi. Raphides, plural of raphi. Rhaphidophord, any member of the family Rhaphidophoridae, the cave crickets or camel crickets. Rhaphidophoridan, any insect such as cave crickets of the superfamily Rhaphidophoridae. Rhaphidophorians, plural of Rhaphidophoridan. Rhaphidophorids, plural of Rhaphidophorid. Rhasis, alternative form of Raphi. Rhaphonidation, any diadem of the family Rhaphonidaceae. Rhaphonidations, plural of Rhaphonidation. Rhaponte, the false rhubarb Rheum rhaponticum. Rhapontecin, a glucoside of rhapontigonin present in rhubarb rhizomes. Rhapontecine, chrysophanic acid. Rhapontex, plural of rhaponte. Rhapontigonin, a stilbenoid found in Vitis quignaceae that inhibits the human cytochrome P451A1, an enzyme implicated in the biotransformation of a number of carcinogenic and immunotoxic compounds. Rhapsode, one who performs the poetry of a poet for an audience, not necessarily a writer of poetry. Rhapsoder, a rhapsodist. Rhapsoders, plural of rhapsoder. Rhapsodes, plural of rhapsode. Rhapsodic, highly emotional, rapturous. Rhapsodical, rhapsodic. Rhapsodically, in a rhapsodic way. Rhapsody, obsolete form of rhapsody. Rhapsodies, plural of rhapsody. Rhapsodize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of rhapsodize. Rhapsodize, Simple past and past participle of rhapsodize. Rhapsodizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of rhapsodize. Rhapsodizing. Present participle and gerund of rhapsodize. Rhapsodism. A rhapsodic style or mood. Rhapsodess. A rhapsode. Rhapsodistic. Characteristic of a rhapsodist, rhapsodic. Rhapsodists, plural of rhapsodists. Rhapsodization, the process or an instance of making something rhapsodic. Rhapsodizations, plural of rhapsodization. Rhapsodize, to speak with exaggerated or rapturous enthusiasm about, up on, or over something. Rhapsodize. Simple past and past participle of rhapsodize. Rhapsodizer. One who rhapsodizes. Rhapsodizers. Plural of rhapsodizer. Rhapsodizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of rhapsodize. Rhapsodizing. Present participle and gerund of rhapsodize. Rhapsodizings. Plural of rhapsodizing. Rhapsodomancy. Divination by reading a random passage from a poem. Rhapsodamante. Of or pertaining to rhapsodomancy. Rhapsody. An epic poem or part of one, suitable for uninterrupted recitation. Rhapsoidos. A rhapsode. Raptochylidian. Any species of reptile in the taxon Raptochylidia. Raptochylidians. Plural of Raptochylidian. Rasa. The clerical garb worn in the Greek and Russian Orthodox churches. Rasins. Plural of rasin. Ataniotanic acid. An astringent chemical compound related to tannic acid and found in ratany. Ratinées. Plural of ratany. Retinae. Any in genus Caramelia of plants. Rathemia. A carefree and extroverted personality factor. Ret. A swear word, like damn or hell. Raider. A small town and community with a town council in Powys, Wales, historically in Radnorshire Westgrid Ref SN 9768. Raides. An 8th/9th century Persian polymath and physician, Abu Bakr Mu letter 1E25 AMMAD Ibn Zakaria al-Razi. Resine. An alkaloid isolated from Alstonia Bune. Resinacine. A particular pyrrole alkaloid. RHB. Initialism of right-handed batsmen. RHB. Alternative form of RHB. RHB. Plural of RHB. RHBS. Plural of RHB. RHCP. Initialism of Red Hot Chili Peppers, an American rock band. RHD. Initialism of recommended human dose. RHD. Rhesus factor D, an antigen in the rhesus system. RHD negative, a more specific term for rhesus negative. RHD positive, a more specific term for rhesus positive. RHD, plural of RHD. RHDV, initialism of rabbit hemorrhagic disease virus. Re, a Titan, the daughter of Uranus and Gaia, the mother of Demeter, Hades, Hera, Hestia, Poseidon, and Zeus. Re-County, one of 95 counties in Tennessee, United States. County seat, Dayton. Rees Mill, one of 37 townships in Washington County, Arkansas, United States. Re, a surname. Re, of or relating the type Titan Re in Greek mythology. Re is plural of Re. Welt, a surname. Welts, plural of Rot. Vil, a surname. Rose, plural of Rome. Rebach, a medium-sized, deer-like South African antelope, Pellia capreolus, having pale gray, curly fur and straight horns. Rebachs, plural of Rebach. Redach, alternative spelling of Rebach. Redachs, plural of Rebach. Redarium, a structure used for storage, sale, or manufacture of horse-drawn carriages. Redariums, plural of Redarium. Redden, a village in Gelderland, Netherlands. Redons, alternative form of Redons. Reeth, a hamlet in Assen municipality, Drenthe province, Netherlands. Ribach, alternative spelling of Rebach. Ribachs, plural of Rebach. Ribach, alternative spelling of Rebach. Rebachs, plural of Rebach. Rith, a surname. Ritha, a female given name. Regma, a rupture or fracture. Regmaglet, alternative form of Regmaglept. Regmaglepts, plural of Regmaglept. Regnunas, plural of Regma. Regmatogenous, alternative form of regmatogenous. Regmatogenous, caused by a regmatogenously, in a regmatogenous manner. Re, of or relating to a Paleozoic ocean between the large continent Gondwana to the south and the microcontinents Avalonia and others to the north. Rake acid, an acid found in rhubarb, rain. Re, any member of the Radi, a re. Redal, a Fonradal, a river in Ceredigion, Wales, which flows into Cardigan Bay at Aberystwyth. Reds, plural of raid. Rhymes, dated spelling of rhymes. Re, an anthraquinone found in rhubarb. Renau, a suburb of Mannheim, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Reinberries, plural of rainberry. Reinberry, one of the berries or drupes of the European buckthorn Ramus cathartica. Re, archaic form of rain. Rene, a municipality in St. Gallen Canton, Switzerland. Rheingoldian, of or relating to Howard Rheingold, born 1947, critic, writer, and teacher specializing in the cultural, social, and political implications of modern communication media such as the Internet. Rhenish, alternative form of Rhenish. Rheinstethen, a town in Karlsruhe district, western Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Rheinzel, a district Wahlkreis in St. Gallen Canton, Switzerland. Reinwaldhorn, a mountain in Ticino Canton, Switzerland. Rel, initialism of Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Vel, a surname. Vela, a spiritual communication or inspiration from God to an individual as opposed to the universal logos. Remes, plural of Rama. Ramada, plural of Rama. Ramadek, the provision of new information regarding the current theme. Ramadeks, plural of Ramadak. Re, the part of a sentence that provides new information regarding the current theme. Reas, plural of Reem. Relish, of or pertaining to rhymes in France. Rose, plural of rem. Rena-cyclopentane, the saturated organometallic heterocycle having 4 carbon atoms and 1 rhenium atom. Any derivative typically carbonyl of this compound. Reng, reddish. Reninid, any placoderm of the order Reninidae. Retinids, plural of reninid. Redate, the any salt containing isaean. Renates, plural of renate. Rea, either of 2 nymphs. Rena, a city and municipality of Utrecht, Netherlands. Rena, reddish. Redic, reddish. Okay, a triclinic mineral containing sulfur and rhenium. Reddish, pertaining to wine produced in the Rhine region. Rhenish fan, alternative lettercase form of Rhenish fan. Rhenish fan, a set of isoglosses in West Central German showing how the effect of the High German consonant shift gradually decreases towards the northwest, i.e., towards Low Franconian and Low Saxon. Rhenish Palatinate, the county Palatinate of the Rhine, particularly during the time between the Napoleonic Wars and the end of World War II 1816–1945, when it was in personal union with Bavaria. Rhenau, a metallic chemical element symbol Re with an atomic number of 75, a heavy, silvery gray transition metal. Rhenauns, plural of rhenium. Flow, current. This, the minimum electric current amplitude that results in an action potential. Bases, plural of reabase. Base, relating to a reabase. Any organism that lives in fast-flowing water. Plural of eobiant. Eotheogram, an image produced by the echoography. Eotheograms, plural of eotheogram. Eotheography, related to echoography. Eotheography. The measurement of hemodynamic parameters of the heart such as stroke volume and cardiac output by passing a high-frequency current of small amplitude through the chest and recording changes in electrical resistance. Diathesting, a technique for producing semi-solid metal castings, which develops the slurry from the molten metal produced in a typical die-casting furnace. Diathoid, a wire that can measure or vary the resistance of an electric circuit or measure the variability of the current. Diathoids, plural of viacord. Ecozidin, parietin. Diathoid, a metallic wire used in measuring the resistance of an electric current. Diathoids, plural of viacord. Diathoid, a kind of motor speed controller permitting gradual variation in speed and reversal. It is especially suitable for use with motor-driven machine tools. Riacats, plural of riacat. Riacran, a stream that flows into a larger channel. Riacans, plural of riacran. Riacanic, relating to riacans. Rheoencephalogram, the diagnostic image produced by rheoencephalography. Rheoencephalograms, plural of rheoencephalogram. Rheoencephalograph, the recording device used in rheoencephalography. Rheoencephalography, relating to rheoencephalography. Rheoencephalographically, by means of rheoencephalography. Rheoencephalograph, plural of rheoencephalograph. Rheoencephalography, a technique for continuous registration of cerebral blood flow using electrodes on the cranium attached to an electronic device called a rheoencephalograph that measures the electrical conductivity of the tissue located between the electrodes. Fluidification, synonym of thixotropy. Rheogenic, that generates an electric current. A type of rheometer that can be used to measure the viscous and elastic flow properties of a fluid, commonly called a Weissenberg rheogoniometer. Aerodiometers. Plural of aerodiometer. Aerodiometry. The use of aerodiometer. Aeograph. A graphical representation of the rheological characteristics of a material, typically a graph of shear flow versus shear stress. Aeograms. Plural of rheogram. Aeographe. Relating to rheography. Aeographically. By means of rheography. Aeography. The measurement of blood flow. Aeolage. Of or relating to rheology. The deformation and flow of matter. Aeological. Of or relating to geology. Rheological lithosphere. The region of the Earth's crust and mantle over which the flow properties of rock are insufficient to relieve stress. Rheological lithospheres. Plural of rheological lithosphere. Rheologically. In terms of rheology. Rheologies. Plural of rheology. Rheologist. One who studies rheology. Rheologists. Plural of rheologists. Rheology. The branch of physics that studies the formation and flow of matter. Rheometer. A device used to measure the flow properties of fluids with variable viscosity. Rheometers. Plural of rheometer. Rheometric. Of or pertaining to rheometry. Rheometry. The measurement of electrical current. Rheomode. An experimental form of language based on verbs. Rheomodes. Plural of rheomode. Rheomorphe. Modified by rheomorphism. Rheomorphism. The liquefaction of rock and subsequent flowing and intrusion into surrounding rocks. Rheomode. A generator apparatus that produces an electric current. Rheomotors. Plural of rheomotor. Dynamic. Of a mechanical system whose constraint equations explicitly contain or are dependent upon time. Rheonomous. Synonym of rheonomic. Rheonomy. The state of a mechanical system whose equations of constraints contain time as an explicit variable. Rheophonomography. A method of measuring the hemodynamics of the anterior portion of the eye by recording impedance from electrodes attached to the eye. Rheopathology. Alternative form of rheopathological. Rheopathological. Relating to disease associated with changes to the rheological properties of blood cells. Rheopathy. Exhibiting rheopsy. Rheopathy. Alternative form of rheopsy. Rheopsy. Describing a gel for which the time of solidification after discontinuation of a relatively high shear rate is reduced by applying a small shear rate. Rheopsy. A rheological phenomenon in which certain colloids solidify more quickly when subjected to shear. Ethyl. Alternative form of rheophile. Rheophile. Any organism that thrives in the presence of running water. Rheophils. Plural of rheophile. Avoe. Synonym of rheophile. Avoe. That lives in swiftly flowing water. Rheophilus. Alternative form of rheophilic. Rheophils. Plural of rheophil. Rheophile. The condition of rheophile. Rheophile. Any wire, electrode, or connector that conducts electricity. Rheophores. Plural of rheophore. Rheophid. A plant that grows in running water, such as in a stream or river. Graphites. Plural of rheaphite. Evide. Relating to the aphates. Rheoplethysmograph. An instrument for the measurement of variation in volume of organs by measurement of variations in electric impedance. Rheoplethysmographe. Relating to the rheoplethysmograph. Rheoplethysmographs. Plural of rheoplethysmograph. Rheoplethysmography. The use of the rheoplethysmograph. Rheoscope. An instrument for detecting the presence or movement of currents as of electricity. Rheoscopes. Plural of rheoscope. Rheoscopic. Relating to the rheoscope. Rheoscopy. The use of the rheoscope. Rheosdasis. The regulation of some aspect of a biological organism in a changing environment. An electrical resistor with two terminals whose resistance is continuously variable by moving a knob or slider. Aesthetic. Regulated using a rheostat. Aesthetically. By means of rheostasis. Assets. Plural of rheostat. Didactic. Relating to rheotaxis. Rheodacting. Moving by means of rheotaxis. Rheotin. An alloy of copper, nickel, and zinc used for electrical resistors and heating coils. Rheotaxis. Plural of rheotaxis. Rheotaxis. Alternative form of rheotactic. Rheotaxis. Movement in response to a current of water or air. Rheodome. Any instrument that interrupts an electric current. Rheodomes. Plural of rheodome. Rheotoma. Mechanical trauma, especially that caused to the lungs by mechanical ventilation. Rheophobe. An instrument for reversing the direction of an electric current, synonym of commutator. Rheophobes. Plural of rheophobe. Rheotophe. Supplied with nutrients by flowing water. Rheotrope. Pertaining to or exhibiting rheotropism. Rheotropism. Movement stimulated by a current of water. Rheotropisms. Plural of rheotropism. Rheotive. Relating to the rheophilic form of an organism. Rheovirus. Misspelling of rheovirus. Rhetes. Plural of rhesus. Recess. A passage of text in a play. Rhesus. Denotes a system for categorizing human blood types based on the presence or absence of various antigens, especially rhesus factor D. Rhesus factor, an antigen of the rhesus system, understood unless otherwise specified to refer to rhesus factor D Rhd, which appears on the surface of the red blood cells of most 85% humans. An incompatibility between the Rh blood types of a mother and her baby may cause serious disease for the baby. Rhesus factors, plural of rhesus factor. Rhesus macaque, a monkey, Macaca melitta, common throughout southern Asia, that is extensively used for medical research. Rhesus macaques, plural of rhesus macaque. Rhesus monkey, the rhesus macaque, Macaca melitta. Rhesus monkeys, plural of rhesus monkey. Rhesus negative, lacking the Rhd antigen in red blood cells. Rhesus positive, having the Rhd antigen present in red blood cells. Rhesus system, a blood group system, the second most important after the ABO system and important in human blood transfusion whereby blood types are classified according to the presence positive or absence negative of potentially over 50 antigens, of which the most commonly referenced is Rhd. Rhesus, plural of rhesus. Rhesus size, to substitute a rhesus sequence for a human sequence into a nucleic acid. Rhesus size, simple past and past participle of rhesusize. Rhesusize is third person singular simple present indicative of rhesusize. Rhesusizing, present participle and gerund of rhesusize. What? Abbreviation of rhetoric. Rhesu, alternative form of rhetion. Rhetoric, of or pertaining to a reme. Rheticite, alternative form of rheticite. Rhetoromance, alternative form of rhetoromance. Rhetoromanic, alternative form of rhetoromanic. Rhetographical, relating to rhetography. Rhetographies, plural of rhetography. Rhetography, the evocation of image in a text narrative. Rhetological, relating to rhetology. Rhetology, the form of rhetorical argument or reasoning that characterizes a rhetorolect. Rhetor, a rhetorition. Rhetoric, synonym of rhetorical. Rhetorical, part of or similar to rhetoric, the use of language as a means to persuade. Rhetorical device, a phrase set, phrase or created phrase that uses reduplication, onomatopoeia, or other phonetic markers that increase memorability and musicality, making rhetoric pleasing or entertaining. Rhetorical devices, plural of rhetorical device. Rhetorical induction, reasoning from specific examples to general laws. Rhetorical mode, one of the several ways of writing that include variety, conventions, and purposes of writing, such as exposition, argumentation, description, and narration. Rhetorical modes, plural of rhetorical mode. Rhetorical question, a question posed only for dramatic or persuasive effect. Rhetorical questions, plural of rhetorical question. Rhetoricality, the quality of being rhetorical. Rhetorically, in a rhetorical manner. Rhetoricalness, the quality of being rhetorical. Rhetoricals, plural of rhetorical. Rhetoricate, to use rhetorical tropes or embellishments. Rhetoricative, simple past and past participle of rhetoricate. Rhetoricates, third person singular simple present indicative of rhetoricate. Rhetoricating, present participle and gerund of rhetoricate. Rhetorication, rhetorical amplification. Rhetorications, plural of rhetorication. Rhetorician, an expert or student of rhetoric. Rhetoricians, plural of rhetorician. Rhetoricities, plural of rhetoricity. Rhetoricity, quality, a degree of rhetorical. Rhetoric, obsolete form of rhetoric. Rhetorics, plural of rhetoric. Rhetorics, plural of rhetoric. Rhetorize, alternative form of rhetorize. Rhetorize, simple past and past participle of rhetorize. Rhetorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of rhetorize. Rhetorizing, present participle and gerund of rhetorize. Rhetorician, obsolete form of rhetorician. Rhetoricians, plural of rhetorician. Rhetorician, misspelling of Rhetorician. Rhetoricians. Plural of rhetorician. Rhetorize. To use rhetorical devices to rhetoricate. Rhetorize. Simple past and past participle of rhetorize. Rhetorize. Third person singular simple present indicative of rhetorize. Rhetorizing. Present participle and gerund of rhetorize. Rhetorolect. A type of discourse that has a characteristic configuration of topics, themes, and arguments. Rhetorolect. Plural of rhetorolect. Rhetorology. The process of analyzing a discourse for deep rhetoric. Rhetors. Plural of rhetor. What? An American surname from Dutch. Ro. Thin or watery discharge of mucus or serum, especially from the eyes or nose, formerly thought to cause disease. Rheumatalgia. Chronic rheumatic pain. Rheumatic. Resembling or relating to rheumatism. Rheumatic fever. An inflammation of the joints and the heart following a respiratory infection with streptococcus. Rheumatical. Synonym of rheumatic. Rheumatically. In a rheumatic manner. Rheumatic. Obsolete form of rheumatic. Rheumatics. Archaic form of rheumatics rheumatism. Rheumatici. Of, pertaining to, or having rheumatism. Rheumatics. Plural of rheumatic. Rheumatism. Any disorder of the muscles, tendons, joints, bones, nerves, characterized by pain, discomfort, and disability. Rheumatism root. The plant Jeffersonia diffila. Rheumatismal. Archaic form of rheumatic. Rheumatismoid. Of or resembling rheumatism. Rheumatisms. Plural of rheumatism. Rheumatiz. Rheumatism. Rheumatize. Alternative form of rheumatiz. Rheumatize. Affected with rheumatism. Rheumatizes. Plural of rheumatiz. Rheumatogenic. That causes rheumatism. Rheumatogenicity. The condition of being rheumatogenic. Rheumatoid. Involving or pertaining to rheumatism, especially rheumatoid arthritis. Rheumatoid arthritides. Plural of rheumatoid arthritis. Rheumatoid arthritis. A chronic and progressive disease in which the immune system attacks the joints. It is characterized by pain, inflammation, and swelling of the joints, stiffness, weakness, loss of mobility, and deformity. Tissues throughout the body can be affected, including the skin, blood vessels, heart, lungs, and muscles. Rheumatoid factor. An autoantibody directed against the Fc fragment of immunoglobulin G, often elevated in certain conditions including rheumatoid arthritis and Sjögren's syndrome. Rheumatoid factors. Plural of rheumatoid factor. Rheumatoid pneumoconiosis. Synonym of Kaplan's syndrome. Rheumatoidal. Alternative form of rheumatoid. Rheumatoids. Plural of rheumatoid. Rheumatologic. Rheumatological. Rheumatological. Of or pertaining to rheumatology. Rheumatologically. In terms of rheumatology. Rheumatologist. A doctor specializing in the treatment of arthritis and other ailments of the joints. Rheumatologists. Plural of rheumatologists. Rheumatology. The branch of medicine specializing in arthritis and other ailments of the joints. Rheum. Full of rheum, rheumy. 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 Rheumatic pertaining to or characterized by rheum. Rheumatoids, the class of skin disease developed by the Dartris diathesis. Comparative form of rheumi, more rheumi. Rheumatoid, superlative form of rheumi, most rheumi. Rheumily, in a rheumi manner. Rheumines, the quality of rheumi. Rheumis, plural of rheum. Rheumi, of, relating to, or made of rheum, thin or watery discharge of mucus or serum, watery. Who? A surname. Is. Plural of you. Rexus, plural of rexus. Ete, any of the genus Rexia of plants in the family Melastomataceae. Rexias, plural of rexia. Rexus, the rupture of an organ. Rexistasy, a period of intense erosion due to the absence of a cover of vegetation. Rexolytic, describing the dehiscence of a cell by the breakdown of the outer wall between conidia. Rexolytically, in a rexolytic manner. RHF, abbreviation of Russian Hockey Federation, the Ice Hockey Federation of Russia. Russian, FYD at se yada OKK ya ROSSV Federatsiya Kakaya Rossiya. RHDH, abbreviation of recombinant human growth hormone protein symbol. RHGH, plural of RHGH denoting types thereof, uncommon. Initialism of renewable heat incentive, a payment system for the generation of heat from renewable energy sources. Raya, a female given name from Welsh. Rana, a female given name from Arabic, variant of Iana. Irene, a figure in Welsh mythology. Rayaman, a female given name from Welsh. Initialism of rigid-hulled inflatable boat. Plural of rib. Rickettescin, a membrane protein in rhizobium. Wriggling, a mixture of volatile hydrocarbons intermediate between gasoline and cymogene used as a refrigerant. Wrigglelands, plural of wriggling. Rigas, a village and community in Rhondda Cynon Taff Borough County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SN 9205. Well, the Rem Gazelle. Rim Gazelle, slender-horned gazelle, Gazella leptoceros. Rhyme, obsolete form of rhyme. Rhymed, simple past and past participle of rhyme. Rhymes, plural of rhyme. Rhyming, present participle and gerund of rhyme. Rye, alternative form of rhino. Rhinacanthan, any of a group of naphthaquin non-esters isolated from the roots of Rhinacanthus nasutus, the snake jasmine. Rhinacanthans, plural of rhinacanthan. Rhinacanthone, the chromon 3,3-dimethyl 2,4-dihydrobenzo H-chrome 5,6-dione present in the roots of a rhinacanthus. Rhinal, of or pertaining to the nose, nasal. Rhinalgia, pain in the nose. Rhinanthoi, relating to or characteristic of plants of the genus Rhinanthus. Rhinard, a surname. Rhinards, plural of Rhinard. Rhinaria, plural of Rhinarium. Rhinarium, the naked surface of skin around the external openings of the nostrils of the nose in most mammals, usually more or less moist and embossed. Rhinaster, the black rhinoceros. Rhinasters, plural of rhinaster. Rhinotrematid, any caecilian in the family Rhinotrematidae. Rhinotrematids, plural of rhinotrematid. Rhincadentid, Any whale shark in the family Rhynchodontidae. Rhynchodontids. Plural of Rhynchodontid. Rhine. A surname. Rhine. A major river in Western Europe which flows through Switzerland, Austria, Liechtenstein, Germany, France, and the Netherlands before emptying into the North Sea. Rhine-Franconian, one of two main subgroups of the West Central German dialects, spoken in Hesse, the southeastern half of Rhineland-Palatinate, northernmost Baden-Württemberg, and traditionally in Lorraine, France, distinguished from Central Franconian by the use of das, that, and was what, and the pronunciation of Germanic beta as a stop p when now in coda position. Any tapeworm of the order Enbophiadia. Aerovians, plural of Enbophiadian. Rhinectomes, plural of rhinectomy. Rhinectomy, removal of the nose. Rheingrave, a German count whose hereditary lands are in the Rheingau area north of the river Rhine, especially one descended from the Counts of Salm. Rheingraves, plural of Rheingrave. Rheinart, a surname. Reinharts, plural of Reinhardt. Rhineland, an area on both sides of the river Rhine, in the west of Germany, roughly equivalent to the former Prussian Rhine province, now the greater part of Rhineland-Palatinate plus the southwestern half of North Rhine-Westphalia. Rhineland bastard, in Nazi Germany, a multiracial child born of a Caucasian German mother and an African father serving with French colonial troops during the occupation of the Rhineland after World War I. Rhineland bastards, plural of Rhineland bastard. Rhineland Rye, an old unit of length equal to 12.36 feet 377.7 cm. Rhineland rods, plural of Rhineland Rye. Rhineland-Palatinate, a state of modern Germany. Rhinelander, a native or inhabitant of the Rhineland, a geographic area partly overlapping the states of North Rhine-Westphalia and Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Rhinelanders, plural of Rhinelander. Rhinelandic, of or pertaining to the Rhineland. Rheinencephala, plural of Rheinencephalon. Rheinencephalic, of or pertaining to the Rheinencephalon. Rheinencephalon, the part of the brain involved with olfaction. Rheinencephalus, rheinencephalic. Rheinencephaly, a form of cyclopia where the face is replaced with a non-functioning nose in the form of a proboscis. Rhines, plural of Rhine. Rhinesmith, a surname from German. Rhinesmiths, plural of Rhinesmith. Rhinestone, an artificial diamond, strass. Rhinestone cowboy, a person, especially a country musician, who affects a cowboy-like image but with glamorous and fashionable accents. Rhinestone cowboys, plural of rhinestone cowboy. Rhinestone, decorated with rhinestones. Rhinestones, plural of rhinestone. Rhinstoning, present participle and gerund of rhinestone. Rhinsacidae, any temnospondyl in the family Rhinsacidae. Rhinsacids, plural of Rhinsacid. Rhinurid, any lizard in the family Rhinuridae. Rhinurids, plural of Rhinurid. Rhinuriter, a dilatable bag inserted into the nostril and inflated to arrest a profuse nosebleed. Rhinurinters, plural of Rhinurinter. Rhino, a sergeant inferior officer attendant on magistrates. Rhingels, plural of Rhingel. Rhydic, relating to the nose, nasal. Rhiniid, any fish in the family Rhinidae. Rhinids, of rhinin. Rhinia, the lower end of the suture between the nasal bones. Rhytish, alternative form of Rhenish. Rhinitides, plural of rhinitis. Rhinitis, inflammation of the mucous membranes of the nose. Rhinitis medicamentosa, inflammation of the nasal mucosa caused by the overuse of topical nasal decongestants. Rhinitis sicca, a type of chronic nasal inflammation where there is little to no nasal secretion, causing discomfort in breathing. Rhino, money. Rhino beetle, short for rhinoceros beetle. Rhino, of the nose. Rhino-like, alternative spelling of rhino-like. Rhinobatid, any fish in the family Rhinobatidae. Rhinobatids, plural of rhinobatid. Rhinocapsular, relating to the nose and the capsule of the eye. Rhinocephaly. Rhinencephaly. Rhinoceral, resembling or relating to a rhinoceros. Rhinosres, a serine protase isolated from the gaboon viper Bitis rhinoceros, sin of Bitis gabonica. Rhinosreses, plural of rhinosres. Rhinocerebral, relating to the nasal passages and the brain. Rhinocerai, plural of rhinoceros. Rhinocerial, alternative form of rhinocerical. Rhinocerical, resembling or relating to the rhinoceros or its horn. Rhinoshrine, of, pertaining to, resembling, or characteristic of rhinoceroses. Rhinoceroi, plural of rhinoceros. Rhinocerontid, any rhinoceros or related animal of the family Rhinocerotidae. Rhinocerontids, plural of rhinocerontid. Rhinoceros, any large herbivorous ungulate native to Africa and Asia.